This is how I knew that love should be. Easy does it every day, means every single night. We'll be lovers, this I guarantee. Let's keep the tempo slow, not fast, 'cause that's the way to make love last. Easy does it naturally.
Our love was a chance encounter, a glance across the street, fleeting moments, two strangers meeting that swept me off my feet. Golden leaves under an autumn sun, you talked about the movies and how your life begun. Our lives weave together through all kind of weather, and our hearts grew strong. Our love was a chance encounter, a glance across the street, fleeting moments, two strangers meeting that swept me off my feet. The buzz of traffic, the bright city lights, you talked about marriage and who you'd invite. We talked for hours and I brought you flowers, and our hearts grew strong. How can something so special be mere happenstance? Was it destiny calling, or just life's little dance? Our love was a chance encounter, a glance across the street, fleeting moments, two strangers meeting that swept me off my feet, that swept me off my feet.
I like my eggs over easy. She likes her scrambled on rye. So we strike a deal with our morning meal, but we kind of see eye to eye. She loves a Malibu cocktail, I go for whiskey and dry. There's no common ground when the drinks come round, yet we kind of see eye to eye. We're so magnetic, we'll pose apart and yet we're the same. Don't know who said it, but it's a stone cold fact. Opposites attract. She favors Paris in springtime, I'm more New York in July. So for holidays we go separate ways, still we kinda see eye to eye. Yes, sir! We're so magnetic, we'll pose apart and yet we're the same. Somewhere I read it, but it's a stone cold fact. Opposites attract. I like Vivaldi and Mozart. Cole Porter songs make her cry. So we just divide on the music side, yet we kind of see eye to eye. We don't analyze, we just compromise, and we kind of see eye as we give it a try. Yeah, we kind of see eye to eye.
The holiday's here to greet you, and it's coming around to meet you. We'll let the holidays carry us away. Yeah, it'll carry us away. So, what do you say? It'll make all of our wishes come true. We'll take a winter stroll, footsteps in the snow. Won't you take a winter stroll with me? We'll see the lights on display from Main Street down to the Bay this holiday. Hey! Take a winter stroll, footsteps in the snow. We'll let the holidays carry us away. We'll see the lights on display. Everything starts today. So we'll let the holidays, yeah, let the holidays carry us away.
One night in New York is like a lifetime anywhere. Dancing in the dark up in Central Park, or the bright lights of Times Square. This town is champagne, so shake the bottle, pop the cork. Oh, the deadliest sins are like one night in New York. Put on your silk and your satin, we're stepping out in style. We'll be the toast of Manhattan, cruising the Golden Mile. This town is alive. Go wild and let your money talk. Any man can be king and reign one night in New York. All right. Come on, put on your silk and your satin. We're stepping out in style. We'll be the toast of Manhattan, cruising the Golden Mile. One night in New York is like a lifetime anywhere. dancing in the dark up in Central Park, all the bright lights up Times Square. This town is champagne, so shake the bottle, pop that cork. All the deadliest sins are like one night in New York. Don't you know all the deadliest sins are like one night in New York?
Hey, little honey, I've got the money, let's blow it all. Come on, my baby, no if, buts, or maybes, let's have a ball. Let's paint the town red with all my bread, there's just no end. If I won the lotto, I'd make my motto, spend, spend, spend. What say that we go take some of my dough, let's blow it all. When it comes to pleasure, don't matter the measure, big or small. Who knows how long this will last? For now, let's have a blast. It's fun, yeah, you know it, so let's go blow it all. An arrow that I can spare, so let's blow it all. Come on, my honey, let's take this money, let's have a ball. Who knows how long this will last? For now, let's have a blast. It's fun, yeah, you know it, so let's go blow it all. It's fun, yeah, you know it, so let's go blow it all. Come on, let's get ready. You know where we're heading. Giving a jive, living a life, we're gonna hit the heights. When that clock strikes midnight, we don't stop till daylight. So banish your blues, polish your shoes, we're gonna hit the heights. Cause I lose my head, feel my body sway when I hear that Creole music start to play. Gotta find that feeling when your mind starts reeling. Ready to blow, raring to go, we're gonna hit the heights. Hit it, boys! Well, I go real dizzy and I lose control when I feel that rhythm burning in my soul. I said, come and get it, cause you won't regret it. Follow the drum, get out of the slum, we're gonna hit the heights. I said, follow the drum, get out of the slum, head for the neon lights. We're gonna hit the heights. Gonna hit the heights.
Home is a smiling face that's home. It's a hiding place that's home. Deep inside your heart, light in the dark when you're miles apart, and home, like the songbook says, only a dream away. Nothing's as bright as the love light back home. Home, when you're tired of roaming, home, where the love is all homegrown. There's a welcome sign and everything's fine, 'cause the sun will shine at home, where the door's wide open. Home, not a cloud in sight. I'm hitching a ride and I'm rolling back home. It's true, some find that travel unravels the mind right through mankind. So go with the flow, I'll take the road back home, where the fire's burning. Home, how I love returning home. When you're waiting there, what do I care? I'm a millionaire at home, where the windows lit up. Home, love is everywhere. Watching the storm on a cold night, cozy and warm on the inside. Nothing's as bright as the love light back home. I know that nothing's as bright as the love light back home.
High life, no need for trouble or strife. Cocktail parties, Broadway lights, arm in arm as we see the sights. Monday morning we catch a plane down the coast to Saint-Tropez. Wherever we are, it's never the same. Where there's fun and dance, we will play. We're living a high life, no need for trouble or strife. Cocktail parties, Broadway lights, arm in arm as we see the sights. Friday night, we hit the town, eat caviar and drank champagne. A life of luxury fit for the crown, a lustful life that we can't contain. But whatever the party, wherever we land, being with you makes me feel grand. Rags or riches, I just don't care. The love that we share is beyond compare. Because we're living a high life, no need for trouble or strife. Cocktail parties, Broadway lights, arm in arm as we see the sights. Arm in arm as we see the sights. was a chance encounter, a glance across the street, fleeting moments, two strangers meeting that swept me off my feet. Golden leaves under an autumn sun, you talked about the movies and how your life begun. Our lives weave together through all kind of weather, and our hearts grew strong. Our love was a chance encounter, a glance across the street, fleeting moments, two strangers meeting that swept me off my feet. The buzz of traffic, the bright city lights, you talked about marriage and who you'd invite. We talked for hours and I brought you flowers, and our hearts grew strong. How can something so special be mere happenstance? Was it destiny calling, or just life's little dance? Our love was a chance encounter, a glance across the street, fleeting moments, two strangers meeting that swept me off my feet, that swept me off my feet.
The holiday's here to greet you, and it's coming around to meet you. We'll let the holidays carry us away. Yeah, it'll carry us away. So, what do you say? It'll make all of our wishes come true. We'll take a winter stroll, footsteps in the snow. Won't you take a winter stroll with me? We'll see the lights on display from Main Street down to the bay this holiday. Hey!
About bloody time.
DreamLeague Season 27 is brought to you by DHL.
Hello, Dota friends. Welcome back to DreamLeague Season 27. We've got some more Dota for you, would you believe it? Unwrapping Christmas presents every day. It's like an advent calendar of Dota 2. One best of three for T and I this morning, and we're going to have China versus China in a little bit, but we're going to take you through all of the business that we've seen over the past couple of days and where we're heading, of course, for DreamLeague and the EPT. T? EPT T? How you doing? Oh. I think T
I
is...
muted myself in VMix, so my bad.
We've got the EBT distribution up on the screen there.
Sorry.
So yeah, starting with DreamLeague Season 27. It's fine, T. Don't you worry.
No.
Then DreamLeague Season 28. ESL 1 Birmingham, which we've just seen the highlights from, including T-Gov as IO, all dressed up beautifully. And all these teams are vying for these points, the prize pool, and that aim to get to Esports World Cup later on in the year.
And money.
Do you want to join in, T? You want to say something there?
I would love to join in because I forgot to unmute myself and that was like a rookie mistake. But that's because I was so excited about this new coffee that I had. And you know what they can do if players are to win this tournament? They have $200,000 and they can then spend all that money also on coffee or tea. Again, don't forget there is a brand to protect here. But yeah, it's of course we do kind of. Sorry, go on.
That's a very BBC thing to do, right? If you name a brand, you have to be like, other brands also exist. You know, if you want coffee, the tea also exists.
Yeah. No, it's like every time I said I drink coffee to someone, they're like, oh, "How dare you?" It's like, come on, guys, let's be real. You think tea's gonna wake me up in the morning so I can give you my best for this epic China versus China showdown that we're gonna have later on today? But of course, looking at yesterday, we also, I think, let's be honest, Gareth, we were upset. All right, we had to look at some underwhelming Dota from 1W. I think they let us down a little bit. Gamer Legion, of course, you know, the best of NA shining through, able to beat them out. But unfortunately, that last series they did leave quite like a sour taste in my mouth as I watched the rest of DreamLeague.
It wasn't great from 1-win, but now we're potentially over the hump, right? We're no longer in the 0-3-0-3 situation. We've got some teams that have been winning, and we'll be watching them on this stream as well. And Tidebound there, of course, one of them getting their first 2-0. I've got some highlights as well from yesterday. You know, watching Passion UA play up into Tidebound here. Another messy series where it didn't feel like Passion were able to play to their strengths. You know, we had some lag for Moonlight, that's for sure, but not just a little blip in the massive ocean of errors, which was Passion UA's gameplay in that series.
Yeah, it was a struggle, but at least for Tidebound, right, they refound some confidence in the draft and play, right? I think we heard in the interview from New that they mentioned that the issue with China at the moment is the scaling that they require is just not acceptable because other teams are really good at breaking the early game. And I think Tidebound won because they played like Chinese teams do. They played for this late game. They had the big carry in Shiro, Medusa in one game, Anti-Mage in the next. So I think I'm really happy that Tidebound was able to find success with what is their regional meta. The issue is the regional meta doesn't work when you look towards breaking into top 8. But again, I think I'm getting carried away. Just finding any success for Tidebound is like a good step in a direction, right? But they are going to have to keep fine-tuning that as they start playing up against potentially faster-paced teams later in this Swiss stage.
Yeah. Especially, you know, one of the big problems we saw was Shiro not really feeling strong. At least the vibe we got when casting was that he was a bit disjointed from his team. And New saying, I kind of pushed New into saying it with the questions I asked. I don't know if it was quite leading, but we did get there in the end. He was like, yeah, we're giving him heroes that allow him to dictate from a certain point in the game where we can kind of rally around him and play with this like Medusa or something like that. And then we've got Nemesis, the new
helps.
Nemesis. We've not seen them yet, but you know, they've been popping off a little bit.
I feel bad for them, right? Because they're always losing, but losing 2-1. You know, it's like they 2-1 Liquid, 2-1 the new SA team Amaru, they 2-1 Nigma. It's like at any point, if you want to use hindsight, there's probably like a draft pick or a smoke play or a Roshan objective contest that probably didn't go their way, and then we would be looking at Nemesis being a 1-2 team, maybe even a 2-1 team. Like they have been so close. I think they are probably like, look at them, they're at the bottom of the entire leaderboard, but they're 3-6. They've won more games than teams that have already won series. It's just, it's so rough for them.
Yeah, they've arguably looked better than a lot of these teams in the bottom, 5 or 6, right? With the little victories they've got, they can pop off, they can look good, but that consistency just isn't there yet. It's been rough for them. I mean, Nigma Galaxy down at the bottom as well. They'll be thankful to get that win over Nemesis, and then up against one win next.
Yeah, I'm kind of happy, honestly, Gareth, that I haven't covered a Nigma game yet, because I got some truths I would love to share on that team. Bless them, but because we don't cover, I'm like, you know what? I don't have to say it. It's all good. We're happy days. Referencing the carry swap out, I just feel bad for Ghost. There isn't anything else to it, but yeah, it's quite a shocking change to me. I feel, but again, less about that, because guess what? We're not covering it. The Earth stream is. That will be, of course, Mike and Winter later on today. But we, Gareth and I, get to cover Tidebound versus Yakult, the Battle of China. Both 1-2 teams. Both just hoping to bring back some life to the region, and they have played against each other before in other tournaments. It is always kind of like a little back and forth slog between the two teams, but yeah, whoever wins this is going to look pretty healthy, right? Getting to that 2-2 scoreline, becoming like that middle pack team that you can see the path to, okay, I can actually get to playoffs. Like when you're 1-3, when you're 1-2, backs against the wall, it feels so bad. But getting a couple wins under the belt, like, there's at least a line, right? So yeah, I think either team, of course, very, very desperate to keep moving back up that Swiss group stage and away from, the pits of the Earth stream.
It's really funny how this stuff works when you're working an event and casting it. In my head, I was thinking, yeah, we saw Yakult up last, and they weren't that bad. But I guess I covered the games where they looked okay, but they went 3-8 in the group stage and they didn't look good at all. But they did kind of wiggle through the play-ins until they lost to Mao's 2-1. So I kind of feel like Yakult and Tidebound are still in this position where there's a lot of room for improvement. They're looking for their identity, and they're just not quite there yet. Because they've got rosters which you kind of, you have expectations from them.
Yeah, but I'll be honest, mate. I've been down in the Earth stream, sifting through the losses, right? I've not even realised Bloody Moon's playing for Yakult again. Oh, not again, but look at him. He's not played competitive for like 2 years. He played on SMG with Mid1 for a bit, of course. Yeah. Like, the big relevancy for his career was 2017, 2019 on Mineski, but I just saw his name and I was like, wait, what? He's here.
The CEO I feel so bad. Returned.
Why am I highlighting Baboka? I'll be honest, I ruined this entire pre-show. It's fine though. I wanted to show Baboka just because, of course, the memes of the previous cast, right? The idea of Baboka is a very creative 4 player. He also is the drafter, and I feel like Yakult, a lot of their ups and downs have because they tried to draft really creatively, but their like macro play, their physical play doesn't match the creativity of their drafts. So they always have this like weird dysfunction. If they ever find a harmony, they do look to be competitive, but I think Baboka, though, has been maturing in that kind of department recently, where he is like playing, Bat Riders and more traditional 4s, where I feel like there is comfort for Zil in the offlane.
I still feel like Baboka relies on the jungle a little too much. I don't know if it's this greedy nature, but it might just be us looking at that offlane and saying Zeal's having a rough old time down there. And Tidebound, which we have covered a little bit. It's been nice to see them build and develop and get Shiro back into the thick of things, because it's another conversation about dysfunction, lack of cohesion, where they've got solid drafts, they've got good lanes, but once we approach this lane breakdown, like 10 to 20 minutes, right? This lane breakdown, early mid game, when they don't have their 2 or 3 items, like that you were touching on, right? This idea of going late and scaling and needing. Like looking at your inventory and saying, okay, 3 items makes my hero, that's when we're strong, but everyone else is playing to 1 item, to 2 items. They just feel like they don't quite have that speed in the early mid game.
Yeah, and of course, the counterpart, of course, with Planet, he's very traditional. Like I think when you look at Baboka being crazy, but like Planet's the opposite way. He still wants to play Rubik, for example. No 4 player touches his hero at all. But he's like, you know what? If I see the skirmish, the innate, like the fight capability, I will take it. And I did need to do a little bit of research, right, on Moon. Because again, we haven't seen him for a couple of years competitively. He did play on the SMG very briefly, for a decent couple of years. But yeah, 2023, last time we saw him. His return to the Western European leaderboards, at least, he is ranked 776, which is around 12k-ish.
Okay.
maybe even slightly lower, like low 12k. And not to say that's like bad. In competitive sense, it is kind of bad because most mid laners nowadays are like 15k, 15.5k, maybe even moving up towards 17. Support players kind of in the tier 1 scene are around like 14k, give or take, minimum.
Yeah.
So I think Moon, it's kind of a sign that he hasn't been actively pubbing to the same level as other mid laners, because of course beforehand Moon was a top 100 mid laner. He was up there, right, in leaderboard. So
or he's running it down mid. You know.
that is true. Yep.
You never know.
That is a Gareth take. Don't forget, if you have any issues with Gareth, you can DM him at GarethCast. You can also Discord message him. He didn't get the name
Post
Gareth
Reddit
though,
thread.
so I don't know how to find him on Discord.
I'm invisible. No one knows my name. I'm hidden.
No,
Yeah.
it's true.
We've got a draft. T. Stop
we?
blathering. We
Mate, I'm looking at. Oh mate, do you say we got a
You're
draft?
looking at
There's no
Moon. You're
picks.
looking at Moon.
I was researching him. I was like, yeah, he's on the leaderboard. Got to scroll a bit, but he's there.
There he is. What were his
It is kinda cool,
signature
though.
heroes? I'm struggling to remember watching him play a lot.
It would be Invoker Storm, with the kind of the classics, and then of course he like just traditional old school mids, right? The Shadow Fiend, the Puck, TA back in the day because it was a viable mid lane, right? Like,
Ember.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, these
So
two guys.
if you
And-
think of old school mids, every single one he probably would play.
Gotcha. And he's just standing in for emo, as far as we're aware.
That is yes, probably the assumption based on
Yeah.
what I'm
That's what
checking on
Wikipedia
Wikipedia.
says.
I didn't see any like news articles about it anywhere, but
Yeah, just his
Yeah.
temporary stand-in. So
yeah. Again, it's kind of rough, I think, for some of these Chinese teams because like the majority of Dota events in the calendar, you need to be in Europe, right? It's PGL, it's in Romania. Blast, it's an online group stage, but so you need to be in Europe anyway to play it off. ESL, again, it's an online event, but you need to be in Europe to obviously not have ping. So when you're a team like your Cult that's playing like all three of the big TOs, you are just getting like pretty much living in Europe for the majority of the year, and that can be quite rough, especially when you think about like just the culture, right? The same thing for like, let's say, like a South American player having to be in Europe for so long. It really is kind of testament to the individual and like being able to just really focus on like, we're here to play Dota. But it's easier for like a Western European team, right? Like you're in the region, you get to live at home, you get to see your family and friends.
And you're already used to the bad food, If you're from South America
exactly.
or Southeast Asia and you get homesick for the food, I feel you,
Yeah, I
The
respect
fresh
that's
fruit.
true actually.
The flavor,
Oh,
the
mate.
taste. Oh,
Don't remind me of the fruit actually. Yeah, that's true. Like,
come to
second
Europe,
time
you
going
get
to
a
SEA.
pineapple. You're like, what is this garbage?
It's like a watermelon the size of my fist. It's like, how is this even legal?
Yeah. Right, what do we got here? Centaur, Shadow Demon,
Nothing.
classic stuff. Any
Nothing,
interesting?
Gareth. What do you
Lycan's an
mean?
interesting
No.
bat, though.
Kinda. It's a little bit. It's a little respect towards Zil. He is one of the Lycan players, of course. 33 for Tundra is one of the other Lycan players. So yeah, that is like a little nod towards them for sure. But the first two heroes picked are, I've seen them a million times, mate.
Yes.
I think the stream's seen them a million times. I don't think anyone's gonna mind me just not talking about them for a good 25 seconds.
It's fine. That's why I just ignored them and I moved straight to the.
There we go.
back.
My guy. Yeah.
Even a puck ban.
Yeah. Puck's always a good ban against
Early
Shadow
on.
Demon. Yeah. Like, Shadow Demon thrives on just really good positioning, and of course Puck is one of the best mids at exploiting that. You could argue that like Ember or Void Spirit is kind of second to that. You always just sit on top of the back line and go, hey, you can't help the guy who's jumped in. You're going to die if you don't use your spells on yourself.
Keeping them honest.
Mm-hmm. For
So what do
Planet
we
Loader
want to
Draft-
see then?
For who? You mean for Tidebound? For your Cult?
For Tidebound, they pick next.
Okay.
They don't.
Just a planet
They
hero.
do?
Keep it simple. Hoodwink or honestly, just normally like Hoodwink Ringmaster would be my big two. I think they're like the safe picks. I think
No
the Snapfire
Snapfire?
is exploitable. No, come on, Gareth. We've cast enough Snapfire.
I was trying to bait you into saying Snapfire.
No, that's why I made sure I said it third. The reason is, in case you haven't seen the previous cast, it's like in draft, Snapfire doesn't put pressure. You respect Mortimer Kisses, the laning of Lil Shredder is there, but during the game, it can fade away. It doesn't have constant pressure compared to Hoodwinks or Ringmasters, where they always have this like ability to create a moment in the team fight. Snapfire can easily kind of fall victim to like the losing game. You don't help out, right? So I like Snapfire when you see some information, like there's a purpose for picking it, but to blind pick it in draft, not so much. But again, if you want to climb a Mar, pick Snapfire. It's a good hero.
Yeah, I think that's, in my mind, Snapfire kind of plays like a core from the support role. I don't know if that's a weird way to look at it. Like, she doesn't like going in and dying. She doesn't really go forward and scout like a Hoodwink does. You don't really feel good dying and then buying back. You kind of want someone else to open up your eyes and then chuck all your spells in and do. You're just a damage dealing support.
Yep, you are. You're also greedier than other supports, where like you won't see Ringmaster like sit inside a creep wave and push it out, right? Yeah. Like he'll use his whip, but then he has to like stand there and right click it, and it gets a bit uncomfortable. Like Snapfire, you look at a creep wave, it's like bam, it's gone. All right, go next. What are we doing, right? You're quite greedy, so you also soak up more waves from your team, and it can be quite annoying. Your cult though, double picking some big cores. Of course, that Slardar is flexed between mid and off lane, but in regards to like draft and what I'm seeing, this is a much nicer look in your cult. Like your cult 3 weeks ago, this would have been like an AUK support getting flexed. It would have been, you know, Lycan going to like mid. Like, it'd been utter chaos. It'd been so janky. Lycan to mid would have never happened, by the way. It's just for the sake of, you know, sounding hype. But yeah, it's just, I'm happy that they are moving in this direction. Like I'm not kind of scared when I see their heroes.
Yeah, or there'd be some random Venno Batrider support duo or something like that. Ooh!
There we go. Oh!
I've not seen her in a while. Has she been contested the last few tournaments at all?
I don't
Unpicked and unbanned
so.
at Blast 5.
Yep. The hero just
Do you
doesn't
want to go back and
get
look
any
at the
play.
previous ones?
Yeah, sure.
Because I feel like she's a hero that's come up a few times as, hey, this could be a cool hero, but she's not as good as Jakiro, not as good as Snapfire, whatever it might be. And usually we see the Wyvern picked against Zoo compositions, but it can be pretty good against like, heavy physical damage ones too. Which is what Yakult Bros have set up for here with the Slardar Jug. I'm also curious to see what lane this Wyvern goes into.
10 seconds.
What does Wyvern even do? Winter.
We'll get there in a second. We got to do
Where are you, madam?
I'm getting the heroes pick. Okay, so for Slam 4, Wyvern was fully unpicked. For Playground 2, Wyvern was played one time and it did win, and it was picked by Team Liquid. And then at Valahia Season 6, Wyvern was picked one time by Liquid again, and it did win. So it's only been played in... Oh, so go on.
And who's playing that? That Tofu playing it, or?
I'd assume Tofu, yes. Tofu in the one Liquid game and the other Liquid game, they put it on Tofu again, yeah. So post TI, in the 3 tournaments I just checked, it was 2 games on Tofu in separate tournaments. Pretty cool.
So, do you know what facet they went for? What kind of, like, what's the idea of this hero? Because you've got Winterproof, you can cast Cold Embrace on buildings. It doesn't heal them.
Yeah. No, that's so illegal, by the way. Like, why does it not just like a percentage heal or something? It should provide a little sight to that tower. But he does go for the Winterproof, where it can be cast on buildings, and of course it does provide bonus damage when you do leave the Cold Embrace. So there are certain moments where, depending on your carry, they can utilize that bonus damage to pivot into like a fight. Like, for example, like a Kez carry, you get bonus damage, and then you blink and you Echo Slash. Like, it's pretty good. You have like a TA, you can like blink Meld Strike. It's gonna feel nice. Like, it's not the core concept of the hero. You're not picking it because, wow, bonus damage over heal. It's just something to note that can happen throughout the game. Wyvern though, on paper, it's not changed in all the time that it used to get played to now. It's still, is there an abundance of physical damage on the enemy team? Can I clutch up with a good Cold Embrace? And are there melee heroes to utilize the Winter's Curse, right? Like, that's kind of like your checklist.
It feels like, I I'm trying to find the word. I don't want to say worse, but it feels like a different Naga Siren, right? You've got a big old
100%,
reset button
yep.
through Winter's Curse. You've got a ton of heal. You've got kind of lane pressure through Arctic Burn and Splinter Blast. Wave push through that. Does some of the similar jobs that she does.
Yeah, pretty much. Like the problem with Wyvern and why we don't see her is the laning can be a little bit weak, right?
Yeah.
Like you get Arctic Burn level 1, it's like a little bit chipping, a little bit damaging, but then your Splinter Blast level 1 does like kind of nothing. You need like 2-point Splinter Blast. So you're like your first 2-3 levels feels like nothing. You're called to go for a Keeper of Light, which is an exceptional Keeper of Light game because you're buffing up the crush of a Slardar, the slight chains of an Ember. It's very classic. It also puts a lot of timing issues on Tidebound, where one point I was going to make for Wyvern is we don't see her because of how fast-paced the game normally is. Wyvern used to be one of the heroes that could park behind a tier 1 tower, Splinter Blast non-stop. You never siege, like what the hell is happening? Why is this one support stopping me? But Dota doesn't work like that anymore. Like you don't see one support defending a tower. The map's bigger, it's easier to get around the tower, to find where this hero is standing. Like it's a reason why we don't see Treant Protector. Like you can't just Nature's Grasp defend a tower by yourself,
The
right?
carry just twin gates and comes behind you and kills you.
Exactly, yeah.
So
for you
plus
can't
4
do
Keeper of
play-
Light.
Yeah.
We've seen a bit of mid Kotl. I think during the group stage for Blast we had
it
7E
Echoes?
and Echoes
Or
both
7,
doing it. I think.
yeah.
But
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
both
yeah.
of them played it a handful of times between the two of them. So what's the lanes then? Slardar with the Kotl,
Yes.
Shadow Demon with the Juggernaut. Then it's this Ember Spirit mid. We talked about Moon's signature heroes, and Ember Spirit was absolutely up there near the top. And Tidebound have this classic Centaur Hoodwink, mid Queen of Pain, and then literally the Wyvern with Shiro's Ursa.
Yeah, I know you normally cast with Lacoste, but I appreciate that you did it. He's rubbed off on you for sure.
Well, it's impossible to not do it. It's literally in the name.
It's a banger. It is a banger. I'm just excited to see a Winter Wyvern game. Like we've only seen like a couple of them post TI, and it's been on the odd Liquid series here and there. So yeah. It is scary though, because you do have a Slardar who will find the backline, an Ember that will find the backline, a lane which will just shove into you. So yeah, there are some cause for concern, but honestly, if there is a game where Wyvern can shine, maybe he goes like an earlier Blink Dagger, holds the tree line. Like he just needs one Cold Embrace to break an Omni Slash. He just needs one, Winter's Curse to punish a hero who's standing next to a Jug, right? Like throughout the entire game, he has that clutch potential to turn a fight around.
That's one of the good things with Wyvern as well, right? You're kind of free in terms of item choices. Like we could see, Solar Crest, drums, this Blink Dagger you're mentioning, pretty much anything you want to go for. Like we used to see Ether Lens, but I doubt that's an option. But I just want to think about the mini combo they've got here. Winter's Curse with Ursa. If you curse an enemy and Ursa hits them a few times, you still stack up Fury Swipes, right?
Yes, you can. Of course, you won't be doing damage to the hero, but you will start stacking the swipes up, and then post curse, it's like, oh my god, there's like 7 stacks on me. What am I doing?
So that could get interesting. Well, this is a nice change of pace. We come into what, day 4, whatever it is of the groups. It is day 4, right? I'm losing track of
I don't know actually. Is it day 4? It has to. It's just
It
like
must
do
be.
one series. Yeah, it's like the schedule also is quite weird, right? Yeah, 4, 5, 3.
Because we do one
4.
series one day, 2 another. It is, day 4. So some adaptations, some new heroes. Chinese Dota starting to expand their horizons. Look for some cool new stuff to play with. And we always get this Baboka flair, getting a Keeper of the Light in that position 4 role. A very good hero for stacking up Ancients, building up Bank. Not very good at starting off fights, though. Reliant on this Slardar and Ember Spirit to do a lot of the heavy lifting in that regard.
Yeah, the nice thing though for Baboka, he is opting to go for pressure, right? He took the Solar Binding Facet. He wants to just lock heroes down with that move slow over time, have the damage amp, and then that can all just open up for the other heroes to jump on top. You could argue that the teleport could be quite nice, but I think he just wants more damage in the moment rather than sweeping map play.
Because he's probably still going to go for the urn, right? I'd assume.
It depends. I think there's a world where Ember can go for the Vessel a lot quicker.
Okay.
And then you play on the Ember Vessel when Winter Wyvern Cold Embrace someone, he applies the Vessel, go, like big damage amp, eat through the Cold Embrace hill, and then he can just
That makes
opt to go for easier items. They've actually done a lane swap though. They've put the Keeper Light in the bot lane, so Baboka can just accidentally steal some farm of his carry. Oopsie, sorry.
Secure the range creep, T. That's what your job is.
Zeal's allowed a break.
I thought Kotal would be up there stacking, but I guess Shadow Demon is equal, if not a better stacker over in the triangle. So they'll still have that ability to build things up.
Turret has been killed.
Shiro already losing his courier to the SD. Well, Echoes in that mid lane, 5 and 2, taking a pretty beating there from Moon. Quite close on the last hits, but Queen of Pain going through a lot more resources early on.
Yeah, the Queen of Pain pick was trying to force the Slaughter to offlane. And then, of course, Moon was able to go, you know what, I see the Queen mid, I'll get my Ember, I'll put points in Flame Guard. I don't really care about Queen of Pain, I can just get through it. So yeah, I think Moon's going to be pretty happy with the matchup. Again, it's like a classic matchup as well. That'll be the fun thing when you have a stand who hasn't been at like the top of leaderboards for some time. Like, is he up to speed with all like the quirky mid matchups that can come into play?
All that damage onto Shiro. This
And all that
SD
heal.
and Slardar are really giving it to him with the bashes, the crush. The Cold Embrace tried to keep Shiro in play. He's going to Earthshock over the tree line and barely break away from them. SD needs another couple of hits. He won't find it, so now Y turns. Level up from Shadow Demon keeps him alive with the stick charges there, but he's disrupting himself and trying to juke away. Another Earthshock comes in, but doesn't finish the job. Y is required to Arctic Burn and get the first blood. Very close fought battle.
Yeah. I mean, it helps that Y goes to the Cold Embrace level 2. It's what the Winter Wyverns are doing. Again, we don't see it, but because I mentioned in the draft how weak Splinter Blast is at level 1, you do see the position 5s take the Cold Embrace level 2. You go a bit more fighty in the lane, reset, use the hill, and you just have better resources than the kind of your counterpart. So yeah, getting to see some signs of life from a quote-unquote a dead hero. I love the fact that Shiro as well, he played on the edge as well. Like, he runs in just for the Earthshock on the disruption to auto-kill the illusions, so Y instantly gets to correct Shadow Demon. That was just a cute little combination between the two of them.
That's a good job. Everyone's wide awake, ready to play. No big mistakes. Now, I know neither of us are mid lane players, but this is kind of an old school matchup, and I'm trying to remember what the plays are for the Ember. Like, can you dodge Dagger with Slight, dodge Scream, or does the Scream follows you when you're slighting?
If you slight, and then either of them are hitting you at the moment, if you slight at the correct time, you can dodge them. But you need to have enough slight targets so that you can obviously stay in the slight form for long enough.
Right. Because I remember there was like Sven Stormhammer, it would follow you no matter what, and it would hit you at the end of your Sleight of Fist. Some projectiles keep on going, some don't quite. Well, Zeal up at top needs to crush to hold back Shiro and Y. Little movement into the small camp there as they drag the Radiant Wave in behind their tower. Things get awkward with the lane equilibrium in that top lane. But last hit-wise, I mean, Slardar and Ursa both falling behind a little bit with all the non-stop fighting and brawling. Queen of Pain, Ember, Jug, and Centaur starting to pull out ahead. So no big lead for either side just yet. A very honest laning phase.
I like that. I'm happy. I'm happy for China when they get these honest laning phases. As soon as there's dishonesty in the lane, then they kind of crumble very quickly.
You're dragging the wave? That's not allowed.
I honestly cannot wait. Like, I feel like if there is ever a patch that stops lane pulling happening, I want to have a live reaction of 33 reading it, you know? that would be so beautiful. I don't know. Tundra admins, if you're for some reason watching this game, please don't allow 33 to ever read a patch without a camera on his face, because if that ever happens, it legit would be like, oh.
Just watching the moment, it's like that Simpsons episode where they rewind watching Bart Simpson's heart break in slow motion.
Just the 4 stages of grief. It's like,
yeah.
What
there was talk
do?
about like Saxa and 33 having, you know, a disagreement in terms of play style or what their goals were in the game, and I wonder if that's an element of it. Saxa's like, I've had enough of dragging waves for you. I just want to play a heads-up straight laning stage, and 33 is like, no, we must be victorious no matter what. Use all the methods available to us. Moon getting run out by Planet as the Hoodwink moves in pre-minute 6. to look for this active rune for Echoes.
I just realized maybe that's why Saxa left. Maybe he was like he knew, he got caught wind of what was to come, and he's like, lane pulling's out of the game. I gotta leave this team real quick. I need a new offlane. I need to prepare myself.
Yeah, ahead of the curve. Get ready for it.
Yeah. 6 minutes though. Echoes blinks in, gets the arcane.
Yeah, Cold Embrace is there as well, so just delaying all of this initial damage and allowing the turn. Not enough to finish the Shadow Demon, and Kotl's here to buff up Moon, but Echoes will blink in behind. Spends the blink, but gets the high ground, and a Courier Snipe there as a bonus little touch for Echoes. And Tidebound finding the better edge of some of these engagements. Getting the rune, getting the kills, getting the Courier. Yakut Bro's starting to fall behind just a touch.
And now Zil, he stepped up in the lane. He has to be careful. Both the supports are wrapping behind him.
There's a lot of slow. This Arctic Burn doing a number on Zeal. And Shadow Demon comes across, but can't save Slardar, and now he's put a target on his own back.
Oh, Shiri, will he play the branch? He plays the branch!
Oh! Doesn't quite get the bushwhack, but they've got a blood grenade. And the swipes out of this Ursa. Another branch placed, not enough to block the damage coming through.
That was so cool if it actually worked. I was like, as soon as I saw the bushwhack and cooldown, I'm clicking Shiri. I was like, my guy, you got 2 branches. Work together, but... unlucky.
They would have been sick.
It's
It's like a little move. Like, oh, the hype, and it doesn't happen.
Can I request a replay of that? I just want to know if it actually was Ursa's branch. In the chaos at the moment, alright, nice. Did Ursa have 2 branches or 3? Because he now has 2. So I'm intrigued to know actually who placed the branch. Was it Xiangling placing his own branch?
After, right?
Yeah. That's why I'm just... So we see here, it's 2 on Shadow Demon.
Yeah, was it Ursa's branch?
Okay, alright, cool. It was. Nice.
I'm just saying that.
Just had to triple check that. Yeah, no, it's fine. It was.
It was for sure, without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
Good play.
Yeah. Oof. I got so hyped for it, and in the moment, I got worried that I overhyped the wrong play. That is the beauty of Dota. There are some plays that have been hyped in that capacity.
Stampede. New gets away from Fly. Quick little TP out. Echoes doesn't have a stun. He's playing Queen of Pain. So a wise TP out of that.
It is quite ludicrous though, because Centaur just got healed, right? He has 99 damage. After the heal, he got plus 59 damage.
Ooh.
Because it is 60% of your bonus attack damage, right? So
How long does it last?
I think that's 6 seconds. Yeah, 6 seconds.
So he'll get 1 hit in.
Yeah. That's obviously why it's not, deemed broken in the eyes of players, right? We only see again like 2 Wyvern games, but there is an argument where like, what happens if like a Jug had an Omni Slash? Like, what if he has like Swift Blink? He gets Cold Embrace in the tree line, then just blinks in with this 60% bonus damage. Like, there are some combos to be had. SD does die bottom.
Yeah.
Why is it a killing spree?
It's popping off. We've got the Error Courier. I don't think it's... I mean, they've got Ursa, right? So it's not out of the realms of the imagination here for Ursa to get Cold Embraced, pop the Overpower, and dump all that damage into someone. So it's not a double damage. It's a plus 50%.
60, but what's that in terms of... Oh
my
fly,
God,
brother.
fly.
You've been
He's
clipped.
been clipped.
Just leave him. Come on, guys.
Oh,
no,
rough.
don't kill him.
How you doing up there? How's the weather? The 6th kill of the game for Tidebound. I saw someone in chat saying, have Yakut Bros ever beaten Tidebound? I went to check. The last 4 games, Tidebound have 2-0'd or 1-0'd Yakut Bros. There was 1 victory a while back where Yakut Bros did get a win, but overall, it's 8-2.
Is it really?
16 individual games, won by Tidebound, 4 losses. It is a massive difference. Tidebound have just slammed Yakut Bros like every time they've met.
You know what? Yeah, fair play. For some reason in my head, I assumed it was a little bit closer based on the last couple of tournaments, but my memory was awful. Tidebound just slaps them. Oh, today I learned. I didn't click the head-to-head matchup button, I'll be honest.
No, usually I do, but I didn't for this one either.
Yeah, same, yeah. Like, my memory was like, I assumed, at least in Valahia, I thought it was like a 2-1 to Tidebound, but yeah, wasn't the case.
No, there hasn't been a close series between them. It's all been 1-0, 2-0, 3-0. It's been
That's what you love to see. Yeah. Well, at least we know what's going to happen. Whoever wins game 1, we're in the clear, right?
Yeah, I mean, tied down so far, winning game 1, so it's a 2-0, right? They've got this one locked up in the bag.
Oh, Wyvern just hit level 6. All right, here it is. Let's see the first curse of DreamLeague.
Oh, it's perfect. Lines it up on the Shadow Demon. Splinter Blast forward. SD bushwhacked. Moon in trouble. Disruption does come out and a good 2-man chains. Moon moving forward to try and slice Planet while Tianming survived somehow. Shadow Demon breaks free of this. Moon sprinting around with a haste rune going. 21 charges ready as well. Nobody dead, but tower denied. As Tianming, I have no idea how he survived.
Yeah, he got the disrupt off, and then the Winter Wyvern kind of stepped back for a second and didn't hit on that final Splinter Blast. So, okay. Nice disruption. I kind of feel like Taiwan thought they had more damage, right? Like with the curse, with the Splinter Blast, throwing the Sonic Wave in, like the Queen of Pain and the Wyvern, like kind of they kept playing on a distance. But yeah, very, very good there for Tianming. He's not had the best game, right? He's 0-4-0 on the Shadow Demon. He's only level 4 at the 12-minute mark, looking to be level 6 on the 14-minute Wisdom. Like, that is not a start of the game that you want to have from your Shadow Demon. Especially a hero that, when you pair with an Ember Spirit and a Kotal, you can keep looking for that fight, utilizing the Disseminate. So, yeah, Tianming does need to have something go his way. And of course, survival there was a little help.
Yeah. It was
does have
a
Battle
1-for-1
Fury.
Wisdom Shrine as well. Boca and you both got the opposing ones. I was a bit worried there when you're putting out Shadow Demon's level. Like, did they get the double? Nope.
No. That kind of makes it worse.
Yeah. It does.
Wait,
Moon.
no, they did get the double.
Did they? I might just not. I mean, Moon just walks under a sentry and dies there.
Oh no, I'm reading something else.
No, but Boca got one, you got the other.
Yeah, I'm blind. No,
Yeah.
I'm testing you. I'm testing you. No, I misread.
I was so sure because I double checked myself and then you were like, no, they did. I'm like, okay, you're my co-caster. I've been well trained to accept your word as law.
What was I reading?
I have no idea.
Am I having a stroke?
I have no idea what you're
I
reading.
need a minute. All right, give me a second. I don't even know what I could have concocted there. Yeah, no, I've just lied. just scammed you out of wisdom.
Yeah. I'm the
That's
truth
right.
teller here, not you.
No, you are. Again, you're the play-by-play. Everything you say goes in Dota history as factually correct. You know, you get to decide. Exactly. You get to decide if that play is good or bad, right? Like, connecting a stun, is the person out of position, or is the stunning hero, you know, a god among men, you know? Like, you get to decide that. You make.
To be honest, I usually err on the side of positivity, so I try very hard to go for. That's a good play.
Yeah. Like sometimes when you see like a support walk up the high ground by themselves, it's like, brother, what are we doing? Oh,
Planet gives up on it. Right, who got the Wisdom Shrines this time, T?
okay, but Boca got one,
Yeah.
and the other one is yet to be taken.
Good.
I'm improving. There's a reason why I'm on the panel, let's be honest. I need more time to process things.
Yeah, it's not easy. What do we got? We're 15 minutes in, Zeal's got his Blink Dagger. So we might see some signs of life out of Yakla Bros as they're currently 5k behind, 7 kills down. And the moves they've made have either walked into a Winter's Curse and a Tower Deny, or walked into a Sentry where Moon has died. They've got a double damage on Moon as well, so this is prime time. Give Juggernaut and his Battle Fury some time to farm, use a smoke, go and play forward. Find an opening somewhere, please. But as usual, it's Tidebound making the first move.
Oh, Shiro.
Shiro's found Fly, and that's an Ursa solo killing the Juggernaut under that Dire Ward which is about to expire.
Well, I love this ward. Like when they place this, like the ancient camp behind tier 1 ward, it opens up for the solo players, especially for like Ursa, Juggernauts, the heroes that can just quickly twin gate, use their toolkit to get a kill on the enemy carry. Like, it feels so good. So yeah, great vision from Planet, utilized by Shiro, and then the second Wisdom does get picked up by Planet. So once again, a 1-for-1 trade on the Wisdom Shrines. Yeah.
Oh, first kill of the game? No, not happening yet. Y has plenty in the tank there to Winter's Curse, survive with a Cold Embrace, Stampede as well to break free of Moon, and a sharpshooter towards Tianming. That's going to be another death for him. Moon diving pretty deep for Y here. Should be able to finish the job and get the first kill up on the board for Yakult Bros. But a bushwhack well placed will grab the Ember Spirit. Shiro with the damage. Not quite enough control just yet, but it looks like Moon is out of resources. No mana left, no remnants remaining. And that's a kill into Roche for Tidebound, it looks like.
It's a really scary place for your cult to fight, right? If you don't get the kills, you are inviting Tidebound to, hey, go for that, nighttime Roshan. Kind of simplify the moves. We'll see if your cult want to try and contest this. They do have Omni Slash and a Blink Dagger on the Slardar.
I see an opening. Straight onto Planet. With that jump and Omni Slash to get the kill. And Roshan, well, the move back in. Disruption save. New and Shiro were trying to back away while Zeal, Fly. Don't really have enough control here to deal with the Queen of Pain. It's all down to the crush and the chains. And without the Ember Spirit alive, we'll have to give up on the go there. But Roshan's still half health.
But it is a good move from your cult, though. Like, to pressure this Roshan, don't allow them to do it, but they have to stay in the area. If they leave the area now, Tidebound will just walk straight back into the pit. Already they're going. They don't have any points of Shadow Poison from Shadow Demon. So having to use the Illuminate for vision. Yeah.
Echoes blinks into this one, though. He's got Cold Embrace and a Lotus Orb to protect him while Roshan is nearly dead.
Children.
Zeal's looking for an entry point, but Y cancels his blink. Echoes will blink away, and a good tree bushwhack there. Moon needs that disruption just to keep him alive. So Roshan dies, Aegis for Shiro. Yakult Bro still poking here with a jump in from Zeal and exposes him. Tidebound turns swiftly. New has been left a little stranded against Moon, though, and with an Illuminate across the front, they'll get that kill. Maybe more if Moon can just find a little bit of vision here on the Wyvern or the Hoodwink. There's not enough gas left to chase. He tries it with a slight chains, but just clears out the wave.
Yeah, Cole just didn't have enough damage, right? With the Juggernaut using his Omni Slash to kill the Hoodwink at the very start of that first Roshan contest, you move towards the second one, and it kind of feels like it's Ember and Kotl versus the world, right? Like, it's the Illuminates, it's the slight chains, the Vessel from the Ember, shackering the Ember again to try and get more damage into the fight. But if Moon's not there, what can they do? And we're going to see the replay here. Shadow Demon instantly gets caught at the start by the Queen of Pain. Cold Embrace keeps him alive, and just everyone's throwing everything into a shield ruined Cold Embrace Queen of Pain. You get the Roshan for free, you kite back, and this is the stage of the fight where maybe if your cult had a little bit more in the tank, a couple more resources, they could convert Moon's aggression, but they just don't. The Wyvern just being an absolute menace in this fight, right? The Cold Embrace of the Queen, the self-Cold Embrace. He does heal himself here rather than the Centaur. You could argue maybe the Centaur could live, but honestly, it doesn't really matter. Like, he's just doing so much that your cult aren't able to skirmish their way into a comeback. Like, they have 3 kills to their name, and I don't want to overhype the Winter Wyvern too much, but it kind of feels like without the Winter Wyvern, they would have like 4 or 5 more kills across some of these engagements, even in the laning phase, right, on the Ursa. So, yeah, props to Wyvern.
That's a super sick pick. Into, like, you see Slardar, Jug, Shadow Demon, and you just think, okay, nice. This is a great Wyvern pick for Y. They're coming in behind. Shiro bubbled by Tianming, but that only delays your death. Unstoppable Ursa right now. Even just thinking about like the whole. Oh, hang on, is Ember Spirit going to be able to TP here? New won't quite have enough vision to get the stomp down. But even just thinking about the entry into that Roche fight, right? It was like the fight around Tier 1 Tower at top lane on Dire side. Then the next fight around Roshan, the reset, then fight back in. By that time, Tidebound had got all these items. Lotus Orb on the Centaur was huge. The Kaya Sand was already done on the Queen of Pain. His Ursa has Battle Fury Blink, while the Juggernaut's like, well, I have Battle Fury and Blade of Alacrity. So I just don't feel like they're quite there.
We just saw the items appear on the screen, right? But for glance value, Radiant versus Dire items, like Dire, you feel like every item's like, oh wow, that's like you could do something. And Radiant, it's like, I put a Yasha.
Yeah, I'm gonna farm more.
Like, wait, I got a Blink. Ooh, it's like these are kind of like cheap items, but they don't feel as impactful as anything you just mentioned for Tidebound.
Especially when you're behind, you kind of want this big Radiance timing or BKB timing. All you've got are these little incremental items that maybe could be the stepping stones for success in the future, but here they're not accomplishing an awful lot.
and why he is going to do the build. He's just going for drum into blink. I think mainly blink was the key item I was looking for in the draft, and yeah, second item, he wants to be the playmaker.
Well, drum
Love
was
to
the
see
item
it.
I was looking for, so.
There we go. All right, this wasn't a contest, Gareth. I don't know what's happening here.
Why can't it be a contest?
Do you want to talk about it?
Well,
like
I'm
we
just proving we're
unlocked something
both
in you.
right. You know, you wanted the blink,
Oh.
I wanted the drums. Yeah, we
No,
can both come out on top.
No, of course we can. We should. Everyone should be winners in life. No one should be a loser.
Why are you so
or wrong.
defensive?
I'm uncomfortable.
It's fine, don't worry. Don't worry, we've got a team fight. We've got to jump in from two heroes that just get pushback straight up. Zeal can't even land a crush because of Planet outplaying him. Now Winter's Curse into New, stepping on Zeal. Centaur versus the Slardar. We know who comes out on top in this one. Another bushwhack, the control on the Ember clears out Moon. Well, Zeal will slip away through the river. The chase continues, echoes once more, while Shiro has found Tianming, the immediate bash! Oh, of course he does. Zeal gets stomped into the ground. 3-16. We're getting closer and closer to the big old meme as Boca, Glimmer, TP home. Any stuns? Oh, of course. Planet is there in the nick of time. This Hoodwink has done a number on Jackal Bros this game.
Yeah, Planet is just owning in this game, right? Just constantly connecting on the aggression. We already praised the Wyvern to great lengths, and behind the Sage, you then have the aggression, right? Like the 1-2 punch that you would love to see from any support hero. Defensive capabilities with aggression. The Wyvern and the Hoodwink are doing everything for them. You gotta ask for your cult, like, why are you making this move? You know you're down in the game. You know Fly, your carry, hasn't been able to really punch into any of these big fights. He has the Manta, he has Battle Fury. Like, he's farming relatively well. You don't want to accelerate Ursa's game by feeding away more kills. Let your Jug get to the Butterfly, create a timing to play around. But instead, they keep making these, like, 2-3-man moves, even the 4-man move we just saw, and it's just gonna hurt your carry's entry in the game. It's a 1-2 juggernaut. Like, he's like one fight away from never being able to fight again. It feels like, at least.
So what do you think, you know, I mean, looking at this game, it's a stomp, right? 3-17,
Yes.
we're minute 23. Is this, like, you know, retrospectively, is this an outdraft? Is this outplay? Skill gap?
Is
Is Wyvern such a sick pick that's just like, gotcha?
It could be a combination of not respecting what Wyvern does because they've just not played against it in like hundreds of games post-TI. And then if they did respect Wyvern, the game would be a lot closer. But they've kind of invited themselves into some silly fights where traditionally you don't take that fight knowing the Wyvern's on the enemy team, right? So I think it's a combination of just not respecting Wyvern and also just skill diff between the two teams.
Another swift move. Another pushback from Planet. Another kill on Zeal. Shiro is godlike on this Ursa warrior. No Roshan for him to munch on just yet, but there's plenty more kills on the map to be had, and New might just find one himself with a bash out of this Ursa. They stop the TP that probably wouldn't have completed anyway.
I mean, it's also the fact that like Tianming just hasn't had a good game, right? Like he's 0-8-3 in the Shadow Demon. He died in laning phase. He was level 6, like on the second Wisdom. Like it took him so long to enter the game. But your Ember was having a good time, right? Keeper Light was having a good time. Like, if you could bring these 3 heroes into contention, Zeal had an early Blink Dagger. Like, there is an argument that the early game could be so much better for your cult if they played differently, if they made different smokes, if the Shadow Demon had better levels. Like, yeah, I would argue this is more of a play problem than draft. Like, I like their draft. Like, they have so many little things to use, but
Then
didn't really connect.
So then we have to come back to the lane swap, right? Where Tianming, usually a POS 5 player playing safe lane with his carry, was kind of forced to play off lane POS 4 here as a Shadow Demon. So maybe not something he's super comfortable with. This could be one of those Baboka shenanigans again, right? Where it's like you've tweaked it a little bit too much.
Yeah. I mean, I like Kotal Sada off lane. It kind of makes sense. You just wave shove, SD dies again for the 9th time.
Yeah. Well, that's what we assumed, right? We assumed it was Slardar Kotal, Shadow Demon with 5, but this is just Jackal Bros being picked apart. 1 kill to go.
Yeah, the argument is a Shadow Demon 5 playing into Hoodwink Centaur, you won't do anything, and the Jug will just constantly get clipped by the Shadow Demon, pressured by the Centaur body. So I can see why. Like, they want Jug to have a good time. No matter what 4 goes top lane, Slardar will be able to farm. So it's like the trade is trying to bring more life, but yeah, it didn't really work.
Where's Moon going? I'm trying to find farm anywhere. I also always like these kind of early gem pickups. Wyverns just grab one, knowing that they are super far ahead. The only real way to come back into this is a bit of vision where they can blink Crush into Omni Slash or something. So you remove all control of the map here from the Aqua Bros. The Fly will get his spin off before the stomp lands. Solar Bind countered by the Lotus Orb, the Stampede to turn back as Shiro goes in and just blows up the Slardar. Sonic Wave does a decent amount of damage too as the Omni Slash is countered by the Golden Embrace. Now the Juggernaut is exposed, taken out of the game. Not really much you can do there when your ulti is hard countered by a support basic spell. A Winter's Curse is going to continue this fight as well. Echoes and Shiro find the backline Cottle as he tries to tuck into trees, and the Ember Spirit remnants off to the right-hand side, so at least Moon survives.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The silence says it all, I think.
You got any plans for lunch, mate? Or...
Well, I had some cheese on toast earlier.
Oh,
actually,
banging.
I've realized I've said cheese on toast, and you were imagining something, and it's actually I had cream cheese on toast.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was thinking like a mature cheddar,
Melted
thinly
cheese.
sliced on a. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I realized I've misspoken. No, you know you get cheese and onion sandwiches. That kind of cream cheese with cheese and onion stuff. I made my own sandwich filling, I guess, and I put it, freshly buttered, toasted in a pan, sourdough bread with some of that, mature cheddar in cream cheese with chives and salt and garlic powder. Oh, they're so good.
Oh, does sound quite nice, to be fair. I've had no food today. I've had just a single cup of coffee, so we're running on pure Dota at the moment.
Time to start meal prepping.
Yeah. I mean, that is a mature thing to do.
Yeah, we recently bought a freezer because our little freezer was getting full of all my meal prep stuff. So it's like, literally buy a freezer so I can fill it with more food.
I did buy a freezer. I've done the same thing, but I've just not done the meal prepping.
It's the first step. The first step to glory.
There we go. Yeah. Unfortunately, they don't have any steps to glory here. They are just waiting
you want to talk about the game?
No, not really. I was just trying to I was doing that thing where, like, do you know when we don't talk about the game? You have to segue to a quick update to then go back to what we're talking about, you know?
Because someone in chat will be like, why are these guys waffling about non-game stuff? Yeah.
Exactly. Anyway, as you were saying, Gareth.
Yeah, I was brought up in kind of big families, so the only way I know how to cook is for like 10 people. So when I cook a curry or a chili or like, I don't know, whatever, shepherd's pie, it is a big old portion. So now, half of it goes in the freezer for later.
That is what I will be doing. I need to become you, Gareth. That's what I want to be.
Oh, you'll get there in 7 years, don't worry.
Yes.
I don't know if you'll get my luscious ginger hair though.
Respectfully, I'll pass. As a bald man,
You do pull off the bald.
It doesn't tickle my fancy. All right, Tidebound. We're going to do that thing where we can talk about the game again for a second. All right, Tidebound. Here's your moment. There is a disperse from the Juggernaut. Respect this, and then you shall win the game. You jump the Ember. You kill the Ember. Godlike on Shiro. Thank you so much.
Okay, so the game is going to end soon, right? So who on Tidebound is the hero you focus? Like you know as Yakult Bros, you're kind of thinking, okay, this game's over. We go for one more fight. Who do they dogpile? Who do you all in on?
I mean, you start with the Wyvern, all right?
Okay.
Get rid of the Cold Embrace, get rid of the Winter's Curse. Then you look to deal with the tankiness of the Tricore.
And you cannot touch this Ursa right now. Look at him.
No.
He's a monster.
He's a big boy. He also has the MKB, right? Uncontested game, has the MKB. If Jug even shows himself, you disappear. Noob just picked up a heart. That guy's got 4,300 HP, picking up one of the weaker items in the game, but he doesn't care. He wants to be a big boy.
Does he have a shard yet?
Oh, Jug!
Oh, Jug.
Oh, okay, well.
Jug. Yeah.
GG!
So they don't even get...
No, there's not a fight.
Well, That sure was a Dota 2 video game. 3-29. Tidebound, very convincing in game one. Yeah, I think there's a lot of harsh words from the Yakla Bros between themselves, figuring out all of the things that went wrong in that one. And look at Shiro, some confidence and happiness. We've not seen a smile from him in ages.
Yeah, Tidebound, just a clean Dota game, right? Honestly, the easiest takeaway is we got to see Wyvern. It was just cool to see, refreshing, and I'd love if other teams respect this hero just a bit more when you see a meta built around Slardar and Juggernauts. Like, there is life to it, and it does help that your cult were very passive in the early game. Normally against Wyvern, you see this like collapse on the safe lane tower, the supports running over the Wyvern in the early game, but it didn't happen, right? We were already our first highlight of the game. It's a 2-for-11 scoreline, 17 minutes in where Tidebound get the Aegis, you could argue for free. So yeah, your cult, they need to do more in the laning phase if they are to try and beat Tidebound.
Yeah, it just wasn't good. Good sign for Tidebound though, actually stepping up, finding a bit of flavour in their draft. The Winter Wyvern looked very good. We kind of talked that one to death, but I think it's still worth highlighting. And Shiro playing this Ursa, who hits his timings. Allows the team to play around him very aggressively. But it's a very simple, straightforward game. Like we've literally gone from what, minute 16 to minute 30 where the Jug just gets jump stunned and killed, GG called. Not really too much to this one. Shake it off, brush it off as Yakla Bros think about game 2, game 3 maybe. As it is a best of 3, so more chances to develop and try and find your way. The path, though, it shortens for Yakla Bros as Tidebound will take game 1, and we will take a break and come back for the rest of the series.
A bad bloody time.
What up?
So how's DreamLeague going for you?
You mean like, am I enjoying the games, or?
No, more like, do you think our casting is going well?
You think about that?
What do you mean? You don't?
It's DreamLeague. The more you care, the less people enjoy.
I don't know if that's true.
It's true. Dota fans don't want things too polished.
Maybe.
There needs to be spaces for an event in Dota that's more relaxed. Just take BTS. Rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
The best part of those events was it was just people hanging out. It was raw, unfiltered, behind the scenes look.
Yeah, people do like the behind the scenes stuff.
Yeah. You don't want to script too much.
No, that would definitely not be what the fans want.
Definitely.
Definitely.
And cut. Everything good?
Good.
We got it?
I think that was the take.
Nice. Hey, thank you very much.
Anything else? Thanks. Great, guys. Great.
Hey, Colbin, it's 5 minutes till Team Spirit shuttle, so can you get the team together? Thanks.
Maidenless manager, thou knowest what thou'st must do. Thou must quest for to subdue thine most powerful Dota fiends, whomsteth lay waiting in wait in the perilous luxury player hotel. Oh. Only then, and with thine acquisition of the golden ring, will thou'st enter the shuttle too. Oh, there it is. There's the ring. Good, that's done. Check. As it were. Thou must travel to the dark recedes of the man caves. brave the forbidden lands of the practice rooms.
I am Miposhka, favorite son of my babushka, and I have never abandoned the pup. No!
Journey to the grand feasteries to interrupt their munchy time.
Sorry.
Your most insurmountable challenge lay last. The loathsome Durachio Eater. The Skeeter Star Scourge. Cool friend of Ame. Your dog.
Okay, you ready to go?
Yeah, let's go.
Nice, bro. Sick. Based, even. Indeed.
Yes, it's finally complete. My once-a-year Dota Labs update that no one asked for, that will completely ruin the game once and for all. Our first invention this year, Humorous, is one that will change Dota forever. Imagine you're in a game, and you've received 80% magical damage. An annoying alert will pop up when you go to buy an item, and it will ask if you'd like to purchase BKB or Eternal Shroud if permitted on the hero.
We already have that. That's in the game with the magic wand notification. It says you need to use your wand.
For new players, not for experienced ones. I'm talking about Immortal matchmaking. An Immortal PA gets an alert from their support that says, buy BKB.
Okay, that's a good idea. People would want that.
No, it's an evil idea because it's very annoying for them. Okay, very well. For the second evil plan, and this one is much worse.
Okay.
On weekend Dota, after midnight,
yes,
I will enact a system to test your sobriety. You have to walk down a lane without getting lost, and then, only then, can you play ranked if you're not inebriated.
That's just another good idea. People don't want to play with drunk people.
Yes, they do. I'm only inebriated when I play on Dota at 2 a.m., my friend.
That's why you have a 20% win rate and no friends. Nobody wants to play with you.
Oh. Friends. Humorous. Fantastic point. For my last evil plan is the evilest of all. Immortal matchmaking. I will create an immortal matchmaking feature that will allow people to play with their friends on the same team.
Oh, Dota with friends? That'll never last.
Their in real life friendships will be ripped apart as they feed on Curse the Maiden.
Your test results are back, and I'm afraid it's serious. Seb, I'm sorry to tell you this, but you're at a critical juncture. If you retire one more time, you're gonna be staying here forever.
No problem. C'est la vie, doctor. I'm a Dota player. Retirement follow cat rules. I can retire 9 times.
Yes, cat rules, everybody knows that, but Seb, How many times have you retired?
I'm not really like an analyst player. I'm more of a gut player.
Oh, okay. Should we just check your Twitter then?
No. Let's not read that. Let's see. There was Quanti Gaming at TI3.
They know Aegis is down, and they want to take a fight now. Ben's going to cut them off on the backline. Cost strength, and where's the Stormhammer? He's got the board!
Et putain, you stunned the f***ing board?
Oh, that one hurts.
I haven't won a tournament in 7 years. Could always be talent.
Awesome play by Zaya. It was just impressive.
No.
Nah, man. I can't coach OG right now. I'm with Monkey Freedom Fighters. Wait, what? What do you mean Sing Sing wants to become a streamer? I can see what happens. It's all about discipline and focus.
One of my teams.
That's it. I retire from retiring.
That one doesn't count, right? Like, retire from retirement? Fine. Alright, then there was TI.
All my dreams came true. I think I never have to play Dota again. I want TI. I think I never have to play Dota again. I want TI. Again. Merci. Is that soy milk?
So how many retirement is that? Like 3?
Seb, that's your 8th retirement. That's 7 too many. You're down to your last one. If you want my prescription, not that you're probably gonna listen to it, you need to get rid of the stress, no major life changes. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to put you in a room next to Zai.
Hello.
Doctor, what could happen? 1 sec. Hello? What's that you said? The baby's coming? Oh, I really have been playing too many pubs.
Your son will understand.
Welcome back, everybody. DreamLeague Season 27 continuing here as we get back into our first series of the day. Tidebound versus the Yakult Bros. So far, a 1-0 for Tidebound, continuing their streak of, I can't remember, it's like 4 series in a row. They've been winning against the Yakult Bros so far. It wasn't even close, an absolute stomp. But T, there were some highlights there. I mean, primarily the Winter Wyvern for Y was a great pick. Looked cool, interesting. Who is Wyvern? What does she do? Why is she here?
The old cold embrace. What a beautiful, beautiful concept. There we go. I just want to see it more. I feel like after that one game, there were so many moments where it's like the cold embrace would keep open a fight, and it's like, unless you have like a Leshrac or something that can just do a ton of damage during cold embrace, you are unkillable. So yeah, I love the pick from Tidebound. You could argue that there were some mid heroes that were available for Moon to pick up to try and punish a cold embraced hero, but again, they went for an Ember. Still, in the upcoming draft for Tidebound, keep doing what you're doing. It's clearly working out in the series we saw yesterday, the series we're seeing now. Like, we're seeing a Tidebound have confidence, and that was a big thing they were missing in day one. And then for your Colt, you just got to do better in lanes. I think there's so many different points we could probably mention for them that it'd probably eat the entire draft and what they could do better for the second game. But yeah, just Tianming, you can't die like 4 times in laning phase and be level 4 at minute like 14. Like, you just can't do this in competitive Dota.
It just made everyone's life harder. Like, Zeal had a decent timing on the blink. You know, we had this Ember Spirit who had Spirit Vessel, but by that point, you know, Tidebound were in a position where if they just brought numbers to every fight, it was very difficult to collapse on a hero and kill them. We'll see if they make, you know, any big adaptations in the draft. See if we get a Wyvern ban, or just don't pick up. You know, the wild thing is we kind of like this SD Jug Slardar opening until the Wyvern came out, because it was such a good answer to it. So maybe you just don't show the double core too early on and give yourself some wiggle room there to see what comes out. So far, though, pretty standard stuff. Like in Bat, some focused bans against Yakult Bros players and heroes. Marcy, Timbersaw, some of the meta bans here. Will we see Jakiro? Oh, we won't see Naga. Ooh, was that? Hang on, was that game without Dragon Knight? No, he was banned. Never mind. I got so excited there.
No, yeah, it was a little clutch single ban.
Ban 12.
Yeah, ban 12.
10 seconds remaining.
And no Jakiro either.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah. We'll see if the Shadow Demon does get banned out. Of course, that's the last of like the big band that we do see on the graphic in the top left. Again, quite a beautiful little graphic that ESL does have. They ban out the Dragon Knight. They take the Centaur. It does invite your Cult just to take the Shadow Demon, right? When you think about counters to Centaur, disrupting a stampeded hero is really nice. It does progress the draft for them. Other heroes that you would look towards would be the Gyrocopter or the Ursa for more of a laning counter, but we have seen how Ursa can struggle if there is a good 4 position in the lane for the Centaur to be protected by. So I think I'd prefer to see either Gyro or Shadow Demon. They're like the stable draft progressing heroes.
And, do you think Tianming wants to play Shadow Demon again? He's probably screaming, no!
Surely Vivoka plays it, but just a Terrorblade just locking in the hero in. Okay, that is, as I hiccup my way through of this draft, Terrorblade, yeah, I mean, it's a strong hero. In regards to the carries that we see, Terrorblade will always outscale most of the carries, like Ursas and Dragon Knights. Right, even like a Marcy carry it does have an eventual problem into a Terrorblade, but to pick it this early on, you are offering up Tidebound to find just early game heroes that can poke the Terrorblade, annoy his entry to 3-4 items.
It feels like a lot of the TB counters don't really exist anymore in terms of meta or pick priority. Like, we don't see that Elder Titan too much. The Zeus very rarely gets played nowadays either. It's just all about these Radiance buyers, you know. We might see the Brewmaster come out for Tidebound, put the Centaur into the mid lane or something to have a bit of fun. Well, honestly, TB has looked very strong. Like through Blast, he was definitely on the rise, and he gives you so many avenues of play, right? The tower push, the lane cutting with illusions, playing through your Metamorphosis always feels very strong, but it can give openings when that meta's down for your opponents to swarm the map.
I would argue that Terrorblade, in regards to carry, is probably, it should be picked earlier in drafts, right? Like when you used to pick a Jug or a Gyrocopter kind of blind, I think Terrorblade has the same possibility because your laning phase is relatively stable as long as your 5 position respects what the counters are to be. Like I think Terrorblade is very, very, very strong. Underused, I think, in the patch.
Yeah, and he really thrives when you have this kind of multi-level support system. You know, no Shadow Demon here, but having the Ringmaster, the little save. You know, we used to have the Oracle come in, just allowing you to get your Sunder off. So you've always got that backup plan to keep the TB alive. He does need a fair amount of control and team fight in front of him. Someone to frontline, someone to back him up. Get the full use out of him.
You just need to have good control though, right? Like with Terrorblade, you cannot have the moments where you press meta and then Tidebound get to freely disengage. So of course Centaur already ticks that box really nicely. You see meta used, you press Stampede, you're trading a repositioning tool for the primary damage source of a Terrorblade. So for your Occult, it does look like they need to have, again, great ban from Tidebound with the Mars, but they need that like really clear lockdown of like, this guy is stunned, he has to die to meta right clicks right now. I don't allow the Stampede to have any effect.
Yeah.
Of course, the classics there would be like a Tidehunter, because then you can utilize Dead in the Water to cap their move speed, is an option.
That's a good shout. Yeah, I was looking at Primal as another one.
Sure.
With Slaughter and Mars both banned.
Yeah.
But
Just
now
anything which is like reliable
by
lockdown, yeah.
Magic damage galore. Skareth in lane, Sanking Sky, Centaur. This trio can move around and kill TB at any point in the match. So now Jakob Bros, that gives more credence to Tide, right? Because you're like, we want this control hero and we want a pipe buyer.
Yeah, no, again, I feel like we call for Tide like every other draft, but it doesn't always come in. I feel like some teams are just missing the beat on the hero a bit, but
like they're gonna pick Axe instead, you know?
Yeah, it would just be some other somewhat pipe buying hero.
It's like, Zeal, what do you want to play? Can we get away with like an Enigma or something?
It's quite an interesting setup though for Tidebound, right? Because they're protecting both their 5 and carry in the draft. So they really are forcing your cult like, hey, please reveal something before we lock in our heroes in your cult. They go for just a bit of pacing, right? With the Pangolier and the Chen, they do bring some good tempo in the early game. Like the drum on the Chen, the diffuse on the Pangolier, like they're ready to go make things happen. And of course, you talk about magic damage and burst from Tidebound. If they are to find a pipe buying hero in the later pick, you then put the Chen mech kills plus a pipe on the offlane. Like,
yeah,
your cult are going to be able to deal with the early game Tidebound.
Are you worried this is falling into the trap that we were talking about at the start of the day, and we've been talking about whenever we've cast some of these Chinese teams, that this is maybe too slow in terms of hitting their timings? Like, can Jakob Bros skirmish? Can they fight early on with a Chen and a Ringmaster as their supports?
They can if the offlane pick enables it. I think like Pangolier naturally will look for fights, right? He wants to be a little bit crazy on the map, and that will then play into, okay, does Terrorblade have meta? Let's go to him. Let's go use his meta to go take a tower. But if the offlaner is very static, then you have problems. Like outside of meta timing, you are going to be waiting for things to happen, and of course Tidebound, they'll happily just use that time to farm up their own auras, their own initiating tools, and be ready. So your cult do have the tools to do it, but you have to want to be playing forward. You can't have that mindset of just hit creeps. Tidebound, they take the Gyrocopter. So if you do move to a tower, I would be so afraid. Like Chen can't go and like do some old school Chen of like, I bring creeps with like one hero, let's go take a tower. There's gonna be a cooldown in your face. There'll be a sandstorm protecting the tower. It's gonna be very scary to go to early objectives for your cult.
They're banning out the Ember. So they're looking at this as an offlane Panga then, huh? or just covering their bases because of that flex.
Yeah, I think they're covering their bases.
It could be Ember and Tide ban here.
Yeah, I do feel like the offlane bans have higher value because I think Pango to offlane doesn't really pack the punch that your cult need. You suddenly have like a damage dealing offlaner with a playmaking mid, and if they don't connect, then Terrorblade's kind of on an island by themselves. So I do feel like big offlane pipe buying bans would be the good approach, but the argument there is Gyrocopter does pressure those type of offlaners, so maybe they don't need to ban them out.
Ban out the Bristle instead.
Yeah, pretty good Bristle pick, right? It could buy the pipe that we mentioned and also Lotus to then get rid of Ancient Soul from the Scarif Mage, keep returning the rocket throughout the entire game of the Gyrocopter. It's annoying.
Oh, well, I'm saying we don't see him very often, but this is an old school hero against the TB.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
That.
Right?
So amps up all your magic damage, which you've got a shit ton of, removes all the TB's armor. I mean, ET still works this way, right? I've not seen him in so long. Has he changed much?
No, exactly. That is exactly what happens. Of course, the armor reduction is on the hero and the magic is based on the spirit, but you put the spirit out and Sanking Sky will thank you immensely. Of course, the ET needs to be in proximity of the Terrorblade to reduce his armor, but yeah, it is a great counter to any heroes that have, base armor and of course just magic resistance reductions with your damage. Your cult, they do go for the axe at the very end of the draft, but he does apply. Yeah, of course they don't want Tidehunter. It's always these heroes.
It's always axe. He does buy pipe now,
But again,
though, to be fair.
He buys pipe. He also gains armor, so he doesn't really care about ET, right? Because he can buff his own armor up. It's not base.
Yeah.
So the additional armor is kind of ignored by ET. So that's kind of a nice little combination to think about throughout the game.
The green armor.
Yeah, green armor, good VET.
White armor,
Like
bad.
if there ever was a world where like Terrorblade buys like AC or something, it would be this game. I don't want to see it. It's kind of pointless. You still can just go Manta Scardy into like Daedalus and just BKB, stand your ground, but you just kill the ET before he gets on top of you.
Yeah, maybe slot in like a Dragonlance or Pike in there at some point.
Yeah, exactly. Like you don't need to overreact to the ET realistically. If you are Terrorblade, like you have so many heroes to help you out. Again, your cults lineup, it's a lot more do stuff compared to game one. My fear for them is like you are kind of running into a Tidebound that wants to react. Like ET wants to invite you into a choke point, get a 2-3 man stomp to then set up for the Sand King or set up for the Gyrocopter, right? So if your cult are to be aggressive with the Axe and the Pangolier in the early game, they need to execute cleanly. You make mistakes, you feed into Tidebound, they will just keep using that punishment and just send it back at you with like a 5,000-10,000 gold lead at the 20-minute mark.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm just really struggling to envision these kind of early mid-game fights and how Yakult Bros enter them. In an ideal world, right, they're going to be pressuring with Chen, pushing towards towers, setting things up to kind of control the map a little bit. But I've seen a ton of this Axe where he just, waits until pipe, then he's waiting until blink blade mail, doesn't get a lot done on the map. I guess he can still go for this Helm of the Dominator and try and drag waves and delay things out. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being negative. I see this Yakult Bros lineup as wanting to drag the game out as long as possible and hope that Tidebound don't run over them.
Yeah, like that's kind of one way of looking at it. The other one is, what if the Axe gets the Helm of Dom at a good timing, has a pipe, you pair that with the Diffusal of the Pangolier. These two heroes are constantly running in, forcing the Centaur, the Sand King, the Gyrocopter to use all their spells. And then behind that aggression, Terrorblade kind of slots in and goes, I'm here to help out, right?
And
the issue is, it's very, it's like high skill, high execution, right? Type of lineup for your cult. And how they played game one, it doesn't blend with, their game one performance, the type of draft they now have in game two. Because also, like, when we talk about the lockdown and how good Stampede is for Centaur, and Terrorblade wanting the fight to be in one location, the lockdown they have available is an Act Call or a Rolling Thunder.
Yeah.
The Wheel of Wonder on Ringmaster isn't really a reliable lockdown to use in these moments, so in theory, Tidebound should always be able to go, meta is used, we disengage. Like, every single time.
This is where Tianming's Chen gets like 3 wild wings and just hurricanes people back into the fight.
That would be so sick. Mid stampede, it's like push.
Yeah, just hurricane. That's the play. Because yeah, Tidebound have a lot of point and click, attack move down a lane. A draft that almost plays itself in terms of execution in team fights. You set up with an ET Stomp, follow through with Sanking who blinks in, or Centaur stampedes forward. Mystic Flare has a bunch of partners here, or Scarlet has a bunch of partners here to play with through the Mystic Flare damage. But laning phase is always going to be this difficult period for teams that are struggling at a tournament and haven't looked particularly good recently. We'll see how they do up top with Chen Terrorblade into a Centaur Sky. So far, Tianming just burning through the mana of the Scarlet Mage to reduce any of that harassment. And bottom lane, ET Gyro into Axe Ringmaster. Usually ET wants to be getting his spirit damage, running at people and punching, but the darts and stuff from the Ringmaster can kind of make that difficult to trade.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the most enjoyable lane for the ET. Especially if the Axe and the Ringmaster play together. At the moment, they're kind of independent. So ET was able to get a couple right clicks off on the Ringmaster, but we'll see how that progresses. For now, Gyrocopter is top net worth, and also mid lane is just gonna, in theory, should just be a trader farm between the two heroes. But I think bot lane is so critical for your cult. They need Zeal to have a good game. They need him to kind of get to the item timings and kind of enable that aggression that we're hoping to see from them.
He just missed uphill on the courier. Very sad. Almost had the snipe. What do you reckon about this mid laner? You said it's just a farm trade, but do you think there's the potential skill gap could be a difference maker? Is Moon well versed on this? Pango? Can Sanking find a solo kill? That kind of business?
I mean, Moon did play some Pango back in the day. Of course, with Sanking, you just need to respect the little caustics, right? Am I in a position where I can get a couple creeps around me? But I'd be so surprised if anyone died in that lane. You'd have to be just really hands off the wheel. Oopsie, I've blundered it.
Yeah, so far very even. And up top, Flyflies pop that Metamorphosis. Try and get some chip damage in onto New. Secure all these last hits. There. Tidebound have a big wave arriving though. It's going to come down to Chen reclaiming access to his small camp, which he has sentryed, but I don't know if he's found the enemy sentry yet. Now he has. A courier snipe for Planet. Flyfly tries to put the courier inside of his hero. Try to block the damage, but unable to do so. This is a Terrorblade having a very good lane so far. 19-8. Well, Echoes goes in behind. Oh, hang on. Have I cursed Flyfly?
Yeah,
I think this one might be on me. Yeah, that's entirely my fault. Yeah.
As soon as you said it, I was like, they have spells and the Chen's not next to him. He should be dying. Wait, what? Why? Sanking, brother?
Yeah, and it's Sanking, who is behind tower, putting pressure on Moon, gets ganked by Baboka. Now, ET's come across. I don't know if he wins this fight. He's going to have to run away as Y. Pango bottling up. Might have another couple of spells ready to push forward onto this ET. Water Rune and the speed of the other Titan. That's enough with the Windlace to get a gap. But yeah, Sand King dying there.
Sure. Okay. Well, that shouldn't really happen. But of course, Moon, he did have the sentry available from the Chen that it was given to him. So when the Sand King did go into Sandstorm behind tower, he just places the sentry behind tower, goes for the kill. I think Echoes just assumed he was unkillable, but yeah. A rare death from a mid Sand King who often just kind of shoves waves and doesn't really puts himself in any pressure position.
Yeah, he's always going to have the access to these stacks, though. Scarith Mage is making a ton of them and dewarding that high ground obs back in the triangle. There's a lot to fall back on there for Echoes to pick up the pieces of his laning stage.
Yeah, I'd like to see Tidebound look towards invading the enemy triangle, right? When you have Sand King Skyruff, Gyrocopter, sorry, you have so many tools of like early game damage that you can step up into an enemy area, defend it through your spells, but also farm it with the tools of your cores, right? It is a natural objective to look for. We'll see if they want to go for it. At the moment they are trying to kill off Zeal.
There's a lot of magic damage with Planet coming in. ET, Skarath, Gyro, Axe down. And that's one of the issues here. You know, Baboka's kind of come into mid to help out Moon a couple of times. You're leaving Zeal stranded there, so just a little movement from Tidebound to get the numbers advantage. But they don't get the active rune.
Stacks.
Oh, they're going to steal it. Well, both sides are going to steal it. Moon with a DD going to the opposing triangle, and Sand King waiting to see if anyone comes up this high ground. Yeah, Sandstorm and the Caustic going to pop out some of these neutrals.
It's a triple each way. Both teams had a triple stack, so both teams are kind of even. Does it count as stealing if you're just trading it?
I guess it's down to the Wisdom Shrine now. Who gets control of these? Because Yackle Bros are making a move for it. New is all the way behind top tier 2, so he's nowhere near. I think ET and Gyro quickly realizing that they have to pierce in towards that Wisdom Shrine, along with the Sand King. And Planet, he's just being eyed up by Moon, going for the Rolling Thunder. No jukes. You can't break the ankles of a ball. A spherical object will just come rolling in on you. While New did actually come back here to guard the shrine. Echoes arrived, so double shrine for Tidebound. I thought that was just a gimme. I thought Chen and Pango would have it, but Pango splitting efforts there. Gives the double to Tidebound.
Not a fan of that one, right? Like, Moon going for the kill. Yeah, like, 7 minutes is so important. You're using Rolling Thunder just for a cheap Skyriff kill. Of course, this guy's going to take that every day of the week, right? Like, offer himself up.
And look at how far behind this Axe is. He's 500-600 gold behind the rest of the pack. He's got triple rings, phase boots, nowhere near his helm, nowhere near that pipe. It feels like he's going to be dead weight for a while. And against this kind of lineup, it's very hard to skip as well, right? Gyro, Sky, ET can all stop you from TPing, can all do tons of magic damage.
It just takes one of them to just pretty much follow you, right? And then they'll kind of keep you in place either through sending a rocket on you or stomping you up, and then the other guy will come in to kind of do the killing blow, right? And that is the problem when you have kind of like Centaur versus Axe as like an offlane option. Centaur, you got your Helmadom just earlier. You don't need to buy these rings and just random cheap items to feel good in the lane. You get the Dom early, you then start making the double waves. You can do everything for free. It's just ludicrous. Echo's even epicentering the Ancient.
Yeah, go for it. There's contest here, though, from Moon and Baboka, but you've used the Shield Crash and the Swashbuckle, and you're going to get stampeded and stomped. Yeah, I don't think Moon's having a particularly good one. So that's going to be full stacks for Tidebound. They were also stealing farm from the Terrorblade with new Centaur. Just no bothers at all. I did wonder. So Pango, I feel like from the mid lane, I've seen quite often skip boots and just rush Diffusal Blade. And if he didn't have boots here, he would potentially have it and feel much stronger. What are your thoughts on like boots in this situation?
Being brutally honest, it kind of feels like Moon's kind of revealing the fact that he maybe hasn't played top level pubs for recent time.
That's the answer I was kind of angling for.
Yeah, because again, like we just said, he's ranked like 800 on the leaderboard, which is like low 12k, maybe even high 11k. Like, he is a legacy player from SEA.
This is a good move though onto Shiro.
Yeah.
They're going to get the Rolling Thunder and Tame the Beast, and there's no reaction from the rest of Tidebound. So Moon finally connecting on something meaningful. Top lane, they're going to stop the Terrorblade from pushing too far forward either.
He needed something to go his way, right? Like the not contesting the 7, the kind of contesting stacks and dying. But he needed a move to connect, and it finally goes his way. He finally gets something on the board for him. Again, he's got a 2-1-1 scoreline. Like, it's not the worst scoreline. It's just certain motions you've seen from him just feels clunky compared to maybe what other players would have been doing at this stage.
Yeah.
And now Gyro is TPing back. Shiro loves just to auto TP back to lane. And Moon, he's still in position. Again, the Diffusal Blade isn't ready.
And Shiro's just going for Zeal. That's a
Just
ton of
1v3.
damage just dumped into the axe. I don't know if Jakob Bros were over-respecting what was going on down there, because Tidebound weren't gathered behind the Gyro. They are playing middle lane as well, finding Tianming. It's not as bad as game one, but it's still pretty bad here for Jakob Bros.
I mean, the net worth, right? All three cores in Tidebound are in the 5k net worth, right? Where only Terrorblade's just entering it now. Pango and Axe sitting around, 4.2, 4.4. It's Tidebound are going to be very happy with this early game. And sure, he does this TP like multiple times. We saw it on the Medusa game, right? Like he dies, he always TP back in. Like he doesn't care. It's like, this is my tower, I'm going to it. So I think teams can exploit that, and maybe that's what your Colt had done. With some replay review, knew Shiro had this tendency, but just they kind of second-guessed themselves, holding the high ground. Baboka and Moon just didn't want to commit, while Zill's like, guys, am I baiting? I thought we were baiting, and yeah.
Very much felt like that.
Yeah.
Well, a good read from Flyfly here, at least, with a scan. Seeing the smoke gank come in, Radiant scan doesn't connect, but the chase could still continue. Sand King and Scarth Mage are a very potent combo. As soon as that smoke breaks, you could expect Echoes just to make a jump forward. But they don't have any vision in this area, so it's a little spooky. Oh, Moon is smoked up with Baboka, heading down south again. Gyro has already evacuated this area, long gone out of that bottom area of the map.
Yeah, both carriers just reading the aggression. Meanwhile, Nu just has every skeleton in the game hitting this top tier 1. It's gone.
Echoes back to farming a little bit. Hasn't yet been able to find this big strike onto Jakob Bros' side of the map. Probably just going to chain smoke with a Scarth Mage. Yeah, they're going to go again. Is it maybe a twin gate play, though? Bait with Shiro's Gyro, try and play into that southern area. ET could scout into the bottom jungle. They're kind of itching for a fight here. It's been a decent period where Jakob Bros have dodged everything. But Zeal is very quickly going to see how much damage they can do, and very quickly, Planet finds the kill on Axe.
And Zeal has just traded his own farm just for the team, right? Like going for that straight pipe. You talk about itching for a fight, like they're itemizing for it as well. Like this is surely on respawn, 200 gold, go. Like I am really looking at your Colt to try and make something happen, but it's scary, right? You're gonna buy pipe on Axe, you got the Diffusal on Panglet, and you're gonna be hoping your Terrorblade joins you, but it's a Terrorblade with 1200 HP, a Yasha, a Falcon Blade. He doesn't have the Manta, he hasn't got like a pike or anything. There's no like survival tool for the Terrorblade to lean on. So if he does get dragged into this fight, he's running into an Epicenter, the Mystic Flare, the everything you mentioned on Tidebound, right?
Kitchen sink. Yeah.
The kitchen sink, exactly. So I'm actually really worried for your Colt. Like if their lanes went better, these items would potentially even break Tidebound at this phase of the game. But because there is a 2k lead for Tidebound, I don't think they're that afraid. If anything, it might even work into Tidebound's favor when your Colt cross the river and throw themselves into some of these maybe dangerous engagements. Okay, we'll see how they want to execute on it, but...
And another double Wisdom Shrine? Have Jakob Bros got any Wisdom Shrine this series?
Yes, in game 1 they went 1 for 1 on the first 2. Stop testing me, man. Stop testing me.
This has been rough for them, you know?
Yeah, that's fine.
If you don't know the answer, just treat my question as rhetorical.
There we go. If you asked me that in game 1, I would have just, I'd have agreed. I'm improving.
Hopefully Jakob Bros will improve as well. With a kill on Y. Stampede. Out of there. It does mean there's no... Oh, God, the Blink Epi with a Burrow Strike and Mystic Flare onto Moon. Just blow up a couple of the cores. Zeal protected somewhat by Baboka. The pipe kicks in as well. But with the Arcane Bolts flying through towards him, Nu really wants to chase down his counterpart. And we get ourselves through the trees, away with another Tame the Beast. Echoes can't quite reach here. And Zeal, the damage just keeps on flying from planet. But Fly, he's arrived from Metamorphosis, knowing there's no Stampede now, but there is a Stomp. Y will hold them back, sleep them up. And they know that Fly without Metamorphosis after this fight is a massive window for Tidebound to do whatever they want on the map.
Kind of worrying. What I said came true. Your call. Kind of baiting themselves.
If you make that kind of move, you have to be as one, right?
Yeah, it needs to be like all 5 heroes with a smoke. You find one guy, you utilize the Pangolier Diffusal to kind of hold him in place, get some clicks off. As you jump the Terrorblade, you save him with the pipe and then the escape hack. Like, it needs to be like this perfect layering of all 5 players playing their best. It can't be like Pango going in, then dying, then Axe going in, running away. Like, it's, you know, your back's against the wall. You've got 3 cores scaling on Tidebound. You make a mistake and they will just take over the game. And
New just got hundreds of gold there for like TB illusions, Chen creeps, all the business. Defends his tower. And Crimson Guard, he doesn't care about anything.
Yeah, I mean, in this game, there's not really a big need for a Lotus Orb or a pipe, right? It's mainly physical damage coming out from, you know, Axe, Terrorblade, and Pangolier.
Yeah.
So he gets to skip on that. Down the line, you could argue Lotus will be good to try and punish the Sunders of Fly, but yeah, love the Crimson pickup. He is just so tanky. He can walk to these random parts on the map and just farm whatever he wants. What was the position of the 2 teams coming into the series? Were they both sitting at a 1-2 scoreline, if I remember correctly?
I believe so. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right on that.
So the winner of this series will go 2-2. They will be, you know, in touching distance of that top 8, you know, the playoffs. Again, this format, if I got it correct, it is only the top 8 teams that do progress to a double elimination playoff bracket. The other, 16 teams do just get eliminated. So this is a very important series.
Yeah, I mean, also the fact that if you go, like, the 3 losses is kind of the cutoff point as well, right?
Correct, yes.
It's like not guaranteed out, but 3 losses is like pretty much out.
Yeah, the issue with the 3 losses is you are playing for other teams, right? And in any competition, you don't want to play hoping that, oh, this team has to win, this team has to lose, and you know, you want to be there because you earned it, you made your own strides. So again, the winner of this series, 2 for 2, keeping control of their own brackets. Moon trying his best to keep some life in his team. Again, the good thing for your cult is Terrorblade is the carry of the game, right? If we can like envision the late game, Hurricane Pike, BKB, Daedalus, Terrorblade can do some 1v9 shenanigans, but he just has to keep scaling, keep trying to get there. And, you know, in regards to net worth, he is the only core doing it.
Yeah.
For the dire side.
It does feel, oh man, New just finds a perfect opening. I was just about to say, Yackle Bros do feel quite reliant on their 2 saving supports to allow TB to flourish in this game. The Hand of God, the heals, the Escape Act in particular, to allow a Sunder to come into play, you know, with the magic resist you get on top of it. If, in the ensuing fights, Tidebound are able to find one or both of these supports, like that moment there, I don't think Terrorblade can actually convert his net worth into impact anymore. There's another one of these classic situations where you ignore the TB, find everybody else, and then turn back to focus him.
Ooh, I just realized we're not on our A game today, because there's some poetry to be done, right? With, you know, Moon colliding into planet. It's happened twice already.
Oh yeah, leaving craters everywhere. I mean, what is a moon? A moon is when something collides with a planet, a moon is created, right?
I believe so. It's just kind of like a rock that just.
But I think specifically, a moon is a piece of a planet that has disjointed from a previous collision already. So Moon was a part of planet, and now he's bashing into planet again to make more moons. He's trying to replicate himself.
Oh my god!
If it keeps on happening, we're gonna have multiple Pangos.
How many moons will it take to win this series?
Several.
Several.
What planet has the most? Is it Jupiter with all the moons, or Saturn has rings? Who has moons? Planet with the most moons. Google will help me.
Saturn.
It is Saturn. Saturn and Jupiter. I think I was pretty close saying that I got two correct.
Yeah. You know what I feel even worse for is production just gave an answer as well. They're listening to us the entire game. Normally
Why
they don't.
Are you listening to this?
Why are you listening to this? There's a fight.
Hello? Epicenter in. They're trying to find a fly, but they've turned to catch the supports first. Now Mystic Flare and a Silence on the Terrorblade's going to take down the TB. And Jakob Pro is just falling apart. They don't have the firepower. They cannot withstand the heat in the kitchen. Tidebound will come in with 4 kills in a row. Team fight over. Back to talking about planets.
Okay, so what's your favorite planet?
Ganymede.
Oh, what the? Sorry, what? What the? Ganymede? Is that
What's wrong? Ganymede is Jupiter's largest moon, the biggest moon in the entire solar system, and is larger than the planet Mercury. Notable for its own magnetic field and a vast saltwater ocean hidden beneath its icy crust, making it a prime target for astrobiological interest. Replay time. Let's watch this one back.
Yep, well, the problem with your cult is the fact that, as mentioned already in the draft, is they don't really want to go aggressive. They have the tools to, but you don't want to fight into Sand King, ET, Gyrocopter. Like, that is Tidebound's recipe to breaking you as a team. And unfortunately for your cult, they don't have the same read on this. They keep making these moves. The mid-tier 1, they die. They go for the wisdom, they die. Like, I just feel like your cult have a complete misread on how they need to win this game. And Tidebound's like, thank you so much. Your misunderstanding is really enabling us. As also, you go to hit Roshan for some reason, and we're going to be there as well.
Yeah, I mean, New's coming with a nice stop. Turn onto Moon to blow up the Pango. Zeal will call the Gyro. Shiro has taken a lot of damage, but through the BKB, he is able to break free, withstand it, turn around. Another 3 kills going the way of Tidebound, and a catch onto the Fly Terrorblade. Oh, it's Trouble Town for Yakult Bros. A team wipe nearly. No, New doesn't see him. Glimmercape from the Chen gets Chad Ming out of there, but disaster strikes again.
Not to be the bearer of bad news, but it's going to take a miracle, I think, for your cult to win the second game. Like, they had a very fine line to get their draft into a winning position. They missed it entirely, and now they kind of gifted Tidebound complete freedom to do whatever they want, right? Of course, Nu has had an incredible game on this Centaur, farming really efficiently, getting the early Crimson, the positioning of both Y and Echoes to enable, you know, Nu to be this aggressor. When he does get jumped, they counterplay. So, yeah, Tidebound just looking to be the better team. You mentioned during game 1, you know, statistically, Tidebound versus your cult, it is not a fair matchup. In my memory, I thought it was a little bit closer. It is not. Tidebound just dominate this series, and there's clearly a reason why. They just understand your cult just perfectly, and they just at the 23-minute mark, the net worth, one little blunder from your cult where they get 4 heroes killed, and everything now goes the way of Tidebound. They are going to try and kill Echoes.
Well, they'll have a shot.
Missed the will.
Pretty strong, but they've got a call and a rolling thunder. Tons of physical damage, and the dunk misses, but they've still finished him off with Baboka's damage over time. Not clean, but a kill is a kill. Buys them a little bit more time.
Yeah, I think you just take anything if you're your cult.
Sorry, I'd opened up a bunch of tabs. I had forgotten that Io is one of Jupiter's moons. So if we had an Io in this game, we could talk about that as well.
Oh, today I learned.
Yeah. So Jupiter is the biggest planet with the biggest moons, but Saturn has the most, with 274 moons. That's insane. Who needs that many moons?
It's just greedy, I think, at the end of the day, right? Like, come on.
And they've got a moon called Titan, but Titan isn't even the biggest one.
Oh, but we have an Elder Titan in this game. There we go. See? We get more planets in the mix.
We do. 128 discovered this year. Oh, we're just finding things out from space. Just have a little peek.
Also, isn't New Moon like a phase or like a solar phase, like lunar thingy? So then we have New and Centaur. New, yeah.
The waxing, the wading, the faded moon.
Oh, they're doing great.
Oh, but Moon.
Oh, yeah. The spawn of this tangent. He's dead.
Turns out he's not actually a moon. He's just an asteroid. Like Pluto wasn't really a planet. We're gonna have to rename Moon.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! All right, I will not accept this Pluto slander. Ever since I was a child,
What, are you a Pluto truther? You think Pluto's a real planet? Do you?
I stood with Pluto ever since I was 6.
I guess it's a dwarf planet, but it's not a real proper one. Zeal was going to get picked off by New and Planet. Up at this top lane.
Pluto's the short king of all the moons and the planets. Sorry, not moons. And as a short king myself, I see myself in Pluto.
What was wrong with Pluto? It's because he's made of ice, right? He doesn't have a proper crust or something, a proper core. He just has an icy heart. You've got to be a warm, loving planet to be a real planet.
Yeah, but that's the issue with you, Gareth, right? You're looking at him from an outside perspective. You've not asked Pluto about what's inside. You've assumed he has no inside.
It's always what is Pluto and never how is Pluto.
Exactly. Let Pluto be Pluto. God, we are really just desperate. Come on, you cult. Do something, boys. Wake up.
We pointed it out at the end of the draft. They don't have a catch hero.
Yeah.
It's Axe has to go in.
Yeah.
If he doesn't, then not really much they can do. And Tidebound have all the ease of access that they could ever dream of. Another minute and a half on Aegis. The ability to go high ground here as well. Yeah, we're looking at Jakob Bros maybe having 1 or 2 fights left in them at this point, just to try and hold on to the game, and hold on to the series. Like Terrorblade just bought up a Revenant's Brooch there. Try and do what he can to burst through anybody that they could try and grab. And Shiro's getting started on by TB Illusions, and Moon's Rolling Thunder quite early. Doesn't have the backup of his team coming just yet, and they focused it all onto Shiro, who doesn't seem to care.
Just gonna brush it off. They have penned them into the base for now. See if what your cult want to do. They do have Pipe and Crimson on the Axe. There are at least some tools of tankiness to lean on.
They've got Stampede though straight back in towards Zeal, who tried to hold back Shiro, but that's Axe dead. No buyback available. Fly. Oh, you can't tank through the damage of Echoes. Just burst you down in a blink of an eye. 4 heroes disappear, and GG called. We knew it was coming. Jakob Bros tap out as Tidebound will keep that historical run going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 games in a row, 5 series in a row. They have spanked the Jakob Bros.
Yeah, some tools of tankiness. Wrong. Nope, they're just dead. 2 seconds later. No, this series, honestly, I think Y is just a standout player for me, right? Like, the fact is, we do see, the tail end of a meta, kind of everyone's anticipating a patch, but then Y just goes, you know what, I'm just going to play some of my classics. I'm playing a Winter Wyvern, I'm playing an Elder Titan. Also, when you think about the games he's played so far in this tournament, he hasn't played the same hero twice. He played Ench, he played Tusk, Disruptor, Bane, Pugner, Shadow Demon, now Winter Wyvern and Elder Titan. Like, Tidebound, they're a 2-2 team. They're a middle pack roster, but I love the fact that when I look towards Y, he is just going, this is what I want for this game, I'm gonna try and get it. Sure, the success hasn't always been there, but the fact that they're always evolving this thought process, even when other teams have accepted, I only play 4 heroes, must play 4 heroes, I think it is quite refreshing. And for Tidebound, they do look just to be the better team. Like, your cult they're not up to the standard of some of these teams in the tournament to be competitive, it feels like. And they are now at a 1-3 scoreline, most likely eliminated from the Swiss stage groups.
Sorry, I got a little bit distracted there, trying to figure out who we're going to get for the interview. As you're talking about, I think Y would be quite interesting. So I've requested. We had New last time. I said not New. Maybe Y could be an interesting one to bring on as well. You can ask him some questions about all these funny heroes he's been playing. But I think there's a little while until we're able to get him in here. We've got our translator ready. We're ready as well. But we'll take a quick break and come back, hopefully, with an interview in a matter of minutes. We'll see you then.
scanning.
This'll come in handy.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Welcome back, folks. We've got an interview here as Y joins us on the line. We've got Jin translating as well, thankfully, as congratulations. First up for that 2-0 victory, Y. You looked very confident as a team, looking really sturdy. I wanted to ask, in your previous encounters against Jakob Bros, you have dominated them. I think that's now 5 series in a row, winning 9-0. Do you think you have some special soul read or understanding of how you can beat them? Because you guys seem very good whenever you match up.
那我得首先恭喜你们2-0获得了这次胜利。首先想问你，就是因为你们就是对战 Jakob Brothers 的时候呢，已经是5连胜了，而且总共成绩好像目前是个9-0。就想问你们，就前面一把你们也打得非常有自信心，非常的扎实。就想问你，是不是你们战队对 YB 有什么特别的理解，或者就是非常的明白他们的战术思路等等呢？
首先谢谢啊，然后应该主要是2个队伍彼此间
太了解了吧，尤其是对每个选手来说吧。
Well, thank you for the congratulations, and I would say that indeed, I would say that the two teams, because we have practiced and played against each other so much, we simply just know each other way too well. We have a very, very deep understanding on the individual preferences of each player.
Cool.
Okay. Again, congratulations on winning. In the post-game chat, you rolled for the interview. Do you guys roll for anything else in the team, like for draft or pick position or anything like this?
这位解说就是说，他也看到你们在比赛结束之后的那个页面上面，你们采访人选好像是 roll 出来的。那想问你们，就是你们平时比方说比赛当中或者其他生活当中有什么其他东西也是靠 roll 出来的吗？
采访是因为大家都比较含蓄害羞吧，然后所以就选择 roll 吧，然后可能应该大部分。大家觉得左右都行的情况下，应该都会选择 low 吧。
Well, we rolled for the interview because everyone is pretty shy and soft-spoken, so we weren't really sure who, like no one's really stepping up to take this interview. But I would say that in other aspects of life, generally anything that that can be done by anyone without any strong preferences, then we'll just roll for it.
Cool.
Nice. And in regards to draft, it seems like you're rolling for your hero as well. You played 8 different heroes in 8 different games. Do you think that other support players should also be trying to play more heroes? Because like your Winter Wyvern and Elder Titan today, not many teams play these heroes, but you were kind of like godlike on the heroes.
那也看到你在这次比赛当中，你目前打了8场，选了8个不同的英雄，你是不是认为其他的选手也应该这样，就是可以多选多扩张他们的英雄池呢？因为比方说今天你选的这个冰龙和大牛这些英雄都算是比较冷门，不太常见，但是你发挥的非常非常的好，能不能也跟我们就是讲解一下呢？
可能是因为别的人没有给我们双头龙吧，不然我应该一直是双头龙。然后至于这2个英雄，可能只是碰巧，也再加上他们给了我们人马吧，给了我们3号位人马，所以我的英雄池就会扩展的比较远。
Well, it's the fact that the other teams are banning Jack Hero, or making sure that Jack Hero is banned. If Jack Hero was allowed to stay in the pool, then I'm pretty sure that I'll be first picking Jack Hero every single game. That being said, they also allowed us our Centaur Warrunner, and that hero really expands the potential pool of supports that we can pick, which allows me to pick a much wider range of supports as well.
Thank you. And I do have one last question about Winter Wyvern. With the facet, is it like when you take it, are you thinking about using it on the buildings, or are you thinking about like the damage amp that you get from it, like, or is it you just don't think recursive does enough, the other facet?
也想问你有关这个冰龙的理解，因为也看到你选了那个命石，就是能把就是冰箱能放在塔上面的嘛。想问你为什么会选那个命石呢？就是你选的时候，你主动是想我们可能要比方说要保护着塔，或者还是那个伤害加成，还是你认为另外一个命石没有那么好呢？
因为主要是这个命石前期的线上吧，就是线上相对于别的命石来说，这个命石是比较有作用的。虽然可能不会显现的很明显，但是是比另一个毫无作用是有用的。再加上它作为降维来说，能够冰塔也是对团队拖时间或者怎么样的都是很有帮助的。
Well, it's more, the emphasis is more on the laning stage, and that facet is actually a little bit stronger for the lane itself. The function that it has and the fact that it allows a support to protect the tower much better has a lot of other wide-reaching kind of consequences and effects and impact to the game. So the other aspect in comparison, like it doesn't do anything during the laning stage. So this is why I kind of prefer that one.
Nice. Thank you very much.
That wraps things up. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us, Y, and Jin for the interview as well. Congratulations again on that 2-0 victory. Hopefully we'll see you guys in the future. And it also wraps things up for us, T, for now, as we pass it over to Mike and Winter for the remainder of the day. So we'll see you all next time.
DreamLeague Season 27 is brought to you by DHL.
bloody time.
A warm welcome everybody back to Dream League Season 27. Perm Sneeze and Winter here taking you through the final 2 best of 3s of the day. And here on the D stream, we are trying to fight for survival. Well, to be honest, I'm not sure whether these teams still have any chance. At least the first 2 teams that we're dealing with, both are currently at 3 losses out of 6. They would require some of these other teams to just continue losing here on forward. Maybe not really where we expected Nemesis to end up. Probably a team where people didn't really know how to place them. But Passion UA, coming from Division 2, I know, Winter, we had some high hopes for them, but I guess overall not too big of a surprise to see them end up in this position.
Yeah, not really though. I think overall they lack a lot of tools in their arsenal compared to the better teams. I think in terms of like macro play, team movement, they are not really as good as smooth, like the way they are moving, and sometimes they also make a lot of like individual mistakes, right? As some of their players, I think especially Crystallize on certain games, I feel like he's not exactly pulling his weight as a carry.
Yeah.
Whereas the man on our screen, Batuk, he is oftentimes needed to carry the team on the off lane.
Yeah. It's a little bit rough as well, right? Because I think this might be something that we as the viewers and the casters are aware of because we're watching it from outside of the game. But sometimes it feels like Passion UA don't know it. Sometimes they kind of leave Bachuk to his own devices and they don't play around him, which leaves us all scratching our heads. If you very clearly have someone who shines that brightly, why wouldn't you try and enable him? Why wouldn't you try and get him to a good start? But hopefully that's something they can figure out by the end of the group stage. Now, even though these teams have a very slim chance of qualifying to the next round, each individual series win is still important because you still get EBT points per series win and you get cash money 3.5k. But our team on this screen right now, I think it's gonna matter for them more, right? Because Nemesis, obviously, they're signing these players, I would like to imagine, not just for this particular Dream League, but to try and get something done within the entire EPT circuit. It'd be an amazing feat for them if they could slowly build up and attend EWC. That's what they're all looking for. And the player on our screen here, Jabs, I think similarly, Nemesis, the other 2 cores have kind of let the ball drop a little bit comparatively to Jabs. I think he's had some better performances in comparison, and he's always been one of the most solid players in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, and this team, I feel like he kind of has to stray away from his usual greedier way of playing offlane. I think he kind of has to play more of like the team-based heroes. Like if you look at the games they were doing really well, he was playing like, especially the Mars, I think he was playing a couple of games that he showcased, like he could really be a very, very good initiating hero playing for the team. And I think that's where I would like to see him go back to, go back to the less greedy heroes, go to the team heroes, try to play around 23 Savage more because they are very greedy, 23 Savage, and even, Analog, I think he has to play more for them. I think some of the games were kind of rough for Analog and 23 Savage, and maybe if Jabs can actually help them out in the early game, make some rotations, be there for them, and maybe the whole game could be more stable and solid for the whole team.
Yeah, it's a bit weird because we're seeing contrasting ideologies from each team, right? For Passion UA, it's about them needing to support their offlaner more. And for Nemesis, because Jabs is so historically sort of greedy, maybe likes to play a bit more for himself, if he's able to stray away more from that, I think there were some games in particular that we saw on the Axe, right? He went for not even that initiating build, but going the early aura items for his team and then sort of coming in with the blink when it matters the most. But again, I think I want to say not a lot of pressure for Passion UA, but I'd say maybe a bit more pressure on Nemesis, right? At the end of the day, this is a team that just lost their main organization. For those of you who don't know, 23, Jabs, Jokum, the bunch of them, they were all previously signed on Boom, at least for a short stint during this qualifier period. And then Boom, of course, very unfortunately dropped out of Dota after what feels like 6 to 7 years of being in the game. Nemesis came in, swooped them up, and I think there are... You know, it's just like starting a new job, right? Wherever you start a new job in a new company, you want to impress your boss, you want to make sure they feel good about hiring you. They're like, yeah, okay, we made the right choice bringing this guy in. Let's see whether Nemesis can at least scrounge something up from the rest of this group stage, or whether Passion UA will be able to bring them down. Bachuk on your screen smiling. It's nice to see him feeling good, because we need a Bachuk that's feeling good for Passion UA to come out on top.
Yeah, we need Batuk to carry the game, you know, if you're a Passion of UA fan. I mean, when you're speaking about Nemesis, with how the sponsor hoping to pick up a stack that would do well, I kind of also feel like maybe time can help them a lot more. Their coordination with, especially with Analog, feels like it's very, very off. It's desync, you know. I think in the second or third series, I've been seeing him. It was the game that he was playing, Amber. He was always going in when his team is going out. And vice versa, you know, they are going in and they are going out, and then he's like, oh, running in, or they are going in, and he's not going in, you know. So it feels like he's not really on the same page yet, you know, with Team Nemesis as a whole. He's still in his own world, I guess. Still finding his comfort zone within the team.
Yeah, I feel like in any other region, like maybe you talk about China or South America, this might be a factor in terms of the concerns with a barrier in communication. But the reality of Team Nemesis is maybe people who are less informed think, oh, you know, Southeast Asians, you know, they might not be that good in English. I'm pretty sure that Jabs, Jokum, 23, Naman, the bunch of them have all communicated in English the whole time anyway, because they're all from different nationalities. They don't share.
I don't think it's the language, you know, Mike, because like, it's the way you're looking at Dota. Because in the team fights, you don't have time to say what you want to do. Sometimes, you know, you just play by feel, and you understand the habits of your teammates. Like, for example, you know, if you play with me, you know, like I'm a crazy guy. I'm always like trying to initiate, you know, I'm always gonna look for the opening. So these are things that are gonna take time to understand, you know. I think Analog, as a nature of a player, he's very, very aggressive. He's always looking to start a fight. He's very, very keen to be the first one to go in, you know. I think Nemesis probably has to kind of somewhat play around it, because I have this rule in a team. You always want to play the game. The way you initiate or the way you play the team fights is based on the heroes that's jumping in, or the player that likes to go in first. Like, he controls the pacing of the game. He controls when you fight and where you fight, and you just follow him to make things easy. Sometimes you don't have time to say, hey, let's do this, let's do that. You know, it just happens, you know, and then you have to go.
Yeah, I think it's most common when you see some of these videos that teams like to publish their in-game comms, right? Like after an event. And then sometimes you don't really hear the players describe in detail what they're going to do or what's happening. A lot of the times, maybe you even see the player who's starting the fight just say, guys, watch me, watch me, watch me, right? And that's all you have. You need to play sort of instinctively and reactively. If your Centaur, in this case on Team Nemesis, jumps in with a hoof stomp and presses Stampede, everybody's got to be ready to go. You can't hesitate. You need to blow up the target, especially with a Shadow Demon save on the other side. Already liking the openings from both these teams. Very solid, stable heroes to start the draft out. Doesn't really give anything away. I'll see whether Passion UA are able to find a carry that can abuse the Centaur in the lane though. There aren't really many of them.
And normally you see the Ursa. I think Ursa is one of the difficult matchups. Ursa and Abaddon, those are the tougher ones. I think outside those, or maybe there's also one more, TA. And these are the three heroes that you kind of get bullied by, you know, as Centaur. I mean, you can obviously pull creeps, you know, with another melee hero, pause 4, you know, drag the waves. But overall, I don't think Centaur is a hero that requires to win the lane. I think it's okay for him if he just gets his levels and farm. Even if he loses, say, the lane 60-40, you know, or slightly 65-35. I think it's okay for Centaur. Centaur doesn't need to win his lane. I mean, the hero is just very, very versatile. Coming into the mid game, he provides a lot for you. He's a front line, he buys aura items, he can sort of initiate even though you don't really want the Centaur to buy a dagger too early. And he has a lot of utility later, buying Lotus or being the safe with Aghanim's, just being a very, very, you know, tanky hero in general in the front line, you know. It makes it easy to play the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I do have to ask though, Winter, something rather curious has come out on our screens. Ashen UA banning the Dazzle. What is that about?
I've seen people pick Dazzle into Slada TV lineups, like high physical. So maybe it's indicating that they want something that's very high physical damage, you know, some minus armor. Slada TA, I don't know what else. Maybe a Klings, because we saw a Klings the other day. Like heroes of that nature.
Okay. Maybe, I mean, whenever I see I don't even ever see Dazzle banned. It really feels like you ban that hero when you're worried about, like, you see an early Huskar and you don't want heroes that can play nicely around it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's actually picked a lot against Dragonite. Because Dazzle gives you a lot of armor. And DK is mainly physical damage. I mean, you also get do some minus armor with the Green Dragon. So I think overall, Dazzle is a very, very good counter matchup, I would say, as a support against DK.
I wonder what the plan is here for Team Nemesis. They probably have some PTSD from dealing with the TA2000 Dragonite from yesterday that shred them apart. Pugna's a pretty good initial response, I guess. I mean, they pre-picked the Pugna already, but Decrepify... It's a bit weird, right? Because you pick the Pugna and you have the Decrep, but then Shadow Demon already has the Demonic Purge, so your only option is to use it offensively, which doesn't really matter if DK gets like Manta or BKB. There's a lot of sort of layers to this situation. But I guess overall it's just a strong pause 5 to secure the lane.
And now there's a Snapfire. Snapfire is a pretty decent counter to Pugna. You have the Shredder to kill your Netherwart. You can burst through the Decrep targets with your multiple skills and even kill the Pugna, you know. In the team fights, usually you get low as the Pugna healing your teammates, and then the Snapfire just sees you and just throws ultimates on you, and then you just die, you know. So I think overall Snapfire is very, very good against Pugna.
Also just a great hero with the DK, right? You get the Lil Shredder, whoever he's auto-attacking. There's the setup with the cookie, get him out of sticky situations. Hoodwink for the control, Hoodwink for the setup. Pretty good lane duo with this Centaur, so suddenly there's a bit of kill threat there on any support.
The break also very useful this game against DK. Ooh. And I like the Storm into DK. Like, DK is very, very, I think, vulnerable to magic damage in the early stages of the game. So ideally you want to have some sort of hero like Lash or Snapfire or any kind of hero that has a big amount of magic damage to burst through him in the early game. Because you know his item build, he's gonna buy Dragonlance, sorry, not Dragonlance, Mask of Madness, SNY, Dagger, you know, these are the 3 items that he usually really likes to have. So during that period, you need to be able to have something in your arsenal that can kill him, you know, or maybe something even like a Gyro or Luna is, I think, very, very useful against Dragonite. I think Storm Spirit, you can kind of do it as a carry or as a mid, you know, against DK. You just go roam around and follow the DK when you have level 6 and just kill him when he's hitting your towers, you know. I think Storm Spirit as a carry kind of has some sort of potential. We've seen, I think, 1 or 2 teams that like to do it. One of them is Yakult Brothers. I don't remember the other. Who was the other team that did? I
didn't know there was another team. I've only seen Fly play it, which is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think it has potential. It's actually really strong. Because if you look at our Storm Spirit as a hero, he has very, very high armor, high agility as an intelligence hero. And then you have high intelligence as well, obviously. So what it means that this hero has high armor with high magic resistance. So late game, your scaling is very, very strong. You're very tanky. You're very difficult to kill. And you're very mobile. And a level 25 Storm Spirit with a shard, with the bouncing attacks, you just kill everything, you know, in late game.
Yeah, the scaling is ridiculous on this hero, and there's a limited amount of control right now. You're relying on the Dragon Tail that can be easily dodged in, I guess, now
DK stun is pretty nice, I would say, against Storm overall. He has always been a counter matchup in a way against Storm Spirit, if you put him mid.
Yeah, I mean, now you could consider also just putting the DK mid and last picking a carry, even though there are a lot of carries now banned out. The Gyro, Ursa, Jug, Marcy, all taken out, no longer options. Nature's Prophet as well. I don't think we see that on the position 1 anymore, but still, consideration.
Ember and Corp, they're both very nice bans to protect the Storm, so it probably means that the Storm is going to go mid. No carry Storm shenanigans here for Team Nemesis. Yeah. Ember Spirit is like one of those matchups where, sure, the Storm doesn't care about the lane, but later in the game, the Searing Chains with the Slide or the Remnants are very, very annoying because you don't build BKB early on Storm.
Yeah. Honestly, Storm is kind of like a puck, right? If you can avoid building defensive items, you are going to scale so nice. But the second you need to stop over for like a Yules, a BKB, yes, it unlocks your fight a bit more, but then you're not really doing as much damage. You're not hitting that critical mass.
Sequence. You don't want to buy those items early as Storm. You need your, your early game items, Soaring, your Witchblade. And you buy your Kaya, your Sage. You don't want to be forced to buy BKB, like you say, because it kind of makes the hero farm a lot slower.
A lot of major carries being taken out of the pool right now. Passion UA just is a decision for them whether they're putting the DK mid or not, right? Because I think the way this draft has panned out, it's more than locked in that this Storm will be mid.
Yeah, there's not many other mid heroes that can like kind of control the Storm. I don't see there's like maybe the Void Spirit could be nice this game. Void is good against the Pugna and the Holdwing, your Aghanim's timing. You can cut the backlines with your Aghanim's Silence, and the Silence is also very nice against the Storm Spirit. So maybe that could be a consideration, but it's not a very popular hero right now because he's, I think, damage wise and scaling wise not the best.
I guess it does the job to this game because you got a lot of damage from your supports and the DK anyway. And I mean, I'm just thinking, especially late game, because Jabs on this Centaur, he's probably going to buy a Pipe, going to buy a Crimson, both excellent aura items this game. And then somewhere down the line, you want to get an Axe, but then if you're trying to save someone with the card and the Void Spirit jumps in with his own Resonant Pulse, you silence, you can't actually put the person in the card. It's going to be very awkward. Suddenly you need a BKB as the Centaur to even get anything done. Although it doesn't really strike me as a Moonlight hero. I've seen Moonlight play quite a bunch of other mids. See what they go for. It's a Abaddon. So DK in the mid lane, Abaddon probably in the safe lane. And what do Team Nemesis have left in terms of options?
It's rather, I think, a greedier route, having DK mid and Abaddon carry. But maybe it could work if you get a good start against the Storm, and then you have Abaddon later to, I think, to keep each other safe. There's a lot of very annoying saving spells, right, on Passion side. You have the Abaddon Shield, you have the Disrupt, you have the Cookie. Everybody can save each other, Nemesis kind of needs to figure out who is going to be a carry that can be mobile to jump around the backlines and kill all these annoying saving heroes, especially the Shadow Demon and Snapfire.
Don't you think this is like, if this was a real hero in the game, wouldn't this be like a crazy PA game? Like the Fan of Knives breaking everything, the instant burst, the jump on the back line. If only that hero was real, it would be pretty... Yeah, it would be pretty crazy right now.
I prefer some lifestealer game, You go in and just run around.
That's true. Go for the Sven. Good armor for the team. Good timings, I guess, I want to say, with the Storm and the Centaur. You don't really seem too impressed, but I mean what other options did we have?
The Sven against SD is a very difficult matchup. You're really counting on the Storm to eliminate this target for you. I mean, with the Purge, every team fight, if you don't deal with the SD, the Sven can't really burst heroes.
To be honest, I don't even know who Sven bursts. I'm looking at Passion UA, like,
SD,
which hero
he has
is
to kill
he?
SD.
Right, but then if SD never shows himself, then you're just standing around waiting for the fight to start.
Yeah, it's not easy
nobody
to,
else has damage, right?
It's definitely not easy to play the Sven in this particular game. I think with the Cookie as well, Cookie is annoying. Then Abaddon, Aphotic Shield. And if you look at their lane, Mars Snapfire against Sven and Pugna, I also feel like he's gonna get pressure in this lane. This is a very, very strong lane. So if the Sven is not really balling from the lane and he's against counters, he's gonna have a rough game. So it means that you have to kind of play for your mid laner. The Storm is the true carry in this game. The Sven is maybe like, okay, I'm gonna come fight the runes, so to ensure that you get your bottle refilled. I think as Storm, you really, really need the bottles refilled, with the runes. So you need your side lane cores to actually help you with that, So I think Sven is kind of nice because you have a stun. You can just run over and secure the runes for the Storm. You can actually do that.
Yeah. I wonder how much they're actually going to be playing for this Storm Spirit, because I completely agree with you, Winter. I think Analog is the man who needs all the help that he can get this game. Not because the Storm Spirit matchup into DK is unwinnable or anything like that. Just in this early stage, the Centaur, like you said, not really the type of hero nowadays that just rushes the blink, right? Not really someone who wants to get active. He just wants to play the map a little bit. Same for the Sven. probably wants to farm until he gets his first 1 or 2 items. Maybe the blink, you'll see him join a few fights, but even then, it's a specific timing that the Sven wants to hit. Passion UA and Nemesis, they are both 0 and 3. We are at the bottom of the bracket here in the Swiss stage of DreamLeague Season 27. Still a lot left to prove that has yet to be proven. We have yet to see any major
Correct
strides.
me if I'm wrong, Mike. Whoever loses this is mathematically out. You can't really get out anymore.
There already was a very low chance of either team sort of progressing past
So
this
3
point, but whoever
losses
loses
is the line.
3 losses is
Hang on.
almost the line.
Sorry, Mike. Fights about to happen.
So, yeah, I mean, Naman is just going to walk that one off. Passion UA didn't really seem very keen on chasing.
That was actually really strange. Why did... Huh. I thought they would actually go in and try to do something there, after the disrupt, but they just felt like they couldn't win the level 1 engage.
A small silver lining, though, on the topic that you were mentioning, Winter. Just because of the fact that Passion UA have been able to get a couple of map wins against strong, quote-unquote, stronger opponents, they have a higher Buchholz score, whatever the hell that means. I'm not too... It looks like
it means how many games they were able to win off their opponents, right? Something like that.
Yeah, but the thing is, then that wouldn't really make sense because Team Nemesis, they've also taken a game off every single one of their opponents. In fact, if I had to rank them, I think Team Nemesis is probably a bit of a stronger team than Passion UA. But during the break, we'll check on how those rules work exactly. No need to stress your pretty little minds. At the end of the day, you still try to get each series win for the EPT points and maybe the very slim chance that you can keep going in this tournament. Top 8 feels so far away for both these squads. A lot of work to do for sure. There's Moonlight versus Analog in the mid.
Slim is better than 0.
Correct. Take anything you can get at this point, especially if you're a Southeast Asian team, honestly.
I mean, looking at the lane setups, I imagine both side lanes are going to go very well for Team Passion of UA. Abaddon plus the snap instead of the... Abaddon plus the SZ instead of the snap. And snap with the Abaddon. Sorry, the other way around. And the Mars with the SZ. I think both side lanes should be going in favor of them. They should get more last hits on the side lanes. I think Center on Holdwing is probably going to struggle, at least against Abaddon and the snap here. And the mid lane is going to be the crucial one, right? And we also mentioned that Analog, he is going to be handed a very heavy responsibility. He's like the true carry of this game and he has to do really well.
We've yet to really see Analog have the chance to step up. I think there was one nice Primal Beast game, but even then it was kind of the rest of the team rallying around him and making great plays of their
I think
own.
after the first day, right, he was playing well on the first day. I don't know if he caught the Liquid series. He played well. But then after the first game, he sort of started to struggle.
I think as much as there's a very little bit of time for each team to adjust across the different days, I wonder whether Nemesis are doing a bit of over-analyzing, right? Because it feels like with each day that goes by, it doesn't feel like their progress has been linear. It feels like they are scrounging up more little problems that appear, more cracks
Would
start
you
to show.
say they're actually going backwards, not forward?
I don't know if it's that bad just yet, but some of the mistakes are repeated, right? And that just kind of makes me feel like, okay, we've seen this movie before. I know for sure that Nemesis have felt this way before. Have they not, properly discussed what they're going to do in these situations just yet? I think that's kind of the main concern for me. Especially with players that are this experienced, you kind of hope that you see some sort of tangible steps towards improvement, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm being a bit too harsh.
You need to have like a clear direction, right? Oh, today we need to try to work on the laning phase. So the next day maybe we have to try to focus on the team fights, right? Because they're messing up the team fight. So whoever is starting the team fight needs to give clear directions to the team.
Yeah, I think you're at kind of the stage of the tournament where maybe prepping against specific opponents isn't even that big of a deal. Maybe you just kind of focus on figuring out how to execute your own strategy at this point.
Yeah, they kind of need to focus on themselves, not so much about their opponents, because they have a lot of issues. A lot of the problems they're having, they are pretty, I think, foundational problems. Like you go into a team fight, whoever is going first needs to know, and sometimes there are not going together. You know, all these sort of problems.
Top
are
lane.
kind of-
Looks like a first blood. Naman and 23 tag teaming up to get it done. Well, that's a good start from what you were talking about. At least they kind of have that coordination down a bit.
Yeah, they need to keep it up, you know, towards the team fighting stages, towards the mid game. You know, I think that problem always is very apparent in the mid game. Not so much in the laning. I think the laning is fine. A lot of the games that I watch, I think I can't really put a finger on the laning. It's just the movement, right? After the laning phase, when the lane breaks down, you kind of need to work together as a team.
Yeah. A little bit of an awkward situation in the top lane. I think they tried for disruption set up onto Naman, but the spear completely misses. Like that, there wasn't even an excuse for that. He just throws it to the right when the Pugna's right in front of him. Bot lane, Kraker. With the Photic Shield, Jokum is going to be very hard for him to get this kill. Maybe wait for it to time out. Got to juke around the tree line. Trying to find an angle. Trying to get around Kraker. Put a ward down as well. The dodges, are they enough? The eagle shot, are you serious? Jokum getting away with murder there. Playing the tree lines
Time
to
to die.
perfection.
Oh,
yeah, he needs to go and die.
He's gonna
right
die
now.
somewhere. Oh, he doesn't
Yeah,
want to
there you
die
go.
to neutrals. He wants a shorter death time.
Well played there from Jokum.
Yeah, but dying to the tower means he's gonna give gold to Cracker. But
I
nice
think that's
outplay.
fine. You
Yeah,
take
nice
that.
little outplay.
Well, good sign for Nemesis fans so far, at least in the early stage of the game. But you get first blood in the top, get cute little outplay from Pos4, and Locke's getting good farm as well. Cubify is going to try and rotate over to the mid lane and ruin it for him a bit. Moonlight just hitting that level 6, the timing is a bit scary. Analog has his ball lightning as well, but here's the setup. Stun as well. It's not really feasible for them to push the issue. Both supports from both lanes rotating over.
Yeah, it's a storm. You need to prevent a storm from getting runes, and if you're the storm's teammates, you need to help him get the runes, you know. So there's this fierce battle for the rune right now.
It's a bit awkward though. Looks like Passion Yue. They gamble on the top side, and luckily for them, it's going to be an arcane rune.
Yeah, this is
For
a very,
Moonlight.
very big deal that the storm doesn't get this rune.
Absolutely. Here's the setup. Past the tower with a ward. They get the vision on Naman, but the instant Decrepify wards them off. Moonlight, he's still gonna stick around and try and put as much damage on this tower
Yeah,
as
he's
possible.
trying to keep the catapult alive as much as he can there.
Yeah, very smart play from Analog to walk up and tank the wave so that the tower would focus
Yeah.
down the catapult.
I think this is going to be the end of the 3 versus 3. Both catapults down. You have to kind of focus on the wisdom shrines, stack your ancients.
I like this play. Jabs.
Overall, both teams are kind of happy with the outcome. I think especially in Nemesis, you know, they have like the weaker lane duels and they kind of drew even in the side lanes.
Doesn't look like Crystallize is going to get to his ally in time. I say that, but Kraker with a nice cookie, creating the distance. Just in the nick of time, you got a couple more auto attacks. You need to find him around the tree lines. Bit of a reverse situation this time with Kraker being the one on the run. Will get double edged down. Jokum, he's fighting around a lot of trees, and that Miss Woods Wayfarer is going to start coming into play. Cubify now with the TP in, but just turn around the tides. Looks like it's a Jokum dead on our screens. Squirrel goes down, ends up being a 1-for-1 trade, but the response being forced out, I think Nemesis are completely fine with this. Jabs is just going to TP back to safety and keep on farming.
Yeah, they're very, very happy with this trade. They force the TP, they get an even trade. All is good for them. And because there's an extra TP from the Shadow Demon to the bot lane, the Sven can actually play really aggressive top. You're trying to pressure the tower. And on mid lane as well, the DK gets the tower here. Nothing much the Storm can do.
Yeah, a bit strange. I wonder why the Pugna didn't start moving over, because in a 1v1, you know, Sven versus Mars, you'd think it would be fine here. Jokum now gonna run into a couple of heroes in the triangle, but nice little scurry away. Bushwhack onto 2 as well. Very cute, just being as annoying as possible.
Yeah, I also noticed the Pugna, even in the 6-minute power room fight, he came a bit, I think, late, you know. Like he walked over around like 5:40, 5:45. And whereas the Passion of UA side supports were already there, you know, like 20 seconds earlier. So that kind of made
I guess
a huge
he's
difference.
trying to blast the tower, right? Like that's his game plan.
Yeah, but at the same time, because it's a DK mid, you know, when you see the farm being popped, you have to be ready to defend the tower.
Yeah.
I think it was the first DK form that dealt a lot of damage, and the second form, as we saw previously, that claimed the tower, you know. But the damage was done in the first one.
It's still kind of, at this point, denying the Storm Spirit from getting the runes, right? Because now the tower is down, it becomes even harder for him to grab. So, an AD rune, top lane. Now the Pugna's gonna get punished. Speared back into the tower. Decrep's only gonna buy him a little bit of time. Tries to do some lingering damage to the tier 1, but not gonna be enough. Nice TP in from Moonlight to secure that. And now he has a whole bunch of stacks to get back to. This is prime DK gameplay right here.
I wonder what is he gonna build this game. Is he gonna go like an Orchid? He's building a dagger first, but Orchid seems like a really nice choice here in this game against the Pugna, against the Storm. We already mentioned that Storm doesn't like to buy BKB early, and if the DK is like snowballing, he's getting a really good start. You could see a potentially very early dagger and Orchid DK running around the map.
Yeah. We were talking a little bit about the Pugna, and I don't think this is necessarily a blame Naman situation. But it's just weird, isn't it? Because most of the times when you see Storm Pugna, you're thinking, okay, this Pugna is going to play next to the Storm, keep refilling the mana, you know, they're going to run around, tag team up. Sure, he doesn't have level 6 yet, but you would kind of expect that partnership to be up and running ASAP. And now it just feels like Naman has barely interacted with Analog, and Analog as a result has not been able to find any runes, any action. Again, if he gets unlucky, it's going to spawn in the bot lane finally an Invis rune for him. Let's see what he can get done.
Yeah, not the best rune for him. I don't feel like he wants to move right now. He needs to focus on his own economy. You know, he needs to farm and get to his item timings. His Kaya, if the first few items, your Sori and Kaya is very important so that you can farm and you can always have mana to join fights. And after you get that, you probably want to get like Witchblade. And then maybe you buy a BKB after those items, you know.
Yeah. Just want to point out the chipped vest for Centaur Warrunner. Very convenient to further. Yeah,
best
right?
item.
Like, you could not ask for anything better. That's so nice. I think the only other thing you would prefer, I don't know, Spark of Courage is not too bad.
Or Disruption.
And then, oh, anything? Bit of a setup. Jokum being aggressed upon here. Turns around, a nice bushwhack, going to set up for the kill onto Cubify instead. Now they'll turn their sights onto Analog, but they just don't have the damage. Here they go, life drain offensively because the Storm was out of mana and couldn't keep the chase on. He'll pop his Soul Ring, tries to find another, but Kraker, a bit too healthy for them, 21 charges still. And a move from Passion UA into the mid lane area gone wrong.
Yeah, that's a very huge kill on the DK. Very big kill. Nemesis is absolutely super happy about that. Now it's going to give them like a lot of room to farm, but meanwhile 23 Savage getting caught in the arena. I mean, these are things, right, you mentioned to me, like you've been watching that games and you feel like every time his team is making a move and then 23 Savage just dies, you know, on the map, you know. He doesn't play safely when his teammates already showed their position on the map, they did something, so immediately your opponents know that you are alone. So you have to just play more conservatively.
You gotta back up, like they're going to eat you.
Yeah,
and that's
this
exactly
has
what
happened
happens.
many times.
Here comes Analog, trying to make a difference in the top lane. Know that there's no ultimates. They'll break up the Mars and crush him. Very nicely done. Analog gets revenge for 23 in the top lane.
Yeah,
I think it's also important.
Galvanized stack.
Winter, you were mentioning that it's a big kill on the DK. That was also the blink reveal, right, for Moonlight. He rushed this item and he ends up dying, so that has got to sting.
Oh, blinks in,
coming back in.
Finds the Pugna.
Nice pushback again. They will commit the purge. He's just got to turn around and start draining up. Stop him with the disruption, but now you've used most of your spells. I think Naman's just going to walk this one off. Meanwhile, Jams gets killed off in the bot lane. Again, a nice setup from Kraker, pushing Crystallize in, and they chase down the Centaur. Gonna try and punish this DK though. 23 TPing in, God Strength available. Nice spear away, holding 23 back, but it's just way too much control, and Moonlight, the one to overextend this time round.
Yeah, they needed to actually just back off, and there was no way they killed the Pugna there, but they kept on chasing and yeah, just pays the price, you know. This DK with the dagger playing too aggressive in both occasions, you know. I mean, this is why you've seen a lot of the mid DKs recently. They actually just play like carry. They buy an armlet, first item, they just focus on farming, getting their levels, focus on scaling, and then if they really absolutely need the dagger, then they buy the dagger after the armlet. Otherwise, they'll just play like a carry, armlet, Mask of Madness, and then dagger later.
I also wonder whether this is necessary. I'm curious what Passion UA think about their draft and about what they see across them, because it almost feels like with this blink first. And also, something the Mars is prioritizing as well. He's rushing his blink. They want to get this double blink run at you. They want to try and make things happen, but the question is, do they have to? They have abandoned farming. They could just be scaling up on the DK. I'm
That
not
is
too
a
sure.
very, very good question, Mike. They need to ask those questions. Do we need to fight now? Do we need to hurry? Do we need to pressure? Or we're just happy playing a 50-50 split on the map, you know? And I would say that with their lineup, 50-50 looks good. They have very, very good scaling with the abandoned DK double carry lineup. And their supports also scale well, especially with the Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon counters your enemy carry, the Sven. And the only hero that you truly need to worry about is the Storm, you know? If you can actually just control the runes and make sure that you don't give the Storm opportunities for all those small little pickoffs. Because oftentimes where Storm gets out of control is because in the early to mid phase, he gets a lot of small individual pickoffs, right? To get up the galvanized stacks. Then he gets a lot of mana regen and becomes a monster later.
He's gotten quite a few already. Sure, he's only got one of the kill credits, but starting out with 7, not too bad. He hasn't been killed as well, despite some of the early runes not going his way. So Analog up with the Kaya, finishing up the Sand real quick. He's gonna be ready to fight. I mean, I guess the next timing for the team, since no Wisdom Shrine contests happen, would be the 20-minute mark. I think that's kind of what everyone's going to be preparing for.
Yeah, the Tormentor and then the Roshan, the 21 Wisdom Shrines. Those are the busy times, I would say. Between 19 minutes to 21 minutes. A lot of action gonna happen. And you want to
trying to blast down the tower, will get purged up, and Bachuk even coming in a bit late on the rebuke
I mean, I guess he was just like doing Pugna or Jakira things, right? Blasting towers on your own and then you get picked off.
Down to the low ground, but there's a ward spotting him. Sister Shroud gonna help evade some attacks, but way too much magic damage coming out from Analog, and that is another galvanized charge. Yes, you're getting kills on the supports, but it's not really an even trade if the Storm keeps racking these up.
You know, as we like to call it, infinite scaling.
Hell yeah. Mana regen increased by 3.3, you'll love to see it.
A built-in Bloodstone, right? That's what we like to call it.
Yeah. I mean, whatever you want to call it, Analog, I'm glad to see that he's sort of looking a bit more comfortable. Like you mentioned, it feels like they've been a bit all over the place. I say that, might have just
Cast the curse.
Bit of a stun coming out. They want to focus down Jokum and the Force zip away. Stampede being used, Jabs finally joining the fray. A cookie to help create the distance, but he was patient with the stop. Not really sure whether this is the position he wants to be in though, as the reinforcements are here for Passion UA. A bit too much damage for the Centaur to deal with, and 5 members of Passion UA show up to punish. Ultimates used, fight 1.
Yeah, this game is just very, very messy, you know. A lot of like overextensions, especially on both sides. They don't really know if they have to back off. They don't know their limits. I think a lot of this type of like mistakes that we see happen is due to like communication. Someone doesn't really know if they have to go in or out, and in the end they just overextend, you know.
Yeah, I wonder what the plan was there from Jabs, because he very obviously
the
was
Storm was
looking
already
for a fight.
fine.
Right?
The Storm was already fine. He went over and he piped him. Then he was gonna live no matter what. And then he somehow decides, okay, I'm gonna stampede and go in.
Yeah. I mean, you maybe at that point with the Mortimers and everything used, you're just happy evacuating the Storm, right? But coming in for the Hoof Stomp was like, okay, you've stunned them. Now what? Like, your Pugna's there, your Sven's clearly not interested in joining the fight.
Storm is half health. He doesn't want to go in. Yeah, just
Keeping
was
up to the top
very
lane.
awkward.
Bit of a setup here. Cubify being found out by himself will ping that there's vision. There was some, in fact. The same one that caught the Snapfire a bit earlier, they've yet to deward it.
Lane wards usually find all this annoying support standing in the dead lane pushing on the waves, you know.
Speaking of supports, both of them found on Nemesis. Moonlight in with the jump. Looks like Naman will be killed off again, trying to survive. Puts down another ward. A Stampede coming in. They want to fight. 23 joining the fray, missing because of the Sister Shroud. But he's going to cut through the ult. He couldn't pop his ultimate in time on the Abaddon. And Nemesis finding a golden opportunity. I thought for sure the Pugna was dead, but they somehow managed to turn that around.
Yeah, he forgot about the break from the hood ring. He needed to manually press it. That was a very, very big blunder there by Crystallize. Like, he definitely would have been able to at least turn around. I don't know if he would live in the end, but maybe he could have gotten a kill or done something there.
It was just kind of unfortunate, right? Because you've just seen 23 up in the top lane killing your Shadow Demon. So you think, okay, these are 2 supports with no backup. Suddenly the Sven full God Strength comes in, break, you get instantly wiped out. And it's just Passion UA, you kind of get this feeling, man, these guys are everywhere. You try and set up lane wards, there's a storm zipping you down. You try and jump a few supports, suddenly the Sven pops out of nowhere. Coming very hard for them to gear up towards this 20-minute timing. And they have to try and contest this tormentor.
Why is it happening? It's also because they are playing way too fast for their own lineup. And the lineup and Nemesis likes to play fast, right? They are ready to fight with the auras from the Centaur, especially. A Storm with the Pugna and the Centaur, you want to keep looking for kills as well as the Hoodwink. Whereas Passion of You, I still think their lineup prefers to sit back and chill and pump hit creeps. You just defend your jungle, you have defensive observer wards, and you just sit on your area and wait for them to come to you. But they're doing the opposite, you know, they're always trying to look for where Nemesis is, you know, they're trying to look for a fight, and Nemesis is happily accepting the challenge.
Yeah. Right and ready to meet them. And I love this decision from Jokum. It might be a very small thing, but the fact that he buys up his own shard. I feel like a lot of supports, you know, when you have the option of getting the shard, you feel like your team is in control and you're going to get this tormentor.
Right? I'm going to just wait for
yeah,
a
right? Like, you can save the money, but he knows that this shard just helps the Storm secure the kills even faster, and the snowballing is what they need right now. Gearing up 20 minutes, waiting for the rune are the side of Nemesis, but so are Passion UA grouped up in this area. Ends up being a haste grab by the Dragon Knight. A bit awkward there. He has a fresh orchid picked up.
I think you have an excuse to wait until minute 20. You save the goal, you don't buy anything first, you wait until minute 20 if your team can hit the Tormentor, and then if you don't get, you buy it immediately.
Yeah,
I think that's fine with me.
I mean, I think in this particular game, I agree with what Jokum did, just because the boomerang just makes it so that Analog can actually kill some of these tankier heroes, right? If not, it might be a little bit tricky. They're not quite there yet on the Storm. They're working towards that BKB just so you can survive in the fights. I get it. You know, I'm not too mad at it. In fact, I think it's a good play from Jokum. And the weird thing about it is I thought for sure that Passion UA would try to come forward and contest this area, but they've completely left it dry. It looks like they're just giving it up.
Right now, I think they're kind of very weak, right? They can maybe just go for pickoffs. Individual heroes that are separated, especially the Centaur, because if you look at how Nemesis has been playing the last couple of minutes, they've always been very, very near each other on the other heroes, the trio, the two supports, and the Storm. And Centaur is always the one far away. So if they want to go for a pickoff, they have to find the Centaur.
They're going to try now. They're going to see a new Helm Dom creep, and that should betray the Centaur's general location.
Yeah, this is the thing with the Helm, right? It allows you to push out the dangerous lane without even showing your hero there, and then you're just comfortably jungling.
The Mars were not sure on the bot lane, and if Jabs can sneak this one, yeah, I mean, I think he reads this.
There's no way
there's chance he's in danger.
They kill him with two heroes.
Yeah. They're just going to give up on
has
it
Pipe and Lotus. He has 2.7k HP.
Yeah, not really happening here. A BKB complete for Bachuk. That's a pretty nice item timing. Manta should be flying out in just about 1,000 gold for Crystallize. Yeah, I guess you're waiting for the BKB on the Dragon Knight to really feel comfortable before starting any major
even
team
more.
fight.
Meanwhile, QB5.
Okay.
Alright, trying to push out the mid wave, gets caught here. Another deep ward, you know, all these deep
That
wards.
is a very cute Tumblr's toy. I'm not sure whether you caught that, Winter. From beyond the tree line, pops in, Storm hammers. No chance of a BKB or a blink from Bachuk.
Yeah, all these kills are definitely compounding right now. Roshan is going to be on the menu here for Nemesis. Passion of UA, definitely they are crumbling, you know. They're self-destructing in a way. The last couple of minutes, they are, I think, unsure of what they need to do, which area they need to defend or attack. They're just, I think, autopiloting, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. It feels like nobody's sort of writing or captaining the ship, right? They're just all walking around, you know, hitting some creeps, trying to all be on their individual quests.
There's no purpose with the moves.
Yeah. I don't even know whether they have any moves locked in. Maybe they're just saying, okay, we wait for these items. But in the meanwhile, you also need to plan out what you're doing in the downtime, right? It's not enough to just say,
waiting is not making a move.
Exactly. And if you're waiting, you need to be sure what everybody's doing. I think one thing you always like to talk about, Winter, is the lane assignments. Who's going to push out where, who's allowed to be where on the map. And now they're finally going to smoke up. This is the move that Passion U have been waiting for.
Storm
BKB
has
on
no
the DK.
resources. They have maybe 30 seconds if they find someone here to take a fight.
Look at this. Complete evacuation.
I mean, Storm is he's not even going back to base region, so he just feels like with the arcane boots he's gonna be fine.
You look at the way that Nemesis are standing, they must have seen this smoke on a ward, probably the one placed near the tier 2 in the mid, because there is no way that they react like this just completely off of a whim. They'll be the ones to smoke up now. Both teams using scans and missing each other.
Analog has his BKB timing. He knows he can't really die now.
Okay. Careful now, Bachuk. They've just shown an
Imagine
preemptive
really
TP.
they're TPing bot to try and take the fight. What's happening here? Only one hero's TP bot. The snap didn't TP.
Blink forward, slightly off the mark. This is a bit messy, but Moonlight, he doesn't even get the chance to pop his BKB. Analog will do it now, no. Holding on, gets speared to the wall. Joker now in big trouble as Crystallize standing in the middle, but he's run out of his ultimate. The borrowed time, he has to return it at 23. Hits some illusions instead, not really where he wanted to land, and jabs without a blink, he can't chase any further. I'm so sure that Nemesis should have gotten a bit more out of that one, but some fancy footwork from the rest of Passion UA and they get out all alive.
Yeah, but still, why were they trying to fight? I'm super confused about what just happened. They TP'd down with a DK and then the snap and Abaddon TP'd later. But were they even strong enough to take the fight? I actually have no idea. I think that they were better off farming more items, you know, right here. It's not even like a good angle to defend the tower, you know, in this area. You don't really have any very strong timings with your heroes. Your Abaddon is not strong enough to tank. He needs his dagger as well, even the Bloodthorn after the dagger. Like, they're just lacking so many components in their team fight. You know? Sure, you might have the BKB and Batil, but where is the damage, right? The heroes that are supposed to do the damage don't have their items.
Yeah. It's just a little bit of a disjointed attempt, a bit of a zip in here. Storm Spirit trying to get the catch onto the Abaddon in the top side.
He's dead. No
He's
dagger.
gone, yeah.
No escape.
That's just tough. I mean, the disruption was there to try and help him as well. No way of stunning up the SD before he TP's out.
I think he should have disrupted someone else instead of the Abaddon. I think because he needed to click his ultimate. I don't know. I think the disruption kind of didn't really help.
Kind of like low-key griefed a little bit. I think he would have still died regardless, to be clear. Like, none of his teammates were nearby.
Well, yeah, he would have a better chance to live, I think, if he disrupted the enemy heroes.
Nemesis coming into today clearly feeling a bit more refreshed, right? I think some of the early game was still a bit shaky, but they are a lot more
23 again.
on the same page.
We've seen this story time and time again.
Did I really just jinx? Oh my
His team just found a pickoff on top side. They showed on top, and then he's getting caught on bottom.
And I was just saying they were all on the same page. I guess they still need to bring 23 on that page. Analog, though, he has all the power in the world. With that AD rune, he's going to find an easy pick-off on Cubify. Dude, every time I talk a little bit about Nemesis, 23 dies. Like, literally.
Yeah, I mean, I
It's happened
suspect what's
twice now.
happening is his team is telling him that we are coming to you, you know, so he's like playing aggressive or he's confident. But they were not ready yet, they were not arriving, you know.
Yeah.
Running over to you means that their teammates are going to take some time before they arrive. There is a ETA, you know, they don't teleport instantly, they're not global.
Yeah. That's a very common issue. Saying you're on the way but not giving an ETA.
Hey, bro, I tell you, this is such a real issue in Dota
No,
teams.
yeah, I'm not even memeing.
Yeah,
Like, it's
but you
100%,
tell your
right?
teammates, hey, I'm coming, right? And then sometimes in their brain, it doesn't register that you're not there yet.
Hang on, Winter jabs. It's on the high ground, instantly gets stunned. Doesn't manage to Lotus, doesn't manage to press anything.
He's very
He will be
tanky,
able to
man.
Gale Guard now. Looks like he's fine. Storm's here to back him up as well. Jokum ready with the break. Pops it onto the Mars. Meanwhile, a chase down. Analog trying to finish off the support, but he's run bone dry on mana. Moonlight now
they
forced to pop the BKB.
They split into two heroes. They didn't use the spells on the DK.
Yeah, it's a bit weird. Nice with the disruption. Saving him for now, but they should be able to run him down. A bit too strong on Analog, and he's chasing for more. Crystallize, able to get back to the safety of his own tower. And around the 28-minute mark, that's the Wisdom Shrine. Do they want to stick around and push them out? Jokum, you gotta be careful. You don't have any mana whatsoever, but just one squirrel. And the threat of the storm is enough to scare them. And Jokum, he's just jumping in. That's 3 heroes surrounding the poor little squirrel. That's not where you want to be, homie. Okay, overplaying a little bit here. We've seen this from Jokum before. His eagerness to try and set things up for the team ends up biting him in the bum this time round.
This is why you do not buy dagger on the square. You would put yourself in a lot of danger. The items usually you like to go on this hero is like 4-star view and you stand
Like
far
Aether lens, right? So
yeah,
they can
you
stand
I
further
know,
away,
brother,
not get
don't buy
into
Aether
next
lens.
to them.
Don't buy Aether lens. Buy used, buy
greed?
4-star.
Okay,
That's it.
all right.
Because you can abuse the cast range, you don't want to go in. Like whenever you buy dagger on heroes like this, you oftentimes will find yourself feeding because you're trying to be too aggressive.
Yeah. But so far, again, small little misplays there on Jokum's side, but overall, he's been doing a good job setting these up for the team, right? I think the Bushwhacks have been on point. He lands the break on the key targets when needed. I think can't really complain about the...
You're
range of
allowed
performance
one
I've seen so
mistake
far.
per game, right?
Yeah, and in fact, with how much Jokum's been doing, I dare say he's reached the 2-mistake threshold. If he makes one more mistake, I won't even be mad, but Analog, he can't really afford to die here. Pops the BKB, trying to zip out on a sliver of HP, will survive. All the defensive auras from Jabs helping him out. Now being healed up, Bushwhack there, holding the Dragon Knight in place, and he doesn't stand a chance against the damage. Borrowed time now, that just means Crystallize has to blink out. Get the chase out onto Cracker, and that will be the sacrifice. Nice little team fight from Nemesis. They don't lose a thing.
Yeah, they were just too far behind there. Normally they would have enough damage to kill the Storm Bear, when they call him.
Crystallize, he gets caught out again. Jokum, this time the Blink Dagger pays off, making up for his previous mistake here. Just waiting. No chance of a blink. 23 will swipe him down, and they find a big kill.
But he's taking her advice. He's killing Aether Lens next on the Hood Ring.
Yeah, he can hear me. Don't worry about it, Jokum. I got you. Look at him. Again, another setup in the top lane on the Mars. This guy just can't stop making shit happen for the team. Makes you wonder where this guy was 3 days ago. But I'm not complaining.
I hear you fanboying. You must be Jokum's biggest fanboy in SEA.
I mean, I'm not the one who called him the best pos for in SEA. That was you, brother. You don't come at me right now. 22k gold lead for Nemesis. They are looking pretty solid. Still with a little bit of the mistakes from 23 that we mentioned, right? But overall, now they've sort of at least gotten the hang of, okay, we need to enable Analog. He's clearly the most important person here, and he has put up a performance, right? Making up for some of the weaker ones of the past few days.
Always good to see improvements,
Oh, for sure.
Take it day by day. Every day you improve on certain small little area in the game. They might be, looking really bleak, in their chances of moving out to the playoffs, but they kind of need to also progress as a team, right? Because they're a new step. They just added Analog 2 weeks ago, 1 week ago, something like that.
Yeah. Literally for this event. Like, this event would be the first time, if you don't count scrims, that these 5 players are playing together. So I guess it's maybe a little bit easier.
Don't think there's scrim before this.
Yeah. Maybe 1 or 2. Oh, 23. What you doing?
Yeah, he's doing the right things now. He's connecting to his team, or his team is connecting to you.
Yeah. He voice lines as well. Now you got the shout for Jabs. Very nicely done. Good attempt there, I guess, from Cubify, just to be a little nasty with it, but forcing the Stampede out just to get the Satanic lifesteal.
Yeah, I'm afraid I'm seeing a huge lacking in passion in this game. They're just playing like it's their ranked games, They don't even care.
Yeah.
They lack the desire, they lack the discipline.
It's been a little bit quiet, right, from Bachuk as well.
You can tell from the body languages of the players, how they're moving in the game. It's just like they're not really trying to even play the game, they're just coasting, I would say.
Yeah, there's no hunger, right? It's not like... It's weird because I feel like most of the times when you see a team is kind of sharp and like still looking for opportunities, they're playing active, they're getting ready, they're sort of thinking. You can tell that from their moves and their pings and what they're communicating
they're still
to each
trying
other.
to play off each other. This game,
Exactly.
I don't even know what they are trying to do, or they're just not even
It's
trying
just
to
so
do
weird,
anything.
Winter, because I feel like in the earlier part of the game, when they were being active, we were criticizing them, saying that they didn't need to be active yet.
Yeah, so it's a mental thing, right?
Yeah.
So when you're being active, when you're not supposed to be active, and then you feel like you're losing the game, and then you're trying to do something, but it doesn't work out. So then you think of, why not we just do nothing,
Yeah. Jokum does get picked off in the mid lane here, but that's going to cost Bachuk his life. Collapsed upon by the full squad.
It's definitely not worth it. I mean, these are all mental stuff, you know. Because when you're supposed to do something, because you were constantly doing something in the early game and it didn't work out, and then you think in your mind that we're not supposed to do anything, we're supposed to just keep farming, you know, so you don't do anything. That's why Dota is a very, very difficult game, you know, at this level. It's just a lot of things mentally. If you're not in the right space, you're just not gonna make the right call.
Jump in, force the Borg timeout, in comes Analog as well. That's the Abaddon ultimate already used, and they can just keep pressing onwards. God Strength, full force here. 23 leading the charge. I mean, Jabs is not even here, but he has a Stampede up available in 10 seconds. Joining the team with his Aghanims flying out. What a Dragon Knight stun. I wonder what that was on. Maybe a creep or something? I don't know. Okay.
I think it was the Helm Dom.
Yeah, I guess so. Don't see a Helm Dom creep. He had to just dominate a new one, so there's that. Okay, well, Nemesis. Aegis available in the Storm. Just kind of feels like the last few little licks and it'll be theirs to win. 28k gold lead feels like almost insurmountable. You're looking at the items on the side of Passion UA. There's not much to work with. Still desperately trying to squeeze towards that AC on the Dragon Knight. Bloodthorn miles away from Crystallized Abaddon. I mean, on the bright side, you got Nullify on Mars. That could maybe help you get a pick off that you're not really expecting. But then there's also the Centaur Eggs that we talked about.
Not gonna nullify that, for sure.
Yeah.
Do you think it should be dispellable?
The Centaur Eggs?
Yeah, the Centaur Eggs.
Yeah, I think it should be dispellable. It's kind of ridiculous that it's not, but... Jokum? Again, kind of in an awkward... Ooh, 23!
The splash.
The splash damage, both supports are gonna go down. You got a BKB TP out of that one. And even the DK taking significant damage from the Sven. Jump forward, almost catching Bachuk there. Try for the TP out, way too quick. A little bit behind there on the move, and Jokum goes down again, but it costs Passion UA again.
I'm not gonna lie, Mike, that does not look like a DK, you know?
Yeah, no, not at all. What have they found here?
BKB? My brother Pogna has a BKB?
He's gonna die. The supports on Nemesis may be getting a little frisky. Not playing with their team, just kind of all struck out on the map by themselves. And Passion are taking advantage. This is a bit of the... I guess you want to say hunger or sharpness that you're hoping to see from a team that's behind, right? Finding every opportunity that they can to find these pickoffs.
Yeah, you have to punish your opponents when they make a small little mistake. You need to be able to take advantage immediately when it happens.
Yeah. I feel like Analog has spent most of his mana pool trying desperately to connect to his teammates that are on the opposite side of the map. He's been like, what, 300 mana, 500 mana for past 2 minutes or so. We have a disruption. No one around to really capitalize though. You just gotta throw out an ultimate just for fun. Jumping in, eat a silence. Still the Aegis on the Storm, so you're not really afraid of jumping forward. Break available, you gotta pop that ultimate, manually crystallize, you gotta be careful. Jab try to come in with the Storm, a bit too late there.
I mean, despite having a 28k lead, this is not looking.
Isn't this
like,
a bit closer than
yeah, this is definitely not looking like it's a 28k lead, you know. Like Nemesis, they've not been really clean with their moves. There's a lot of hiccups here and there.
Yeah. God Strength now. Back on the tower, back to regular business. Finally, the disconnects have stopped. BKB in, Moonlight, but there's the save. Analog still should be able to fight until the end of his Aegis there. Bachuk desperately trying to limp away to the right side, but won't survive. They'll get Naman though. Crystallize now, popping the borrowed time and the jump in. Second salvo from the Storm, ready to fight and ready to kill. You buy back on Bachuk, but you've already used most of your spells. You silence up the Storm now, but he's still full HP. Nobody's really pressuring him, and I guess the only consolation is that you've waited out the entirety of the God Strength. So it has to be the Storm on the high ground. 23 will join him. Not quite as strong as he was before. Yeah, Analog is way too powerful right now.
He has no fear. As long as Centaur Aghanims is behind the workhorse, he can get out.
As a spear, workhorse in. Exactly what you were talking about. Saves and kills off Quaker. Crystallize now. He doesn't have a borrow time. Needs to run for the hills. You immediately buy back on the Snapfire. Maybe not strong enough to get this remaining racks just yet. Nemesis will show the respect and back up.
I mean, it's good enough. They get the melee racks. They force the buyback. They don't want to overextend again. You know, there's just so many times they are just playing so above their means, and they just feed away kills.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like the BKB might have made the Pugna a little bit too confident. It's 2 or 3 times in a row now.
It's the same thing with the Hoodwink, you know. When the Hoodwink buys dagger, he's gonna feed, you know. The Pugna has BKB, he thinks like, oh, I have BKB, I can stand in front, you know, I can use my life drain, you know, and be the front line. Nope, you do not do that as Pugna. If anything, I would say that the Pugna should buy a dagger instead of the Hoodwink.
Yeah. Yeah. So he can actually jump in from a distance and help the Storm out
hide,
if
you know,
needed.
so he can hide.
That's true.
I tell you,
It's
Dota
33k
is
gold lead
definitely
now.
a mental game even with items.
Oh, for sure. God Strength now. Up on the high ground again. You gotta be careful. Atos, a lot of ways to kite. Got the Lotus. Dispel that. I think he pressed the Satanic as well just to shrug that one off. Now the stun in. They're a bit awkward. Here comes Analog looking for a target. Crystallize, my goodness. Manually popping that ultimate. The Centaur card putting 23 back into safety. Stampeding all over Passion UA now. Their hope is running out. Not much to work with. Crystallize is going to go down. You can buy back on the Shadow Demon, but you've already lost so much on the front lines. Only 4 heroes left. Not a single buyback to work with any longer. You know, Mortimer's Kisses. Maybe just keep them away for now. In comes Jokum, blinking in. Trying to find something. The Spear, the BK. The BKB on the Hoodwink, of course. Of course, a huge Vortex finishing the deal, finds 2 more, and GG is called. Analog. What a comeback performance from him after the first few days of some rough ones. Nemesis looking much more together in this game number 1 up against Passion UA.
Yeah, I mean, despite winning the game, I would still say that this game is far from perfect, you know, for Team Nemesis. They are still gonna have to try to focus on how they can connect together as a team. They're just feeding away a lot of kills despite having like dominant positions on the map. They're giving away kills that's not supposed to be happening. Maybe even the itemizations on the supports needs to be looked at. But at this point right now, I think this is a smaller problem. The bigger problem is how they're connecting to each other, right? How is 23 supposed to play on the map? Because I feel like a lot of his deaths, we've seen it again in this particular game where his teammates just made a move on the other side, and then either he's supposed to connect or he received information that they're coming to him and he feels like he could stay in that area, but then ultimately because it took longer than expected for them to arrive, and then he always feeds, you know, whenever they're playing across each other on different areas of the map. So something with the communications has to be fixed, or he just needs to sit back and just play more conservatively when his teammates are making a move, you know.
It's honestly crazy, right? Because if you took a look at that scoreboard with the way that the game panned out for Nemesis, we have so much criticism for a team that, on paper, at least statistically, they look great, right? I mean, 23, we're talking about him feeding, he died twice. But I think where this is coming from is you still have many other much stronger teams to face, and I'd argue to say that this is a Passion UA that is very off their usual game. Right, we usually see them have some moments of brilliance, some moments of ingenuity, running in with Bachuk or maybe Moonlight even and making things happen. It just felt very flaccid from them this game. You can kind of tell from their facial expressions as well in player cams throughout the match that they were perhaps at a bit of a loss as to what they needed to do. Just a little bit of a misunderstanding of where their draft was the strongest, and Nemesis, you know, maybe our criticism is just that it should have felt a lot cleaner, right? There were some moments that didn't really live up to a 44k gold lead, which is how that game ended. It's crazy to say because, you know, you make 1 or 2 mis-executions. If you don't save Analog or 23 with the card one time, suddenly it could all turn around.
Yeah, if you're playing like this, you're not going to be able to beat the stronger opponents, right? You have to keep striving to improve. Like, even if they have very, very slim chances of making it to the playoffs here after losing 3 of their first series, but they still have to really focus on how do they progress as a team, right? What do they need to improve on? Which are the areas of the game that they need to really put a magnifying glass on and try to figure out what are the reasons causing all those problems, right? I think these are all the important questions they need to ask themselves and discuss as a team, you know, and the coach as well. they have to figure out all these problems so that they can better play the next couple of events, right? This is not the end of the road for this season. This is just the beginning. So if you do badly here, you just have to try to keep your head up high, continue improving. There's still a lot of qualifiers coming up, a lot of LAN events coming up, and they need to fix a problem. Every day you need to try to improve on something. I think that is the mindset you need to have when you're like a new stack, coming up.
Yeah, we've only just begun this new EPT season, so a lot more to look forward to for Nemesis. Hopefully they can try and secure their first series win, but Passion UA will be looking to punch back. Game number 2 after a short break.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
DreamLeague Season 27 continues here in our group stage, and even though these two teams are mathematically eliminated, who cares? You're still playing for EPT points, you're still playing for a good placement, you're still playing for pride, you're playing for cash money. Passion UA, show us something. Winter, we were not impressed at all. It felt like these guys didn't have their heart in it. Nemesis, they were able to take what I felt like, honestly, was a pretty free 1-0 over their opponents in the first game.
Yeah, even then, you know, we were still unhappy about how they played. So imagine how badly we think Passion or UA is playing this game, you know. I think they just kind of need to find some motivation somewhere, you know. They need to dig deep and figure out what they want to do as a team, you know, going forward, you know. If they continue playing like this, they're gonna like head into disband territory.
Yeah, and I think it's a little bit sad because there were moments, especially in Division 2, where we saw Passion UA pop off, right? Despite the problems, despite the mistakes, there were moments where I think between both of us, maybe I'm speaking on behalf of you a bit, but we were thinking, you know, it'll be cool to see them in DreamLeague Season 27 at the main event. How do they shape up? And of course, Division 2 ended a while ago, so you'd get the impression between the time then and all those other Tier 2, Tier 1.5 tournaments that Passion UA have been playing, you'd think that they might have figured something out or stepped marginally towards improvement. Unfortunately, has yet to be the case. Yes, they did manage to take a game off Falcons. That was very impressive. Yes, they managed to take a game off Pipsqueak +4, who are looking real hot right now. But then they lost 0-2 to Tidebound, and it might be a quick 0-2 if they can't get their shit together. Let's see if they can, though, into the game number 2 draft. But we talk a lot about Team Passion UA in this sort of opening, but we also had our fair share of complaints about Team Nemesis. Isn't that right, Winter?
Everything has to be fair, right? If you complain about one team, you have to also complain about the other team.
Yes, sir. Well, I mean, in particular, I think Team Nemesis, at least up until that game number 1, it didn't really feel like they were on the same page. And even after that game number 1, we still felt like there were moments.
Yeah, even
they
if
might not be reading the same book.
Even in the ending, towards the end when they're closing out the game, it's just still messy, you know. I think that you can never be happy winning a game like this. You know, so scrappy, so many mistakes, so many trolls and this and that, yada yada. The item supports, the item on your supports are not really ideal. There's just a bunch of problems, you know. Unfortunately, you need to. I feel like choose which one is more important to fix first, because I think you cannot really fix everything at the same time. You have to go through the list, whoever it is, the captain, the coach, and you need to choose the one that you think that it's most easy to fix in a LAN environment, right? Because you cannot really fix certain problems in between series. It takes too long, and you have to just try to put a band-aid on those and try to fix the ones that you think you can adjust with the draft or with something else, you know.
Sure. And this is where a coach comes into play, right? So what is registered for this event is Masaros. Masaros, the Thai player, most notably known on his time at Motivate Trust, and I think had a brief stint on Fnatic back then. You know, he's been out of the pro scene for a little while, but he's listed as the coach for Nemesis now, but then on the Nemesis official social media, they signed March. So I'm not sure whether it's just that March is not active yet. Whatever it is, this is where you need a coach in the middle of the games to sort of be that eye in the sky and say, hey, you know, there was some of these issues. Let's try and work on this one going into game 2, right? Because Nemesis, they won game 1, and that's great. But they also won one game against every one of their previous opponents before eventually losing the series. So I'm sure that there are those thoughts of, okay, we still need to close this out. Job's not done. We can't get too comfortable. DK, instant Venomancer counter pick. Ugh!
Remember what I said last game, Mike? Against DK, you want high magic damage. There you go.
Yeah.
Venomancer.
Disgusting.
Doesn't matter if you're support, it doesn't matter if you're core, you still do high amount of magic damage. And what, current HP damage or max HP? Which one it is?
I believe it's max.
Max HP. Max HP damage.
I should know this as a Venomancer spammer.
You just played one
max
time.
HP, max HP.
That one game, and now you're telling me you're a Venomancer spammer?
Wait, what do you mean? I'm a level 25 Venomancer, brother. Wait. Do you know?
How dare you call yourself a spammer if you're not level 30?
Oh, okay. Well, to be honest, and this is something that always confuses me. This is an honest query.
All right.
I feel like some of these heroes have like the weirdest Dota Plus challenges ever. Like for example, right now my Venomancer quests are deal 600 to 1,800 damage to enemy heroes with attacks after using Hurricane Pike. And then another one is get 7,000 damage to heroes after
My
leaving
friend,
Invis. Am I gonna build
should-
what? You want me to build a Shadow Blade on Venomancer or some shit? Like what
You
are we
should
doing?
tell them Venomancer is also a support hero, because those tasks seem like it's more fitting for a core Venomancer.
Yeah, I'm not a core Venomancer player, so come on. I think 25 is not too bad. But enough about me. Let's talk about this draft. I think we did see Paravision actually being the ones to bring out the Venomancer mid most recently. And then, of course, there's OG with Scam bringing out on position 5, showing just how strong this hero can be in the right lineup.
Didn't we also see like a carry Venomancer? I'm pretty sure we saw carry Venomancer.
so.
Who was it?
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna look
Was
that
it one of
up.
the Chinese teams? It must have been one of the Chinese teams.
I mean, every time you think about craziness in Chinese teams, I'm automatically assuming it was Yakult brothers with some bullshit. You know what I mean? These guys, they'll pick anything. These guys.
I
are
don't
pretty...
think it's them. It's not them. I don't remember who was it.
I'll check. Just talk about the draft a little bit. Let me look this one up.
Venomancer and Jakiro. High spell damage against DK. There you go,
Yeah.
you know. They seem to
Okay.
agree. That is the formula against Dragonite. He is weak to mages. But what if Mike the Dragonite buys the Mage Slayer?
Ooh, an item that we rarely ever see.
I think only on mid Dragonites. Carry Dragonites, I don't think you should buy it.
Yeah, no.
But even mid Dragonites, it just feel like it's not
Feels a bit
very,
shit, no?
Yeah, not very nice to buy it.
I think the item's fallen out of favor a little
The
bit.
problem is you would need BKB anyway, somewhere down the road. And then why are you getting like the Mage Slayer? I mean, you can make an argument for certain games where the matchup is very valuable. For example, against Sand King or against Leshrac. You want to get the debuff on them. Sure, you know, maybe those games I kind of would understand, you know. But I think as a rule of thumb, in general, you want to buy BKB somewhere down the road. It's just about your item sequencing. Which one you can get away first, you know, before you get to your BKB.
What's the idea here with the Warlock Skyraf Mage? Because I know that the Skyraf Mage is picked into the Jakiro because it's one of the pos force that can actually trade with it, especially with the help of something like an axe. But
oh, it's very good
why
against
Warlock?
Venomancer, Skyraf. Like, Skyraf is very good at killing him because Veno doesn't have a very, very high HP pool.
Sure.
And you can actually use your spells from far away. Because the problem with Veno is getting near to him, right? But if you can kill him without getting anywhere near him, sure, you know, you're gonna be fine. So Skyraf, I think it's meant to do that.
Okay. Well, to answer your question about Venomancer carry, Winter, we actually saw it only one time, and it was played by one win. They got
What?
obliterated by Aurora,
Yes,
actually.
I just
It
remember
was-
seeing it one game. I just don't remember which one.
And I think it's unpopular for a good reason. I'm sure it has its strengths. It's
Yeah,
just a little bit
I think it
difficult
has
to make
its
work.
it has its games. You know, there are some games that you might actually be able to make it work. You know, certain matchups. I think against Ursa, for example. But now they're both in the same team. You know, Veno, Ursa, Pudge. Bro, if I show you this draft like Veno, Jakiro, Pudge, you're like, ugh. This is the most disgusting draft today, you know.
I just
And
I
we
was
are
quiet because I
complaining-
puked in my mouth.
We were complaining of the lack of passion in the first game from Passion of Gear, and now they give us Veno, Jakiro, Pudge.
Yikes. Okay. Well, I don't know whether this is a good or bad thing. Whatever it is, it's left the Slada open, and this is a hero that is going to munch up these low armor heroes. Pudge, Veno, very susceptible to high amounts of physical damage, and I mean the Jakiro as well.
Yeah,
is
but
gonna
how
have
can
a
you
hard
get
time.
near those heroes? It's Jakiro and Veno, you know, without BKB, how are you getting
Yeah, so
near them?
let me tell you, Winter,
Alright,
you
tell
last
me.
pick a. You last what? Wait, hold on.
What? You need
Are
a
my eyes
dispel?
deceiving me? Is Centaur still in the pool?
Yes, it's in the pool.
Well, don't you just pick a Centaur and run at the Venomancer then?
Yeah, that would have been actually nice. I was very, very perplexed with the Slada. Thanks,
How is Centaur still in the pool?
because everybody doesn't know how to play Centaur. They don't want to play Centaur.
I thought Jabs did a pretty fine job just now.
He doesn't want to play into Jakiro or Salin. He thinks that Slada is better off. You have the
Don't
late
you
day.
think this Slada is My initial guess was this Slardar was gonna go mid. Mid Slardar, and then DK safe lane. And then your last picking jabs. That was what I was
it doesn't really matter. Bro, they have 18 and 23. It doesn't matter here. They have
That's
to pick
true.
two anyway. I think Slardar is Jab's hero because he sees his lane. I think he just wants to pick for the lane. Scarab works much better with Slardar than with Centaur in the laning phase. They are much more durable duo in the lane. You can kill. You can run away with your slow resist.
That's true. Yeah, I was thinking immediately the Axe as an option, but Axe probably struggles
Axe
against
is-
all this like.
Oh,
link
Axe,
cancel.
not Ags.
Yeah, Axe.
Axe is a very common reply to Jakiro.
Yeah. I guess it's just difficult to make work against all the Plague Wars
In
and
my
stuff. 'cause-
words, you compete against the disgusting hero by being even more disgusting yourself.
Okay, so what's the ultimate disgusting thing that we haven't picked yet? We've seen a Viper?
Bro,
Some shit like that?
Veno and Jakiro, you can't get more disgusting than that now.
You will maybe do like a, I don't know, Lone Druid? OD? Meepo? Huskar?
That is not
You can't pick Huskar.
disgusting. Okay, Huskar is okay, disgusting.
I don't think you can play Huskar under. Maybe you can. It's pretty nice into the Passion UA side, but there's a lot of like healing reduction from both the Pudge as well as the Veno if they get their key items. I wonder whether this Pudge is core. I feel like my initial gut feeling is that it's probably the position 4, like Cubify hero, because he's like that pick so much. But then is this like an off-lane Veno, like Pudge Veno duo? And then you're last picking a mid?
And then you have a jungling Veno? Is that what you're suggesting?
No, I'm saying you do like off-lane Veno, and then pause for Pudge.
Oh.
And then that's your sort of game plan versus the Warlock DK. Because they can't really get on top of you. And then if you hook the Warlock, he's basically toast. Queen of Pain last pick, so that is going to be for sure all the lanes locked in. Unless they do some insane jabs off-lane Queen of Pain bullshit.
Never count the man out. Mike,
That's true.
You've known him for ages. The guy always does something that, oh, there's no way to do this, right? And then you see him, okay, now man, I'll
Yeah,
shut the hell
sorry,
up.
that's jabs we're talking about.
You can never know, you know. He's gonna wake up one day. I just feel like doing this today, and he's gonna do it. Nobody will understand why.
Right, I swear, you know what I've had on my bingo card for a long time? I feel like one of these days, he's just gonna be like, you know what? I can be mid again, and he's just gonna start playing mid. He's gonna get inspired by Whisper
Yeah,
or some
you
shit,
know
I'm pretty
what?
sure.
I should be playing the Skywrath mage, you know.
Go back to position.
Yeah, would you
position 4.
mind playing Slardar Jocam? Just give me the Skywrath.
Oh, do a little bit of a boxy Taiga situation. Do the swap as the Liquid did back then. Last pick, Moonlight Void Spirit. We were saying this isn't exactly a Moonlight hero, but we've seen him bust it out a few times. The quote-unquote okay lane matchup into Queen of Pain and decent answer to her later once you get the eggs. How are we feeling about the draft? So it is a Venomancer pause 3 to try and deal with the DK. Which draft do you like more?
The less disgusting one.
Okay. Is it because it's better, or is it just because it makes you puke less?
They have Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight
Yeah?
is a very broken hero. So is Slardar. I don't know about the Void Spirit overall last week here for the Passion of UA side. I think it's really nice to silence the Warlock and the Skywrath, but outside of that, I feel like the hero doesn't have a lot of value. And their composition right now, they have a Jakiro, Pudge, Veno. I think this is going to be the trio that they are going to be playing together the most. And if you compare that to, I think the Slardar,
Really?
Warlock, Skywrath, or the
I thought that the Void Spirit actually pairs not too bad with the
yeah,
Pudge
but
and the
you
Jakiro, 'cause-
want to play around Veno. So when you have Veno as a hero, I mean, you tell me you're a Veno spammer, right? If you're
I'm
okay,
a
maybe you're
support
not a core
Veno, okay,
Veno,
I'm a support
but you
Veno.
want people to take certain areas of the map, right, to play around you, because you do not want to TP to connect to your teammates as Veno. Okay, let me ask you, do you like doing that? You obviously don't, right, as a Veno. You place wards in an area, you've already take refuge in a certain camp, you do not want to leave. You want people coming to you. It's
Yeah,
just
that's
like Visage, right? When you summon your birds, you don't want to be TP around. You want your teammates to come to you. I think Veno Core is just like that.
Sure. Now let's see whether Passion UA finally figure out that very crucial fact. We need to play around Bachuk on this Veno.
Yeah,
in
you
this
were
game.
telling me, why haven't they figured it out? It's been so long.
Yeah.
But Duke is your man.
Yeah, get into it. Like, what are we?
Yeah.
Like, why
Mike,
is he
if
taking
you're
him?
playing Venom, I will play around you. No question asked, you know? If you're playing
They
Venom,
just have
I'm going to go
They just have
to
to
you.
brute force it, right? Like, if you pick a hero so obvious that they have to play around, no last minute, switch him to Void lane, Void Spirit off lane shenanigans. Venomancer, he's like, guys, I'm going to take their whole map. Just stick next to me, please.
Imagine if you ask them a question in the interview, why are you always not going to Batuk?
I'm not doing that.
And
That's
then the
very rude.
answer is, Batuk always tells us that he just wants to solo.
Yeah, then you kind of
Dude, you never
you can't blame
dude, you
him, man.
never know. Sometimes that's just the answer, you know. That's just the reality of the situation. There's this one guy in the team that doesn't want to be around teammates.
Yeah. He's just kind of begging to be left alone on an island,
Solo
right? Definitely
give me solo XP. You know all the offlaners that tell you, give
Yeah,
me solo
it's
XP.
such an
I need
off-lane
solo
thing, right?
XP.
They're like, get away from my lane, stop ruining it. I just want to farm.
And then when they die, where's my support? You
Yeah,
just told
classic.
me you want solo XP.
They ping you. They hit you with the, you go up to safe lane, but you can't even win the lane, and then you leave me alone here.
Oh yeah,
to die.
that is a classic.
Classic. And then like you come back, and they're like, oh, now you TP. Oh my, get me out. Get me out. Hey, whatever it is, Nemesis, they got to try and get out of this sticky situation that they found themselves in, at least with a series win, and hopefully that can turn the tides for them. But Passion UA, again, we've been repeating this non-stop
We need the passion.
so much.
We need it.
Give us the passion. Show us something.
And here we go, Mike. Look at the passion. Try lane for first blood.
What the hell? Oh, they really want to bonk
Gonna
jabs
get
on the
the
head to start
flagship
things
stack.
out.
Yes.
Come on. We got a hook. Jabs is playing around the tree line. He is in trouble. Top lane. He got the crush out. Will stop them from chasing a little bit. Nice concussive shot as well, but the hook save. Jabs, he's going to get run down here. Slowly but surely. I say that through the tree line.
Oh,
Blood grenade.
no.
Seriously, he is alive.
I mean, Starlight is not the easiest hero at level 1 to kill.
Yeah.
I mean, look at his item. He has so many stats, you know, 800 HP.
Quite a bit of wasted
Maybe
time.
they needed to do it better, you know. I think he probably hooked a little too soon. He needed to like just chase him down, run him down. He's still slowed, and then hook later, you know.
Yeah. But this does start the lane off for Crystallize in a good spot, right? The Slada and the Skyraf, I feel like these are heroes that can snipe a couple of concussive shots.
Yeah, but the question is, Batuk, do you leave Batuk alone?
Cubify is dead. Cubify is literally dead.
Yeah,
Okay.
and now Batuk is gonna literally say what you just said. So you gank the safe lane, and now what? You come back to my lane and you beat.
Yikes. But I think in this case, Bachuk is right. I'd be like, what the hell, man? Like, why'd you do that? You could have just... If you just gave me a level 1, I get my Venomous Gale, we kill the Warlock, it's vibes. But instead, now look at me. I'm pathetically trying to farm. They're killing my wards. I don't got any support. The Pudge used the TP to get the lane, so he's not even going to be here. This shit sucks.
Yeah, it does. Off laner's nightmare, you know. If you're position 4, just ruins your first 3 minutes for you.
This is what it looks like when you see a pulse for Pudge picked in your games, that's for sure.
Yeah, you just never know, yeah. Which Pudge are you gonna get? Are you gonna get the Pudge that never misses the hook, or are you just gonna get the Pudge that doesn't do anything at all in the lane, just saps your XP?
Yeah, you're gonna get Yamage or your pup teammate. We don't know. You need to see. And for now, it's looking more like some of the other fellas I've seen in my pubs, unfortunately. But before we miss this fact, I just wanted to...
There's a hook.
Oh, he found one?
He found one.
Onto 23. Does it matter?
No gear.
No Venomous Gale? Yeah. Okay.
Alright. GG. Hook and no gear.
You know they're having a conversation right now. They're like, what the hell, man? I get a hook and you don't have a right to complain I'm landing these hooks.
Unfortunately, Cubify, but Duke has the right to complain.
Yeah, 100%. I'm on Batuk's side here. It's a bit annoying, but
you're on every offlaner's side when the support just leaves and doesn't
yeah,
get
that's
a kill.
true. Yeah. Okay, Lotus will be claimed by the Passion UA side.
Especially on a hero like Venom, it's not even just about Batuk, right? Especially on a hero like Venom, you don't want to be left alone. This is not the type of hero that you want to play from behind. Another hook.
There's the hook. Where's the Gale? There it is.
The Gale.
23. Getting killed up though. The Shadow Word doing quite a good amount of healing, and he still has the stick, so they don't have enough damage to finish him off. Very nicely done. And by very nicely done, I mean Naman just pressed the button. Good job, Naman.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do as Warlock. Another hook.
This
3 out of 3, 4 out of 4.
Okay, well, you can't complain anymore, but Chuk, that is excellent. And trap him up in the tree line with the wards. Cubify finds another. That's what you're hoping for on the punch.
So according to Mike Sang, Cubify has already redeemed himself by landing on the hooks.
I think so. Do you not think so? I thought that was great.
Damage
Good
is
job,
already still
Cubify.
done. I have not forgotten that you left me alone for 2 minutes.
Damn,
Since Batir.
you're a bit of a bitter man, aren't you? Okay, well, Analog able to snatch away the first water rune and now should be able to walk towards the second. So honestly, nice rotation from Jokum coming over here. And they're not really able to punish jabs in the meanwhile. I say that. Crush. Move speed slow. Concussive shot is there. And yeah, the chase is done. Is Quaker just gonna run at Jokum? I guess, yeah,
Sky
I mean,
is a
he's
fast
way too
hero.
quick. Yeah.
You're definitely not running him down.
It's a very nice ward placement as well by the Passion UA side. They've had it next to the secret shop for a while and it's just out of range of the sentry. Because, you know, Jokum for sure knows that there's vision with the way that Passion UA safe lane has been playing. He just can't find it just yet. It's kind of annoying. Okay. Lane so far, you know, apart from that kill onto Naman and a bit of the early fumbles in the top lane, I think everybody's getting their farm, especially the DK and the Venomancer. So as much as Bachuk has had his complaints, he's still getting the levels, still getting the net worth, not too bad. Top lane, I feel like the Slada's doing as well as he could.
Yeah, but
this is a very
I thought
difficult
it
lane.
would be better, you know? Like 13-0 right now against 27-11. I thought this lane would actually do better, you know? Despite against being against a Jakiro. I guess Jakiro is that strong.
Now they're gonna get a kill on the aforementioned Jakiro. Kraker overextends and gets wrapped around by jabs. Very nice play there from Jokum baiting him in.
Finally, we bring the two-headed menace down.
Yeah. The whole time Crystallize is just free farming and 13 denies. That's painful. Oh, 33. Nice dodge.
That was the first miss hook, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah. He's like 4 for 5. Still 80%.
Yeah, you have to keep count on those, you know. Use it to boost the team's morale. Guys, I haven't missed any hooks.
Well, unfortunately, his 100% hook rate has just gone down the drain, so I don't know how much more you want to keep on to that statistic.
Well, your teammates don't know, right? If you just feed them.
Yeah, you could just lie.
The
But Chu's like, I literally saw you miss a hit. He's like, this guy's just mad about the early game, guys. Don't know.
But Duke is the only one that knows.
Yeah.
Okay.
What the hell? Okay, what the hell was that?
What the hell?
What was that? Was he just hoping that he walk into it? That was kind of one of those like pre-hopes, right? You're expecting the Dragon Knight to walk backwards
Was he
or something.
trying to look for the Warlock or something?
I don't even know.
I'm
I don't know.
Confused.
I literally don't know. Okay, well, it's been pretty quiet, all things considered. Not as much action as I would have thought with some of these side lanes. I guess Nemesis, you're not really looking for anything crazy early on. You just want to get your farm. And 7-minute Wisdom Shrine, no one's going to try for any contention. No rotation from Void or Quap.
It's going to be quiet, I think. Both sides are just like looking for their own levels, their own items, trying to just make sure they hit their timings, playing very defensive on their own territories. I think that's actually good news for the DK, because if you're not actually getting pushed out of the lane by this banner, which is what he's designed to do, and you should be very happy.
So we talked about the DK wanting the standard build-up of the Mask of Madness armlet and everything, right? But do you ever skip armlet? Because this game, toggling it is kind of scary, right?
Kaboom!
Easy. Pop the Black Grimoire, pop the Veno in the bot lane.
Sorry.
Sonic Wave not even needed.
That was the most important moment of the game, right? When you use the first rock. Because you can never miss any rocks. Unlike
And
hooks.
you know what's the crazy thing is it's not 12 minutes. It's actually a pretty decently timed rock, so much better than some of the other Warlock performances we've seen lately. Do you remember when we only saw the first rock at 12 minutes? Analog now being aggressed upon. The hook onto Jokum, but silence up. No Shadow Word available. That's a little bit awkward. Analog gonna come through. Huge Sonic Wave. Dances over to the right side away from Moonlight and nets himself too.
You're talking about the game where the Warlock got level 6 at what? Wasn't it 14 minutes or something? That was,
no, that would be intrepid. It was 12 or 13. Yeah.
It was Kidaro or something.
No. It was Kidaro's opponent. I think it was Gardic.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I think so. My memory is coming back.
There we go. Overall, Void Spirit still managed to get that regen rune, so he's gonna be on the prowl. Spot suffering a bit in the levels department. Yeah,
they need to kill DK. This hero needs to die.
They have Noxious Play. Gonna throw it out. Very, very difficult for him to survive there, especially without the rock. It looks like Nama just has to TP out, abandoning the carry.
Good decision. Doesn't want to be that Christmas special, you know, buy one, free one.
Yeah. And you know, in this particular case, don't think you can really blame 23. It's not like he was out of position or anything. That was just a nice move from
I know where you're gonna go after 20 dies again. You know? This is not the same like last game. Those two deaths in the last game.
Yeah, his team. Yeah, you can argue that Sonic Wave was used, Golem was used, but you know you are trying to stay in the lane as much as possible against the Veno.
Does that count as a miss hook?
No, he landed it in my book.
So it doesn't matter who's on the other side of the hook.
No, okay. So all I'm saying is like, if Moonlight didn't put his meddling ass in the way, it would have been a landed hook, right? Like, let's be real. If Moonlight wasn't there to block it...
So any griefers that block the hook counts as a patch victory at the end of the day?
Sure. I mean, I don't know whether you'd still count it as a patch victory given that nothing happened positively for the team. But if you're the type of person to keep count like that, then yes, I guess it's a patch victory.
The stats matter, right?
Yeah, they do. I don't know who's keeping track, but someone out there is blaming the shit out of Cubify for missing that, that's for sure.
Don't tell me you've never been in a game where somebody just kept tracks. You know, I have 0 deaths. You know, do you know how the fights always start? You know, you have this guy. You know, you're 2 and 7 or something, and people start giving you shit because of that.
Yeah.
So the stats matter. You know, like.
Yeah. My favorite one
You're
is
1
when...
and 9. How can you talk to the person that's 3 and 4? You have no
You
right.
know what's the most annoying thing? That's like basic level shit, but I hate it. I hate it so much when, like, let's say you're playing a hero like a Slada on the off lane, right? And you're building aura items for your team. Gotta hold that thought because Golem's about to be used. They found Bachuk, stun him up, kill the Veno again. 1 Golem, 1 Veno kill. Worked out for them so far, nicely done. Analog will be the one to get the kill credit. But yeah, I was going up the tree of, okay, you imagine if Nemesis lose this game. You imagine if this is your pub hook, found onto Narman.
Yeah,
nice
remember
little
to
ward
count
on the high
that,
ground.
Mike.
I'm counting. He's only missed 2 so far.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. I think Moonlight just walks this one off. Okay.
Yeah, but so far so good for Narman. 2 rocks, 2 Veno kills. Core Veno kills, you know.
It's a lot of EXP that he gave over though. He's pretty high level on the Warlock over to Cubify and Moonlight, so not ideal, but kind of hard
You're
to
saying
navigate.
you wouldn't trade your game as a support Warlock to ruin a Veno's game on the off lane?
I think I would trade my game, but then you're also giving the Patch very crucial levels that he was lacking before, right? Because those two things are completely separate. He rocked in the bot lane and then he got caught in the mid lane. He could have just avoided that second part.
Can't argue with that.
Mid lane, can't get the deny. A bit too risky for Cubify to stick around. I think early game, Nemesis, you know, they're getting everything that they want for the most part. I think the only thing that's lacking is Jokum's levels, but they should be pretty happy overall.
Yeah, now they get the mid tower. So this is great news for Team Nemesis. Opening up the map, controlling the runes. I think so far this series they've been doing a really good job controlling the runes, you know. I think both the game where Analog or Storm and now he's on the co-op, he's also getting a lot of help from the supports to securing the runes. I like that they're starting somewhere, you know, they're trying to solidify the game and start creating a foundation somewhere.
Yeah. And what better way to start creating the foundations than something as fundamental as getting runes for your mid? Bit of a defense being mounted up here, Passion UA. Waiting for a hook onto Japs, waiting for that creep to die.
Oh
out with the swing.
You didn't see that, right? Doesn't count, right?
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Nothing happened. Moonlight though, swing and a miss, dissimulate to escape. Actually, still sticking around because they're feeling strong with Analog and his AD rune. Slada also has his blink now.
Yeah, look at this, you know. But Tuke never wants to come. His Venom sitting in his area. I'm not gonna leave my area. This is my home.
Quaker runs into an awkward spot. Luckily, there's no follow-up and Moonlight there to back him up. even the defensive hook to try and get away from Jabs. Looks like a bit of a prolonged 4v4 up here. Quaker eats a crush, but Jabs doesn't want to further commit. Just gonna throw out some spells, keep poking and prodding at the Jakiro. The Sonic Wave used as well just to eliminate the Dragon. And they will settle for the tower. Nice set of plays there, Nemesis poking and prodding and forcing Passion UA away.
Yeah, way more coordinated than the last game, you know. I like what I'm seeing from Nemesis so far. No random deaths on the map. Players are moving with each other, not overextending. They get the objective, they get the initial kill, and they just go back, you know. I think this is sometimes very difficult to create, you know. Meanwhile, Skyrath, silence, flare.
You get a kill.
No
Moonlight able
Sonic
to
Wave.
escape.
No Sonic Wave.
TP out. He
He's
used the
fine.
Sonic Wave a bit earlier, so... How did they even find him there? Was it
smoke right away? That's a ward.
Hang on, hook in the bot lane, 23 in trouble. Being fully focused down by Bachu and Cubify, turning around now with the TP. They've used all their stuns and he will be able to survive. Now Analog, ready to sentence them to death. Try for the TP out at same situation. All the stuns used already for Nemesis.
There we
They'll
go,
be able to
Mike.
get out.
Improvement. His team makes a play in the mid lane and then he doesn't die on the other
Hell
side.
yeah.
Improvement.
Hell yeah. You like to see. And look at him. He's alive. And look, he's farming. Come on. Come on, Southeast Asia.
Never have I celebrated a hero escaping death.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That's a little bit harsh. Never have you celebrated a hero escaping death. What about your teammates? Hell? Mid lane, a bit of a tussle. Moonlight being focused down. Nicely placed Mystic Flare, forcing him back into Jab's hands. But the double Astral step away allows Moonlight to escape. Looks like Quaker might be the sacrificial lamb here, unless Cubify can land a saving hook.
Didn't see that.
Absolutely not. The swing and the miss on the crush as well. And now Crystallize is the one to join the fray, but
He got
the fight's already
distracted
over.
by the miss hook. The Slada got distracted, so the hook did
Yeah,
his
he was
job.
like, whoa, what the hell? Just crush nothing. I mean, as much as Nemesis are playing pretty well around each other, I will say that this iteration of Passion UA, it feels like they're a lot more aware about what their draft can do, right? It's not like they're making so many mistakes. It's just some of these moments are getting caught out and outplayed by Nemesis. But now Crystallize wants to join the party. He has that Blink Dagger, wants to get active and try and get some kills back for his team.
Yeah, they're playing with much more desire and hunger this game. Moving around each other, utilizing timings. There's more purpose, right, with their movements compared to the first game.
Oh, for sure.
They're still in like a hole right now, 3k behind, 16 minutes in, but much better performance compared to the first game.
Yeah, and you look at the net worth, the Bendo's farming, the Ursa's farming. The Ursa's found a Warlock in the mid lane. Kind of similar mistakes that we saw from Naman previously on his partner, where
Yeah,
he's just kind of pushing away
He's
for no
actually
reason.
dying a lot when he's playing the dead lane, you know.
Yeah.
And it's not that you cannot die when you're playing the dead lane, but just the way, the manner he's dying, he's like being really greedy, moving too far forward. I mean, he could have just waited for the creep wave to come to him, right? So he can just push you out without putting himself at risk.
Yeah. Top lane. Looks like they got a catch onto the Ursa. That is a huge one. And that's the Dragon Knight revealing his Blink Dagger, tag teaming up with Slada.
Yeah, the armlet, Master of Madness, dagger timing. And this is the timing that everybody fears when they're playing against Dragon Knight.
Into the Roche pit they go.
Yeah, Slada, Dragon Knight. Easy Roche. Poor
Smoke
Ursa.
move out, it's awkward, but they're smoking in front of a creep wave. If Nemesis had their eyes open on any part of the map, they will know this is happening.
Oh, it's
the
gonna be
scan comes
close.
through.
It's gonna
This
be
is
close.
awkward. They're looking for the angle.
Batu. Let's go, Batu.
Moonlight, gonna try and come in, perhaps try for steal the golem,
Oh, he
stops
got it!
everything, but the snatch is there, Moonlight finds it! Sonic Wave around, they'll get the first life of the Void Spirit for sure, as Jabs dives on the backline trying to stop the reinforcements. TP out, they know they can't continue this fight. Bit of an awkward situation for Nemesis there. They smoked right in front of a Radiant creep wave. You should have known this was coming. Maybe someone outside of the pit to stop this from happening. But just like that, Moonlight gets away with daylight robbery.
They thought they were gonna kill it faster. I guess that's probably the logic. I don't know. That was the only explanation. They thought they could have just finished the rush and just ran away, or they feel like with the golem from Warlock, they're stronger, so they can fight still with the Roshan, but just didn't really work out, you know.
It's 3k gold lead still. not like Passion UA were able to really get anything out of that fight.
I mean,
they
got
killed
the
Jabs.
Aegis. I think that's still a pretty big deal. They didn't get the last hit, sure, that's a bummer. But getting the Aegis, I think that is good enough, you know.
Yeah, that was a bit weird from Nemesis. Feels like none of them were really paying attention because that was so.
Yeah, it was like
Passion
it
UA
was like a
didn't
moment
deserve
of
to get that.
it was like a moment of lapse in concentration or something, you know, because nobody stood out and tried to tank the smoke, or at least break the smoke, you know. But I mean, I'm not sure who should do it. Maybe the Strada has to do it. Because the Skyrim and Warlock, they definitely don't want to be stepping out to break the smoke, you know. I mean, either way, right now, Jabs on the Slada, he's moving on to his next item, Use. Very, very common item against Ursa. Ursa's biggest nightmare, the Use.
Yeah. One thing I can tell you for free, bears do not belong in the sky. That's a very terrifying prospect.
That's that's a very, very smart quote. Bears belong on the ground.
Yeah, you can use that one if you'd like. You can have that one. It's a pretty good item timings for 23 though. I mean, I feel like the thing with this guy is that he will always have net worth. He always finds a way to farm, and that's kind of one of his strengths. But whether he can actually translate that to fight wins and impact in the game is a different story.
What would you say is his biggest weakness as a player after watching him so many years?
I don't even know. It feels like sometimes in these big moments, he just kind of... You can't really expect him to come up clutch. You know what I mean? Like in the moment, sometimes, you know, you watch like Heroic or like Spirit. Sometimes there are moments where Yuma,
Mike, I'll make the argument he used to be clutch.
I can agree with that. I think so. But I don't know what happened to it.
I think 2023. That was his year.
Oh, yeah.
Remember the standing up before the game ends?
Well, he literally is named after that year. So if that wasn't his year, maybe he's quite literally past. Maybe he needs a rebrand. Maybe it's 2026 Savage.
26, right?
You know? Yeah, 26 Savage, 2028 Savage.
Gotta adjust the numerical values.
Yeah. You gotta make your own luck sometimes.
Sometimes players actually believe on all these things, you know.
No, but I'm sure, like, whatever you need, right? Regardless of whether it's true or not, it's like the placebo effect. You talked already about how Dota is a mental game, and at least in this game, number 2, Passion UA, they found something within them and they are punching back. They're going for these moves.
Explain this to me. If the name is in the team, the passion is in the team name, you know. But why is there no passion? There should be some placebo effect, right? According to that logic.
Question. Yeah. I mean, it's also funny because when you talk about team names and stuff, then you think about some of those old Chinese stacks like Royal Never Give Up. It's one of my...
But they call GG early every time.
Yeah, it's like, it was so bad because they've been getting cooked. It's like, you know, Ghost was on that team, I believe, and then it's just called GG all the time. It's kind of sad. Bit of a aggressive position here from Passion UA as they are looking for an opportunity. Cubify gets instantly blown up, but Crystallize finds Jokum as a response. Keep the fight going. Sonic Wave onto 2. They're onto this Ursa. He has the BKB, but he's not popping it just yet. He's being hunted down. Finally pops a Crystallize, but he's run out of HP. Oh, they didn't really fight around their heroes. Veno was on the south side. They couldn't make use of his minefield of wards. Gotta lose Crystallize. That is a big kill to give up. Thought the chase was still going to be going to the Slaughter, but no longer.
Yeah, I think you're pretty spot on there. They haven't really been able to connect towards the Venom the whole game. 20 minutes in, it doesn't really feel like I've seen a fight where the Venom is occupying an area and his teammates are going to the area.
You know, as much as we were memeing about how Venomancer called there isn't a more obvious hero you need to play around, it's also not the most common call to play around. Like, maybe you just don't have as much experience executing this type of strategy. It has to be a certain type of playstyle. And right now, you're just getting jumped before things happen. Cubify, he's trying to make a move and Crystallize, jumping into the backline, getting something for the team, but without the backup of the rest of Passion UA, Crystallize is just getting punished. Now, Jabs, kind of common from Nemesis at this point where when they have an advantage, they've taken the tier 2, Jabs is still in the triangle for some reason, and he ends up getting picked off.
It's Christmas.
It is.
Gonna give away some some presents to your opponents.
I did not know that the Thais celebrated Christmas.
Now you do.
Well, happy holidays, says Jabs.
Crystallized.
Jabs gives and Jabs takes
He's coming
away.
to claim another gift.
He's gonna try.
They need to land on the hook.
No, a bit too quick.
Oh.
Half a second. Did they not hesitate there? Am I tripping? They waited a little while.
This is the other present, Joe Cam.
Nah, you don't want this. You don't want this fellow with wings. You want the lady with the wings. You got the wrong order. Jokum's gonna die no matter what. Okay, I feel like that's true. No matter what happens, even last game on the Hoodwing, he be dying.
Yeah,
But
he needs
Analog's the big prize.
He needs a Ghost Scepter.
Yeah.
He needs to have some protection against the bear. You know, his bear is just mauling him every time he sees him.
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't even hate seeing something like a Glimmer Cape, because at this point, like,
I hate Glimmer Cape.
Okay. Oh, jeez. Whoa. What the hell? There's a lot of magic damage on the side of Patrick, bro. What the heck? Why do you hate? What's so bad about Glimmer Cape?
It doesn't feel good to buy Glimmer on Skyra.
Sorry,
You want
just
to
came out
buy
the gates.
items
You
that-
got me by surprise. That was really.
Bro, have you not
I
heard-
hate
have-
Glimmer Cape. Okay, sorry, bro. My bad.
I hate. Okay, let me specify. I hate Glimmer Cape on Skyra. Happy? I
Yeah,
don't hate
that's
like
valid.
Glimmer Cape as an item individually, but I hate on certain heroes.
I can get what you mean. Like, you always want to be boosting up your int or mana regen or whatever on Sky, right? I think that's the point
it
you're
doesn't feel good about buying Glimmer. It doesn't help you with the stats that you're getting, right? If you buy a Ghost, you kind of still feel okay because it gives you stats.
Yeah, and you can eventually build that into something like an E-Blade if needed. Well, that's,
So do you think Glimmer needs an upgrade?
Lord, no. What the heck? It's already... what are you talking about? Is it broken enough? Who the hell? I hope they never put you on the balance team, my goodness.
Bro, how is Glimmer broken? How many Glimmers do you see every game?
Okay, I will say that they have
Okay,
increased the
how many
price.
Glimmers this game? This one, right?
Okay, these are pros we're talking about. Okay, I be relying on that item to gain me MMR. I'll be real with you. It's so good because nobody buy like my calls ain't got dust, so I'm just glimmering out of every fight. It's chill. It's vibes. Speaking of chill and vibes, we are looking at the net worth lead grow steadily, but it doesn't feel like it's this insurmountable.
Yeah, it's
lead
not
again,
balling
right?
out of control because the last couple of minutes, Passion of Viewer actually got a couple of very key pickups, right? The kill on the Jokam on bottom side, and another kill in mid lane. I think it was also Jokam. Both kills were on Jokam. So the game kind of stalled, and it's very, very hard to attack. Roshan is probably the thing that's on your mind right now. If you're Nemesis, you have to kind of secure it again. Hopefully they don't get it stolen again, like what happened the last time.
Yeah, but it's one of those awkward things, right? Because I feel like this is where the Venomancer shines. He can just kind of put the wards around the pit, and it
finally
becomes so
he's with his
difficult.
team.
Yeah, there you go. You're waiting
Daedalus,
a while for this.
Dragonite.
They got a lot of damage. They got the rock, and Moonlight vanishes in an instant.
Yeah,
so
how are
much
you gonna
for the
steal
ward
my Roshan
vision.
this time?
A hook. Cubify found the DK, but a beautiful Sonic Wave bailing him out. They're trying to focus down 23. He needs to try and get out of here. Crystallize still in with the damage, but he's gonna go down at the tail end of his BKB. You've lost most of your cores and only Bachuk living on a sliver, but he can't outfight the Queen. Analog might go down here, but the BKB is gonna help him out, and the Shadow Word's there as well. You might have lost your Dragon Knight, but it ends up being a full team wipe for the side of Nemesis.
23 says just what I've been waiting for. Yeah, I've been waiting for my team to kill the enemy team and I die.
To carry me, to carry me through. Why not? But without the DK around, I don't think they feel confident enough to try and bum rush the Roche. They're just gonna reposition, maybe take control of the triangle. Still, huge fight win there for Nemesis.
They have to go and take, I guess, the Wisdom Shrine, or even just shove out lanes. And as you can see here, the Daedalus pick up just absolutely dismantling Moonlight here. It disappeared in one Dragon Tail, and obviously the rock there.
That's a really nice hook from Cubify though. I feel like if he didn't tag the Dragon Knight, that would be very
Wait,
difficult
where is
for them
the
to find
Glimmer?
any
Who
kills.
did he Glimmer on the Warlock? He had Glimmer.
Did he just not use it? I think he used
Do you
it a
see
bit
me
early.
Glimmer?
No,
Oh, he just
he
didn't use
used it
it.
a bit earlier on the DK. after they killed the Void Spirit.
Ah.
Yeah. So
Damn it.
from there, it's a very easy
I was
cleanup.
trying to make a point, Glimmer. And
no, Glimmer's great. I don't know what you're talking about. Glimmer's fantastic. Don't be spreading your propaganda here.
Warlock. Right, Glimmer didn't save him there. Right there, he died.
Relax. Right, that's 400. That's 400 heroes. That's the Naman classic at this point. This guy just randomly dying in the middle of the mid lane. What's he even doing there? That's the question.
Pushing out the wave. He was casting his bonds and heal.
Yeah.
You know what he needs, Mike? He needs a dagger. A dagger would have allowed him to survive.
Sure, let's put the memes aside for a moment because Passion UA, if they
not
manage
a
to get
meme.
this,
Why do you assume it's a
they
meme?
are taking the Roche, Winter. Let's focus up. Crystallize, my goodness. Crystallize, if he gets this Aegis, it's actually going to be a very big deal. You don't have the Chaotic Offering. I don't think Nemesis can allow this to happen. You
time to
hook the
go.
illusion.
They use the hook. It's time to go. Let's go.
They are in an awkward position though. You see another Queen of Pain illusion, Cubify walking over. He could be the first target caught, and he will be instantly eliminated. He does have a buyback though.
I mean, can't they just walk in and finish Roche right now?
I mean, Roche is
they
going to
could.
move in 25 seconds. They need to try and make a decision on Passion UA, what they want to do. The circles are being drawn. Cubify is already saying, let's just wait for the daytime,
they're
Roche.
going
Let's
in.
not mess around.
They're baiting them
Just
in.
baiting.
They're baiting.
Just a bait.
Just bait.
Watch Moonlight on the front lines. He's going to look for a target. Roche is still being pulled in and out, but that lingering Queen of Pain illusion, the jumping in, the ward's going to spot this. In come the rest of Passion UA. Macropire down, Analog on the front lines, popping the BKB and the crush. He tried to steal, but Moonlight jumps in. Who's getting the Aegis? 23 finds it. Managing to get the Aegis and Moonlight. He just has to evacuate. TP's out to safety, but Pachuk and Crystallize not quite as lucky as Jab's able to hunt them down.
Nobody
23.
steals my Aegis twice in a row.
No, not for 23. I mean, that just was a very nice bait situation from Nemesis. We'll probably see a replay of it, but kind of using their lingering vision as soon as they get that Queen of Pain illusion down, all that's left is a ward inside. It gets so close to the Roche moving, but...
Analog MEP here, you know, using the illusions again. Giving them vision.
Man, look at this move here. Analog, he recognizes that if he just bosses up, only the Ursa can kill him. And the Ursa can't really afford to just be full committing the quad. Runs up, presses the BKB, and Sonic waves the entire back line. Moonlight and Crystallize manage to jump in, but Crystallize doesn't even get to pop his ultimate. Gets eliminated by the chain stuns of the Rock. And from there, it's easy cleanup. Now Nemesis with a formal lead up to the high ground, back to life on the tier 3 tower in the top lane with the attack speed from that upheaval. Whoops, off the mark with the crush. Ice Path will find Jabs. He's going to take a lot of damage. Needs to use, comes back down into a Macropire, but Pachuk is the one dead instead. He can't get too close to this Dragonite. He's going to outgun you every single day of the week.
Another
Bit of a hook. Found Analog now on the high ground, but still with the BKB and the Sonic Wave ends up killing Cubify and still should be able to blink down to the low ground if need be. There we go. Analog, he has turned things around for sure today. This performance from him, it's what Nemesis need.
Yeah, 10, 0, and 7. This is the absolute Queen of Pain game that you want.
Kind of making a big case for himself. And I don't know whether you were watching this yesterday, but we actually had a live seeding video, a bit of content that we did with each of the teams. And, you know, they're talking about how, okay, where do we rank this team? And a lot of players just didn't know where Nemesis would end up because there are experienced names on this team, but then it never really is the full recipe for success, right? But I remember something specifically that KJ said. KJ initially ranked Nemesis maybe at rank 23, 24. But then, after he found out that Analog was in the team, he's like, okay, it has to be at least 10 points higher. And we're seeing why. Analog finally kind of proving himself, and there's no one who knows this better than his teammates. When it's time to clutch up, when it's time to shine, he has shown us big plays on the big stage before with Heroic. If he can start to get into that form on Nemesis, they could really start to shape up.
Yeah, mid laners definitely have a very huge impact in the team. I mentioned that position 4 players are the soul of the team. The mid lane players are the boss of the team. I think with the meta set up the way it is right now, where you don't get bottle crowing, you have to really prioritize helping your mid laner secure runes. I think the mid laners are the bosses of the team, you know. Maybe not Falcons, because Arma is still gonna be the boss no matter what.
Sure, yeah. It's also kind of one of those things that we talk about, right? Where Passion UA, to try and correct the fact they don't play around Bachut, you pick Venomancer where it's obvious. Same situation for Nemesis, right? There's no better way to get your supports to the mid by picking heroes like the Storm, heroes like the Quap. They desperately need those runes, and it's a very obvious indicator. Come mid, play with me. That's what we're gonna do. It's worked out for them here so far. Don't feel fully confident to keep forcing the issue up to the high ground though, maybe with the Dragon Form ending.
Yeah, showing a little bit of discipline. Dragon Form ending, back off, reset, wait a little bit, don't overcommit. Shield rune for Analog, so he's been getting almost every single rune, I'm sure, this game. We've been only keeping count on the hooks, but not keeping count on the runes.
I'm not gonna lie, I stopped counting the hooks, I don't imagine. At Cubify, he's had
how could you lie to me? You said you were gonna take care of it.
Sorry, I didn't have my notepad out, I was busy looking at how well Analog's doing. He's got me distracted. A hook
keep
onto
counting
Crystallize.
That counts.
That does count. The Sonic Wave is huge as well. A big rock putting the damage in and trying for the TP out, but the Solar Flare just coming in. My goodness. Way too much damage, and Crystallized Breaker will go down as well. We have our eyes here on Analog though, as he's pushing the rest of the team away. No shot for Bachuk to really challenge. Nice Manta to dodge the wave.
Double buyback.
Double buyback indeed. Do they have any way of controlling 23?
Aegis ended.
Aegis has in fact ended, and 23, he's gonna go down. No, that's not, sorry. That's not 23. That's Cubify, because he's Satanic back up to full HP. Okay, sorry, my bad. No danger at all. Did you see how fast he healed? It's almost like he was never at risk of dying to begin with.
And there's no way they had enough damage to kill him.
Cubify is throwing up the white flag right now.
Is that the white flag? What?
Yeah. It's the cute little monster hunter cat throwing up the white flag. It's hilarious. You should start using it.
It's not hilarious. It's not funny if my teammate does that. Dude, if I'm in a game, an official game, and my teammate does that, it's not funny at all.
Okay, but you kind of got to take care of a little bit of humor, right? You're 27k gold lead down. You know, Passion UA, I will commend them, because I think in this game number 2 they did a lot better, but there's still some clear moments of disjointment.
You want to see some comedy when you're getting crushed in a game.
Yeah, I want to, you know, I feel like if you're getting crushed in a game and you can't like shake off the negative energy, then how are you going to move on and try and look towards the next? Sometimes, you know, being productive about it and being solemn is one thing, but then at the same time, you can't just be all doom and gloom all the time. You gotta still enjoy yourself and try, want to try.
You the last 30 years of my life, I needed you.
Damn, that's a bit intense. What the hell? Okay, look at this Warlock Glimmer Cape ward. Wow. That's impact right there. They don't know. They don't know there's a sentry. Look at that. The D ward. Wow, that play was brought to you by the Warlock Glimmer Cape, ladies and gentlemen.
You know what's overselling, Mike?
Yeah, don't worry. I've heard that a ton of times before. 23 now up to the high ground. He's gonna blink forward. Oh, Cubify, you don't stand a chance, Fudge. Now to Kraker as well. Both supports just getting wiped out. Where is the rest of Passion UA? They just can't find an angle. Crystallize. Gonna try and get the connection onto the Warlock. They will find Naman. Not too bad. Buyback on Kraker. The control onto the Dragon Knight. They need to try and help 23, or do they? In comes the Crush. Bachuk in trouble. Trying to Hurricane Pike away, but the BKB DK will just chase him down with the help of jabs. And GG is called. Passion UA dealt their first, not their first loss, but their 4th loss, which will probably be the writing on the wall for them here. But Nemesis, finally, a 2-0 clean win. No reverse sweeps, no shenanigans. They've been waiting for this for a while.
Yeah, they've been waiting for this since day 1, you know, when they almost beat Liquid.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got off to a really good start, and then everything went downhill, and then now things might be looking in the right trajectory again, you know. Very, very important to give some confidence, you know, to the players having a result like this. They needed this so bad, you know, to keep going in the group stage. They still have to keep improving. Work is not done, even though it seems like it might be just all over already, but they have to still try their best to to improve and learn and just give it their all, you know. And this is a very, very good start. This could be the U-turn for Team Nemesis.
Yeah, that's what we're all certainly hoping for. Again, at the very start of this tournament, we talked about Nemesis as a team, as an org, right? This is a team that came out 1.5 years ago, signed what was a largely unknown Filipino stack. You had Raven, you had some of these old dogs, Mac as well, and they made it
unknown, bro. They are all known players.
Okay, as in, but what I mean is the stack didn't really inspire a lot of confidence. You know Raven as the one true king, as the position one, not the off laner. You know Mac as the guy who sort of had a piddling time at Boom a little bit, but not really the difference maker on that team. I want to almost say in Nemesis, they kind of made a name for themselves by picking up the rejects at the time, right? But the rejects kind of brought them to TI. And that was this whole big news, you know, we were saying, okay, they made the right investment. They might have a good future here, but then TI, the performance was lacking. And then you go post TI, it didn't really look too great as well. And now they've swapped in for some veterans. And finally, the veterans are sort of showing up a little bit, especially with the help of Analog. I mean, he played out of his mind this series, in my opinion.
They somehow found a way to play around him. I think the previous series, he kind of felt like he was in no man's land, right? He was lost, he wasn't really sure what they were doing. And I'm kind of happy that they just try to play around him. I think in this game particular, or in this series for that matter, Jabs have been, I want to say, less greedy, and he's been more willing to sacrifice himself for Analog or 23. He's been moving a lot, like trying to help his team more, and I'm really glad to see that, you know, from Jabs.
Yeah, I think this is, funnily enough, where a Jabs team does the best, when he's just kind of like left alone, because where we saw the Queen of Pain and the Storm succeeding for Analog is when he's flanked by two supports, right? I feel like I never saw a time in both of those games where Analog was alone. It's either Nama next to him or Jokum next to him, at minimum. And I think that's kind of the way you gotta go, right? You just back this guy up. It might be a situation where, you know, you're a bit scared, because when you're the new guy on the team, when you're in a situation where you're not really aware of, like, okay, how are the team customs, like, how do we voice problems? Even if Analog himself feels like, oh, I wish you guys would play around me more, it might be a very uncomfortable thing for him to tell people straight up, right?
Yeah, I mean, I could understand. But sometimes you just need to, you have to be direct, you know. I think in teams where there are certain problems that you can't really tiptoe around, you kind of have to just voice out your concerns, right? Especially if you have the mid laner. And right now the mid players are, I think, extremely crucial in terms of the success of the team. Like, you have to be able to dictate play around the mid lane. You need to play for your mid laner. You have to do a lot of things as a support. As you can see right now, Dota, the supports are moving around a lot around the mid lanes. They're securing runes, they're protecting him, they're making stacks for the mid lane. The mid laner is kind of like the crown jewel of your team right now, because of the draft, you know, and because of the way teams are playing, because of the meta. And if you want to get things done, you have to voice out what you need, you know. If you don't say whatever you need, people can't read your mind sometimes, you know. You won't get what you want, you know, so you have to be direct.
Sure. And however it's happened, we're not too sure how, but seems like Analog has found his voice. He's called for the team to help him, and he's paid them in dividends. You talk about the crown jewel, looks like it's in the midst of being polished, and we will get the chance to talk to the crown jewel in question after a short break. You don't want to miss this. An interview with Analog. We'll be right back.
That bloody time!
Welcome back, folks. Like I said, something you definitely don't want to miss. Analog, we hear you loud and clear. How about you? Do you hear us as well?
Hello.
Amazing.
Hello, everyone.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Hello.
And of course, congratulations on that series win. I know it's been a rough few days, and we're going to talk about the Dota a little bit later. But first, I have to ask, everyone wants to know, how did a boy from South America end up in SCA? How did you get on this team?
Hi, everyone. Yeah, being some tough days, but I mean, I'm like playing Europe all this time. Besides being born in ESA, I have been living Europe like last year, and now I'm also here. So when you are in Europe, it's kind of easier to make connections, right? Because the things happen here, like the tournaments happen here, the events, the server that you play, it's here. So they would come from here. The team name is Boys, and they needed a standing for mid. So yeah, I'm standing for them, and I think that's how you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Short and simple. They had a gap and you filled it easily. Very nice. And yeah, Winter.
Yeah, about the games, right, so far. So you guys actually started really well, you know, in the group stages. Like you played against Liquid and you almost won that series. Like what actually happened? Could you tell us a little bit more of your journey here? And you have a couple of rough series and now you're bouncing back.
I think we are like kind of figuring how we should play as a team, because I think we have like good players individually, but this is a stack, is not like a team. When you play as standing and you join a team that's like already a team, right? They already know each other and they play a lot together and they're like playing for long together. In this stuff is like a bit easier because you just like have a team and just go and help them and like be together with them. But like you don't have to do much. But this thing, they are like kind of stack. I think just some of them played together before and they don't have like been long playing together. So we as a team had to everyone figure out what we should do together. And of course, like since it's like just a stack of players, gonna have like miscommunication, some things that you just learn with time by playing in a team and watching replays and being disciplined and this type of stuff, right? Like having this team play. So I think that's the deal.
I mean, what would you say is the difference between playing in a South American team and playing in a SCA team?
I mean, yeah, there's different. There's a lot of difference. I feel like my last team was more European than SA because the way we play and the way we watch the game and try to play. And I'm glad I can learn a bit from their style also. I think we have very good players here in this team and a lot of experience. Jab, Savage, Joka, and Nigma, they are very experienced players, so I can learn a bit from them, and I hope I can also bring a bit of the experience of playing the Tier 1 in Europe last year for them. So together we watched some replays together. They passed some things to me, I passed some ideas for them also, and we are like mixing it and trying to do like a good mix up, let's say.
Sure. I mean, it certainly looked amazing in the past 2 games, and hopefully the rest of your series follow that trend as well. Don't want to take too much of your time, Analog. I know there's a lot of work left to do, so we'll let you go join back to your team, but thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. He seems, pretty chill about it. It doesn't seem like it's a very formal situation yet, right? He's just standing in for now, trying to learn a little bit from them. They're trying to learn a little bit from him. And there are still those growing pains. It still remains to be seen whether Analog will be a permanent fixture on Nemesis or whether it's just a temporary Dream League Season 27 thing. But for what it's worth, Winter, I think he's always been a very fun character and entertaining player to watch, even during his time in Heroic. So hopefully he continues on, whether it's with Nemesis or not. But we also will be continuing on into our next series, Nigma Galaxy versus OneWin. Now, Nigma Galaxy also finally being able to claw their first win together yesterday, and it'll be up against a OneWin team that has unfortunately still yet to win a series. So this matters a lot for OneWin team, but Nigma Galaxy, they can't really afford to drop a game either.
Yeah, it's going to be do or die for either of these teams, so it's going to be exciting times. Both teams back against the wall, and they're going to have to bring their A++ game, to move forward in the tournament.
Yeah, there's only nothing but good teams ahead of them as long as they keep progressing. We'll see which one of them move on forward, but that won't be for a pretty long time. We're going to go for a extended break, probably around, I want to say, 1 hour and 10 minutes from now, so you can grab yourself a snack. But the Dota 2 action is far from over. There's still multiple streams of ESL DreamLeague Season 27 happening, the mainstream ESL_Dota 2, and I believe the Storm stream and the Ember streams are going on as well. So you want to hop on over there and make sure you catch all of the Dota 2 action. But for us here on this stream, we'll see you in a longer break. Ta-ta.
Nigma Galaxy has gone through some changes in the last couple of months. While the core of Sumail, Noob, and Omar remains, they swapped out Ghost and GH for TA2000 and Toby. Now, this might sound like it's a huge change to make, and to that I say, yes it is.
GH have decided to take a break after TI, so we needed the stand-in, and we thought Toby was the best option. About TA2000, we just thought we needed a change, so that was it.
They only played one event with their new roster, and unfortunately, it didn't quite go accordingly to plan.
It's over. This series, it is done.
14th place in PGL Wallachia Season 6 is not so great. But then, emerging from the shadows, when we least expected it, GH is returning to Nigma for DreamLeague Season 27.
After GH came back, we all feel very happy. He's very welcomed. We're all excited to play with him. I don't know what to say about this guy. He's just good in every way. He's just good.
Is this change going to magically fix Nigma Galaxy? Probably not, but this team is known for making miracle runs.
Upper brackets for...
No, not that miracle. He's not back. This team is known for making miracle runs through tournaments, and that's exactly what they did at TI this year. Will DreamLeague Season 27 be the tournament that Nigma Galaxy turns it all around, or will their trajectory continue pointing downwards?
Good things come to those who wait, and we've waited quite a while for this last series of the day, Winter. It's Nigma Galaxy up against One Win. Now, One Win, kind of similar fate for all the Division 2 Ascended boys, not really having the best of times. They did manage to take a game off of Aurora, which is pretty impressive, but overall still struggling. Meanwhile, Nigma finally got their first win yesterday, looking a bit more back in shape. Still some glaring holes that they can hopefully patch up because they still have a good chance here. Now, on our screens, Sweden Strong, Munkushi, Squadix, Rain, and Triple S. We followed them for quite a while at this point, Winter.
Yeah, remember their offlaner Triple S being a pretty polarizing offlaner. He is the man that you want to give your resources to. He is the man that you want to help in the early game succeed.
Yeah, but it's not Triple S that we're talking about this time round. It's actually going to be Rain, who's the hard support. Now, Rain was previously on VP for a little bit, and then he kind of dipped out. He's been on and off some of these sort of tier 2 teams, and I think the reason why we're highlighting him is because he's shown himself to be pretty solid, and I think more importantly than anything else, he's a new addition, right? One Win, they've been playing with the same sort of stack of players for quite a while now, after switching out Cloud, switching out Shira Jr., and now Rain joins them, trying to incorporate a new position 5. We've talked about switching to a new mid, and of course Nigma are dealing with a new carry. How hard is it bringing a position 5 into the fold?
Well, it's quite difficult. As you always hear me say, if you swap any player on the side lanes, it kind of affects the dynamic a lot because it's a lane where two person requires to work with one another. In the mid laner, if you're changing a mid laner, things are easier to slot in, Side lanes, you're gonna take some time to find your chemistry, gonna find your synergy. It's something that's, I would say, it's not easy to slot in, And position 5 is also a role that is really, really tied to the carry. The carry needs to be someone that you enable. You need to play around his habits, what he likes to do. Every carry has their own little thing that they do in the lane, in the game, in the team fights, and you have to be able to read and pick up those little habits quickly and play around it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think One Win very much characterized as the team that has had some issues finding the perfect fit for their position 5, but here's a team that has always had a pretty stable position 5. Maybe not in the waning days of Kuroki's career there. I think most people would agree that now that he's switched over to coach, GH is filling the gap of the 5 role very well, and he definitely showed up big time. He's the player that we have featured because even though the win-loss stats look pretty rough, he's shown up big time, right? I think coming off of that break, he showed us exactly why all of his peers still hold him in such high regard.
He used to be, I think, a position 5 that plays like a 4. I don't know if you remember the games when he just swapped over to 5, but nowadays he no longer gives that aura anymore. I think nowadays he plays more like a pure 5, a traditional 5. He plays more sacrificial. Every now and then you get some greedy position 5 hero picks, like a Keeper of the Light, whatnot. But I think overall he's transitioned into his position 5 role very, very nicely after getting handed the reins from Kuro. And I think that he is the missing piece, that they needed the last couple of months. They needed someone to guide the ship, ride the ship. They need some clear direction, and GH is the man to do it.
Yeah. That's actually a really interesting point that you mentioned, because if we look at everyone on Nigma, there isn't really that big voice that we're used to. Sumail, he's been known to shot call a bit here and there, but he generally seems like a bit more of a calmer dude. In some of the Nigma team comms over the course of many tournaments, we've seen maybe sometimes it's Omar and Noob who are the ones who are calling for the moves as a duo. But overall, in terms of the strategy, you always want someone making those big macro calls, right? And GH, he has clearly the most experience out of all of them, other than maybe Sumail. So maybe that's kind of where he's fitting in game. Definitely made a big difference yesterday with a lot of cool individual plays, which is why we chose to feature him as our featured player. And Nigma, hopefully they can continue on the right track, because their fans have been disappointed for quite a while. I've already mentioned this yesterday, but the performance has been so rough that this rarely happens. Kuro himself went on Nigma social media, full on video everything, apologizing, acknowledging the disappointments. it's kind of a big deal. So obviously this team, they're working through a lot. We heard about it from GH yesterday as well, how they're still trying to steadily improve. The weird thing is though, GH puts a lot of the blame on himself, which I don't know if I agree with, but we'll see how it all shakes out as we have a draft for you. Let's see how these teams choose to approach this first game of the best of 3.
Yeah, the first game always kind of paints the story of the series. Like you're gonna be coming into the series with some sort of theory of these guys, they are gonna be very, very bad at playing certain heroes, or they're weak against certain strategies, and you're gonna try to exploit it, and you're hoping that your theories or your hypothesis is gonna be right.
A 1 win. I kind of was making this point a bit earlier, but they are a team who I think across their existence, the position 5 was a bit of a struggle for them. They were playing with respect for such a long time, and then they brought in Fishman. But as we know, Fishman is quite a... I don't want to say controversial, but more like polarizing, right? He has this certain way of playing position 5. He has this certain things that he likes to do when he's in a team. It was a very short stint, and then suddenly it's Kasane switching off from off lane into the team, and then out of nowhere they drop Kasane, and now it's Rain. So for what it's worth, Rain has played with Squadix before, of course, on their time on VP. Maybe there's some level of familiarity there. As a position 5, it feels like you need to have the most synergy with your 1. So it remains to be seen how Munkushi and Rain will collaborate together. But now Nigma Galaxy, a firm focus on the offlane heroes, taking out the Slada, which also could be a mid to be fair, and also the Axe early on.
Yeah, it's safe to say Rain is in a hot seat right now. He needs to get the approval of the carry, needs to get the approval of his other teammates. I mean, hopefully he can play without pressure.
Yeah. They seem to be all in a team bootcamp-esque environment, so being there physically in person probably helps out a lot instead of restricting all the communication to being over just, you know, a Discord call or something. You can actually have meals together, get to know each other, you know, talk about stuff inside the game and outside the game. It's a lot nicer of a feeling, and they'll start things off with a Shadow Demon.
Yeah, you see Noob laughing there? The offlaner laughing because the first pick team decided to ban Jakiro and pick SD. It's like, oh my lord, save me from this game.
Yeah.
No Jakiro.
Thank
Every
goodness.
offlaner doesn't want to see that two-headed dragon on the opposite side.
Absolutely not. Is there even a single offlaner that is happy to face into a Jakiro? I don't think so.
Timber.
Really?
Yeah, because you get 2 stacks when he hits you.
I guess so. But then the magic damage still hurts quite a bit. Naga Siren left in the pool. Nigma Galaxy will snatch that right up.
I think it's okay. Like overall, if you play this matchup, it's actually okay. It's not as bad. You get a lot of regen because of the double stack and everything, and then you can actually survive the lane.
Sure. I mean, both those heroes banned out, so not going to be a factor this game at least.
Yep.
Kind of expecting the DK probably to come out on either side. Maybe Nigma not feeling too good about picking the DK into the Shadow Demon.
Usually with Naga, you kind of want a range hero. I guess DK is a semi-range hero.
Sure.
Like good Naga pairings would usually be Gyro, but there's no Gyro. There's Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend is not really that popular now.
Yeah.
There's like a Morphling, for example, TA. I think those are the more conventional heroes now. Morphling is more on like the greedier side, and you need to wait until like 18 or the last pick to show that hero.
I mean, I understand that Naga Siren has been very highly prioritized and banned and whatnot. You first pick it, I mean, it almost feels like there's a certain type of draft you need to build around Naga. So, in a sense, I'm not sure how strong
like what you mean
this really
like certain
is.
type of draft. Like I think mostly you want to consider the lane. I think the lane is the first thing. Draft, I'm not so sure. If you're talking about combinations like Naga plus Disruptor, Naga with Jakiro, Ice Pop, or something along those lines, right? But I don't really think that's like relatively
Like
too
necessary.
important.
Okay.
Yeah, the main thing I feel like you want to focus on when you have this hero is enabling the lane. Because if Naga comes out of the lane unscathed, like you get a 50-50 lane, or you win your lane, and then the hero is just going to do her thing, you know, in the mid game.
Sure. And what exactly is the thing that Naga Siren does? I feel like this hero has been banned so often, unless, you know, in my recent memory, I haven't even been able to see much of a Naga showing. What exactly are we so scared of?
And number one, team fight. It's a very, very good team fighter, one of the best. You can reset, you can set up for your teammates. And I think number two is the information, the scouting. she's kind of like a freaky or like information hero plus wave clear hero. So generally, if you look at the Dota support characters, support heroes, they are usually the wave clearing heroes and the scouting heroes. They are usually different heroes. But Naga is like you combine both. You combine like a bounty or a Riki type hero with a warlock, so you can push out lanes and you can scout. So it's very very valuable. There's only I don't think there's any other hero like this right now.
That's true.
Naga is very very unique in that way. And she used to be a carry hero, but nowadays you don't really see carry Nagas anymore.
Yeah, Lord no. A bit too difficult to make work, but what do you do then when you face up into a Naga, when you find yourself in this position? Surely one win accounted for this. They opted to ban the Invoker that we saw Sumail pick up. We take out the Pango, take out the Chikiro, take out the... I mean, it was very intentional, right? They left the Naga in the pool. What do you need to bring out versus the Naga to come out on top?
I think you would like to have heroes that don't care about her illusions in the lane. For example, you have Bristleback, Primal Beast, I guess not Primal, because Primal you get countered by the net and the Deluge. But yeah, Bristleback, Darkseer kind of hero, like it's something that can clear the illusion, you don't really care.
Okay. I guess Axe and Timber would have been excellent here, but that's exactly why they got banned out.
I think there are not any remaining right now. Yeah, it's just Bristleback.
10 seconds remaining.
Pango would have been fine too, but unfortunately they banned that out themselves.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay, now we see the support duo from Naga, with Naga and Hoodwing. I think with Naga in general, the best thing to do with the partner is you need to pick a high DPS hero. Because Naga itself provides very, very low damage. You have some disable, some setup, but you don't have damage. So Hoodwing, I think, is one of the few heroes that complement Naga very well.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's either the Hoodwink or the Snap. The Snap seems to have fallen a little bit out of favor compared to the Hood. Hood just has a bit more flexibility,
like Sky.
perhaps.
Sky with Naga. Because if both of you see someone, you can just net and just Mystic Flare and you kill a hero.
That's true.
With Snapfire, it can kind of be a little bit annoying because the cooldown is very long. Like if Snap doesn't have ultimate, then Naga and Snap kind of feels like you're both going to step onto each other's toes because both of you like to push out waves.
Right, okay. You're kind of doing the same thing then. Warlock is the selection here, so probably a 4 Shadow Demon and a 5 Warlock.
Even Warlock SD can kind of feel a little bit greedy too. Because SD's catch is not exactly very, very reliable in a lot of situations. It's a lot more greedy. I would say SD and Warlock, they both need gold. And I don't usually fancy support combinations that have the 4 and 5 both require a certain amount of farm in the game.
Yeah. I mean, the main thing that I'm seeing right now is one win, they're constructing what looks like a very front-to-back draft, right? You have very clearly the people standing on the back lines, casting spells, keeping away. You got the Centaur War Runner probably in the middle to the front of the fight, and then you're missing your other initiators. I don't really know whether I like this. It's surprising to me that Centaur made it through to this phase of the draft over some of these other offlaners. Same thing with the DK. It's still available, although I'm not sure whether any team particularly wants the DK. The Hoodwink has the break for the DK on one side, and then on the other, you're kind of... It's a bit spooky into Shadow Demon, right?
Yeah, SD is a very, very big counter. Disseminate and you making copies of the DK is quite annoying for the Dragon Knight. Right, they actually go for the Shadow Fiend, Naga Shadow Fiend. Don't know if it's going to be a carry Shadow Fiend or Sumail is going to play the Shadow Fiend. I guess it's going to be a flex for them. So they're probably going to pick their offlaner here. Something they can lane with the Hoodwing against this Warlock +1 lane.
I'm just a bit worried for them with the Shadow Fiend if it does go to safe lane, because I guess it can do okay versus SD Centaur. On paper, even if you get disrupted and initiated upon with the rock and everything, there's a song to bail you out, but I just haven't really been impressed.
SF is very weak in the lane. Like he's very easy to kill in the lane. That's why he's not really quite popular. Yeah, like all this SF draw, one stun, you're out of position.
Yeah.
Goodbye, you're dead.
It's a bit weird. I feel like Nigma Galaxy, they have now drafted themselves a very placid draft.
No, it's
I want to say.
It's very annoying though. Lycan Wolf scouting, Naga Illusions walking around. It's a lot about like playing the map and looking for information and finding kills of that, right? You're being very intentional about your whole setup, and then you force the enemy to kind of split up, and then the SF will get the solo pick of you. So I feel like there's a better chance that we might see a mid SF
mid,
here.
you think?
Yeah, and they're gonna.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, because you're missing, like you have all the information in the world, you have set up with the Hoodwink, but then you don't really have the firepower right now, and SF would help a lot in that regard.
Yeah, Hoodwink with the shard plus the SF ultimate, a centaur with 3k HP. I think it will still die.
Yeah. It's still a bit tricky though. You don't see your matchup. I'm not sure where this Wind Ranger is going. Could be mid, could be safe lane.
This carry Wind Ranger? Or what,
could be. Taking some inspiration from OG.
Yeah, people are trying to figure out OG now, yeah. Trying to copy their drafts.
I mean, this is a really good Wind Ranger game, especially if this is a SF carry, right? You just press Wind Run and none of these heroes really build
a lot
MKB.
better than Wind Run against Wind Ranger. You can blow her up with your spell damage. That's why I feel like it's very likely that we're gonna see another carrier coming out of Nigma Galaxy. Whereas for one win, they are going to need, I presume, a setup hero. They need more catch and setup if Wind Ranger is going carry here.
I'm thinking what are the spirits? You know what I mean?
Yeah, spirits, Puck, Primal Beast type hero, all those heroes are actually very nice.
There you go. There's the Puck. All you really have in terms of a stun is a bushwhack and a net. Maybe the song and the Requiem count, but those are on much longer cooldowns. Nigma Galaxy, where will you put this Shadow Fiend? Do you put it into the Puck, play that old school matchup, or are you looking for a new mid laner to try and deal with him? You've already banned out some of the options. I guess just Void Spirit's a bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, I guess there's only like probably Void Spirit, and there's not any other obvious mid heroes that you can pick here. It's Monkey King, I guess. But yeah, they're just gonna like finish out with some sort of way to counter the Puck with the Aghanim's on the Void Spirit, so you have some sort of catch against Puck. I think overall their lineup, it's okay. I don't think it's like that amazing last pick Void Spirit, you know. I think it kind of rounds out their draft. It counters the Puck, gives you a way of killing that annoying hero, but that's about it, right? I think the base and the foundation of the draft is still going to be about this Naga plus the SF combination, right, in the team fights. That is what's going to allow you to win those very, very crucial team fights. And you're going up against a Warlock with Rock and Stampede, right? I don't think it's that straightforward, you know. I think before you get higher levels in the song, you're always going to be vulnerable against the Rock coming in, messing up your combo, or even, you know, the coil, you know, from far range, you know. So they have to be very, very careful about those spells, you know. But what they do have in their current setup is they have a lot of ghost push, you know, with the Lycan Wolves and the Naga Siren. So that's going to, I think, mainly allow them to find pick-off potentials on the map. Whereas for one win, they are going to probably have to rely on the Warlock defending the ghost push and maybe the Helm from the Centaur. So obviously the Puck can do it too. So they do have some sort of answers, you know, against this ghost push of Nigma.
Whenever I see the Wind Ranger carry played, I feel like it strikes me as a bit more of an active hero, right? I feel like we're going to see one win, try and play around the Puck, try and play around this Wind Ranger and have this Centaur dealing with the ghost push. Wonder how it's all going to play out though. We've really only seen Natsumi succeed with this pick. I don't know. I feel like both drafts are lacking some core aspects that I'm not really a fan of. I have no clue who's going to come out on top, but I know exactly who the crowd's rooting for. I'm sure there's a lot of Nigma Galaxy fans hoping that they can net themselves their second win. One win. They're still working on their first. Best of three. Again, you're kind of at the point of the Swiss stage, Winter, where these teams pretty close to mathematically being out, but it still matters a lot. Each series win, gets you EPT points and $3,500 in cash money. So that's a big deal. Can you imagine, Winter? You win 2 games of Dota 2, you get $3,500. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, back in the day we were playing for peanuts.
Yeah. I think nowadays, even if you told the team they win $3,500, they're gonna complain. They're gonna be like, "That's nothing."
That's my rent.
The standards have gone to an all-time high these days. They don't make them like they used to back then. The pro players are getting paid a ton. Last I heard. Big money. You gotta get there though. You gotta make it to tier 1. And DreamLeague's a good place to start for teams like OneWin. DreamLeague's also a good place to start for teams like Nigma Galaxy, who have a lot of former glory to reclaim.
Oh no.
Is he dead? Okay. Surrounded on all fronts. Body blocked. Sweden strong. Excellently done. And the last hit. Find it with his own illusions. Very, very nice setup there.
Yeah, that's the power of the SD placenta. Easy setup for the stun, and the illusion serves as damage/blocking purposes. I mean, this is also why you feared the SF, or why you didn't really like the SF on the side lane, right? It's so easy to kill. Like one wrong position, you just die.
And dying to a Shadow Demon Warlock combination, yeah, I feel like usually, which, you know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta be real kind of range creepy for that to happen, and unfortunately, that's what Shadow Fiend is in the early stages. Hopefully, you can sort of regain that advantage in the lane. It is the partnership that you talked about, that Naga Siren and Shadow Fiend. That's what Nigma Galaxy have chosen to bank their first game on. Don't really know if I'm a biggest fan of it, just because it is strong, but is it strong enough to win them the game? That's the question.
That's the question that we are going to find out together, Mike.
Wonderful.
No predictions, just enjoying the movie together.
Indeed. Can't be looking up the plot or looking up the script halfway. You gotta see how it all plays out here.
Do you know who wrote the script?
I don't know. The script writers of DreamLeague, of course. This is a produced show, guys.
Best script writers in the world.
That's true.
Always with the best storylines, the best memes.
Yeah, they as soon as they start the DreamLeague script writing process, they're like, okay, so for the 5th season in a row, Liquid, you guys are gonna absolutely shit the bed. Insane size, man. This shit sucks. Yeah, get us out of here. It's like some sort of a deal with the devil as TA2000 top lane getting run down. Nice blood grenade from GH to keep Sweden Strong at bay. So no more shadow poisons. And GH actually laying the blades into Sweden Strong. Last auto attack, couldn't find it. The tower regen and armor helping him out a ton there. Bloodied and bruised, but not out just yet as TA2000 should be able to continue farming.
Yeah, I mean, he is definitely getting pressured a lot by this Centaur plus Shadow Demon. Centaur rarely pressures the carry, I tell you.
Yeah.
Like, you're oftentimes just happy to get your levels and farm. This is like a dream lane, you know, for Centaur.
Indeed. Sumail. Only Squadix into the tower, but there's a full creep wave there, so he's not going to tank any auto attacks. Even if he did, he could just jaunt and get so much regen back from the Puckish. We were talking about Triple S, right? Being sort of the standout, solid offlaner. Seems to be the trend for a lot of these tier 2, tier 1.5 teams, where their offlaner just is an absolute beast and sometimes has to be the one carrying the game from the brink.
And that's how you have to play in pubs, you know. I think as an offlaner in pubs, you kind of have to be the carry in a lot of your games. I think that's
ATF
like,
mode.
Yeah, I think that's like an environment that forces you to play greedy to win your games. I mean, if you look at a lot of like the young off-lane players, right, you rarely get to see like the 33 kind, you know, or ace type, you know, like the auras, the team-based type of off-laners. Yeah. They're always the ones that look like ATF.
That's true. I mean, a whole generation of pub players were raised off of ATF performances, so no surprises there, right?
I mean, it's not,
the game
it's not
also
just
has
about
changed.
him, it's just the way you have to play in pubs to win, you know?
Yeah.
You try buying auras in pubs as an offlaner, and you know what I mean.
I do know what you mean. And I'm not even an offlane player. It's just
You're
rough, it feels like...
You're just a Venal player.
Yeah.
The resident Venal player that buys auras, that's why you know.
You know what I need to do? I need to get on this Shadow Demon train. Everybody's on the Shadow Demon these days. Seems so strong.
Difficult hero to play, right? Very
It is,
mechanical.
Are you saying they're not suitable for a Venal player as well?
No, I mean, it's just easy to grief your game, you know? I think SD, Winter Wyvern, those are like the two support heroes where you could easily get reported by your teammates a lot.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, 100%.
You don't want to be running around giving advice, telling people to play those heroes, you know.
Yeah, no, Lord, no.
But I
Quite
gotta
early
agree,
laning stage.
they are very, very fun to play if you get it in the right game or if you master those heroes.
But Wyvern and Shadow Demon?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, nothing more satisfying than landing a crazy curse. Nice rotation by Omar up to the top lane, but a heads up banish, keeping the core away. So no razors. I feel like Swedish Strong should still be run down, though. He's going to disseminate himself, get a bit of that HP through the promulgate, but it's not going to be enough. Only level 1, not able to create the distance. Nice rotation there from the Hoodwink.
I mean, this is the nice thing about having a Lycan off lane. You give him some levels, he doesn't really need you anymore, and then you can just run around and gank.
I mean, also, it's into a Warlock, right? So even more, he won't get pressured.
I mean, CS-wise, he's not really exactly doing well.
And not too bad, like 4 CS behind the carry, and there's a wave pushing in. It's
Yeah,
vibes.
I guess. Can't expect everything to go perfectly.
I'm just a bit concerned for this Lycan because I understand the whole mechanic of the ghost push and, you know, controlling the map, information and all that stuff, but I just feel like this is not really a game where the Lycan actually threatens any of the 3 cores. Like,
Yeah,
all
but
3 cores just like
Lycans
dip.
are not to counter the cores. Lycans are to counter the supports. If you're an SD and Warlock and there's a big bad wolf with his helm creep coming in, what do? You just die.
You could do a little, you cry a little bit, I think.
You cry? There's no time to cry.
Oh, you're already dead, and you can't even see the tears fall from your face,
You
unfortunately.
can only hope that you have already played the early game well enough so you can afford that green scepter, you know? Because if you don't do that, 10 minutes later, the wolf has nullifier.
Yeah, real rough. Nice little pull in and nice bit of damage. Tier 2000 feels like the lane has stabilized somewhat for him and he's starting to ramp up in terms of farm. Earlier on we saw Sumail as well, able to find a kill onto Rain in the mid lane, who came by, tried to help his mid laner secure the rune. Unsuccessful, unfortunately. You gotta be careful about these triangle stacks. They're starting to get built up, but I think Nigma Galaxy, they spotted those out, so there'll be an invasion of that area very shortly. But now it's minute 7, Wisdom Shrines and no invasion of any sort. Everyone's just playing it chill.
Yeah, good silence there from the puck. Just getting out of the Bushwhack's way. I mean, both sides are just very, very keen in just creating stacks, just focusing on their own levels and items. Not much really going on, you know, until they have level 6 on their supports. I would say both sides actually have very important level 6s on their supports, you know, except for the Holding. All the Naga, SD, well, they're all very level dependent heroes.
Yeah. I mean, if they get their level 6s on time, you can really just counter at each other, right? You drop a golem, instant song. Right, same kind of situation with the Shadow Demon. Suddenly the Purge just unlocks all the kills. You run up there, you hit the Shadow Fiend with that, you don't die. Nice big hard cam stack cleared out by the Centaur. That's some nice net worth his way. Closer and closer to the Helm Dom, which is going to be the timing for both the offlaners. Ooh, uh-oh, Triple S, top lane. Thought he was going to get run down there, but still should be fine. Meanwhile, in the mid, easy Astral Step away from Sumail. There'll be a shield rune for him in the bot side, so pretty lucky there for the Void Spirit.
I mean, bot lanes, there's some casual focus fire on the Helm Creep. Green Ranger just running and chasing the Helm Creep, the Centaur, with the focus fire. She knows she can't kill the Lycan, so she's killing the creeps.
Yeah, that's true. A bit too much armor. Up to 14 armor when he's near the tower, it's just not going to happen. I saw a Stampede being committed. I guess that's just to evacuate on the puck and the supports. Meanwhile,
Sweden Strong in trouble.
Strong. Yeah, he's being run down here. Nice little body blocks, or attempted body blocks. GH is there. Last auto attack, finds it. Again, GH.
I mean, why is GH getting all the kills on top?
I mean, he's the superstar, right? We talked about
SF has 0 kills.
As SF is top of the net worth, can't complain about that.
Oh yeah, he can complain about that. Just because his top level doesn't mean his supports get to get all the last hit.
Hey, he's the new kid on the block, okay?
Have you
GH, the
ever
big boss, is
ran
back.
into a carry that says, oh, it's okay, I have a lot of last hits, you can have all the kills, I don't mind.
No one's gonna say that, but I feel like it's a big red flag if my carry starts talking about KS. You know, I'm like, what are we in 2013? What is this attempt? The pushback completely off the mark. They just want to commit onto Rain, it seems like, before he hits that level 6. Nice little shackle. Rain, he doesn't have the mana for the golem, even if he pops the Black Grimoire. That Wild Wing should just be able to chase him down, and Noob might lose his creep for it. And his boots while he's at it. A bit awkward. Doesn't have mana to TP out just yet.
Totally did nothing to the like.
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
Radiant's middle tower
Uh-oh.
is under
Tier 2000. Getting spotted out here. But just in time, look at who's come through the Twin Gates to potentially bail the carry out. GH is here. Gonna use the Requiem, thinking about it. Taking quite a bit of damage, gotta be careful. The creep's doing quite a bit of damage. TA 2000 gonna turn around, raise it down. He'll be fine, and now Omar through the Twin Gates as well. Looks like Sweden strong, he's overplayed just a bit. Centaur didn't commit the Stampede up until this point, helping his poor support get out, and Song Force now as well. GH is gonna hold them at bay, and no further follow-up. Nice try with the shackle. Sumail's around the corner, you gotta be careful. Void Spirit's looking for a target. Nigma Galaxy still keen on defending this tower and maybe trying to fight.
There's still a rock.
There is in fact a rock. Drop it right on top of Sumail's head. He needs a bailout now. Astral step, easy. Disengage. I don't know if you can defend this though. I mean, Noom's not really in a position to join this fight. No shapeshift.
The rock just died there. Holy crap.
Yeah, that was a bit awkward.
Yeah, they couldn't really combine the rock with the Centaur stun. You know, they needed both stuns to land.
Trying to eliminate this catapult creep, but OneWin are doing an excellent job of keeping it up and running. And the wave clear is limited from Nigma Galaxy. It looks like they have to give this position up. Onto the SF, the stomp is there. You got to wonder, Nigma, was it right to stick around? The answer seems to be no, as GH will be the follow-up kill. Trying to defend a location they had no business being around. That will net them another kill. Munkushi will be the one to claim that one.
Yeah, that was rather strange. They don't have Song. They don't have backup. Lycan doesn't seem like he's interested to join the fights. He has no TP.
Mana.
Yeah, no mana, no TP. Like, why are they even in that area, you know? I mean, I can understand if GH stays there to just try to delay things, but why is TA 2000 standing around the area, you know?
Yeah, it doesn't even make sense, and that leads to TA 2000 going down for what feels like no good reason. Kind of been a theme for the player on this team so far. Silence, coil.
Two-man coil.
Nice catch there. Big stick though, Omar. Still trying to juke around, but the coil, it won't break, but the orb will find him. And Sumail can do nothing to defend his core. Rather, his support, sorry. Looks like that's shapeshift pop. Trying to find the park, but the Stampede to disengage. It's just too easy for OneWin to bounce on out of there.
Lycan Wolf used as well. So, OneWin. Maybe they can try to use this timing once they get resetted, get back their mana. Feels like they have to kind of play in one area, you know, one of the side lanes. They have to try to secure one side, because right now the map is rather small. Nigma has a much bigger area to farm. Well, that was a very, very nice catch on the park there. Omar starting with the pushback, with the Acorn shot, catching him from the fog. And Sumail just followed up nicely. Well played.
Didn't get to see
Big
that one, but good kill, as you mentioned. Kind of catching, I want to say, Squadix sleeping there. Didn't really expect Nigma to be looking for these moves. I feel like Munkushi has spent more time hitting this Helm Dom creep than anything else in the game. And it's like this weird, like, back and forth. He's been beating into this center for a while now. But Noob just can very easily dominate another. So what's the plan here? Are Nigma Galaxy going to be looking for action? Actually, honestly, is any team going to be looking for action, or are they all just chill farming it up and trading?
OneWin is looking for action. They know they're really strong right now. They're looking for the 40-minute shrines. They're trying to steal it. Shadow Demon is smoked up at his center.
Oh dear. GH is not in position. He's gone to try and steal away the other shrine on the opposing side of the map. He'll be successful in doing so, so it ends up being a 1-for-1, and Nigma Galaxy able to dodge any sort of engagement. Do Nigma Galaxy just not want to fight now? Are they not ready?
No, they're not. They need more items on the SF. I think BKB is a very, very crucial item for the SF here. Without it, you don't really feel comfortable coming to the fights.
They seem to disagree though. Golem onto Sumail. They spotted him with a nicely placed sentry, and that is going to be a Void Spirit in a lot of trouble. Not dead just yet.
Oh,
Saved
can they
by
get the
song.
pop?
The setup is there, but the center on the backline jumps through and finds the kill. Sweden Strong now being chased out by Noob, but a beautiful shackle shot holding back the Wolf and his friends. Just like that, a clean extraction. Sweden Strong able to get healed up now. And it really is just Triple S catching them completely by surprise. GH, he went forward with the song hoping to catch more, but that left Sumail completely exposed to the Centaur.
And that was a very, very nice curl to start things off with. I mean, they're kind of like trying to fight, but I do feel like One Wing is definitely way stronger when they have all the ultimates with the Rock, the Stampede, and the Call. You can see that it's so difficult for Nigma Galaxy to fight. Yeah, maybe you can get a better Requiem there. They kind of mistime the Requiem after the Naga song, but it's still very, very difficult for them to go in, you know, to fight against this massive team fight. Like the Call into the Rock plus Fatal Bonds is so difficult for them to go into.
Yeah, I mean, part of that is also very nicely placed wards by the side of One Win, spotting Sumail, popping that invis, and catching him on the sentry. They just completely ruined his day before he was even able to pop a single spell. He had to use everything defensively. Still goes
you
down
know what,
in the end.
Mike? I think they need the Lycan to kind of create some sort of distraction. He needs to deal with the Shadow Demon and Warlock.
Yeah.
Kind of try to break their formation in a way. Go from behind, force them to run because they have to run once they see the Wolf come in. And then try to take a very, very scrappy fight, right? So, and you only use Song if you have to protect the SF. You try not to use Song to... I guess he was using Song to protect Sumail there in the last engagement.
This was a bit of miscommunication, and I think they just didn't see Triple S come in from the right side. Like, really heads-up play from the Centaur more than anything, because by all stretches of imagination, you would have assumed all the way past the tier 1, closer to the tier 2, your Void Spirit's out of trouble, right? He's home free. I think just really well played from the Centaur. He didn't even have Blink in that scenario, so he just found a path to catch him off guard. Speaking of the Centaur, of course I've just cursed him. Sweden Strong has a disruption available. Will still be able to stampede away if needed, not going to use it, saving the ultimate. Trying for a Requiem, fearing the puck away. It's not too bad as that will allow Sumail to perhaps jump away. Silence for now. You throw the coil out though. Where's the backup? Coming through with a bushwhack, catching two, but Squadding's dodging it and gets the kill. Great execution from One Win as they're still dancing around. No ultimates
Very,
left,
very
though.
nice kiting. I mean, the Centaur is such a difficult target to kill, and now he has his Crimson Guard. And that is going to counteract a lot of the damage coming out from Lycan, and it's very important to get Crimson for your supports, right? Because your supports are running away from the Lycan, and with Crimson, you can actually allow them to survive.
Yeah. Big Golem. On to Omar in the mid lane just to secure that. You can kind of get the feeling that Rain just wants to use it and maybe pressure some objectives.
Yeah, bro, every Warlock will tell you the same thing. If I don't use it, I don't feel good. If
That's
it's
true.
ready, just sitting there, not doing anything, I want to just drop it and farm a stack.
He's not doing shit with it right now though. It's just kind of chilling in the mid lane.
He already got a kill, so he already has an excuse to drop it.
Okay. Well, maybe this opens up an opportunity for Nigma Galaxy, because ever since Sumail has gotten this Spirit Vessel, he has just farmed charges on it by dying. Not exactly by finding kills. Not really what you want to see. A bit of a rough start for him, 0, 2, and 2. Honestly, a bit of a rough start for Nigma Galaxy as a whole, but they aren't falling behind on the net worth, right? They're still farming. It's just the tempo of the game. It doesn't feel like the map is theirs to control anymore.
Yeah. And because Sumail is not exactly very, very fat, like this Aghanim's timing is... I don't know if it's going to be a threat to the puck anymore.
I mean, the puck's got to finish a full Parasma before you even start building your
Yeah, if
items.
he
That's
buys
tougher.
the shard now, it means that the axe is going to come so late.
Still got to build it eventually though, but the items starting to come out on the One Win team. You got the Solar Crest along with the Crimson, potentially. And that just fortifies the support even more, nullifying your Lycan's ability to make an impact.
Sumail.
I'm watching Rain getting killed right now. That Warlock is going to go down, but Sumail is the much bigger target. The Song locks down the puck, but where's
they
your
get it
follow-up?
right this
Try
time.
for the Requiem. Gotta get the timing perfect. Pull it back in. Squaddix able to dodge away. Sweden Strong not quite as lucky, but you needed a bigger kill than that.
Yeah, once again, you know, don't think you should be able to get the phase shift off if the timing is perfect there. So probably mistime it again, from TA 2000. Doesn't seem like he's too familiar with this Naga plus SF combination.
Yeah, that's kind of the weird thing, right? Because I feel like for a team that is trying to straighten out their safe lane, you'd think, let's give this guy a signature hero. Let's try and get him on a Templar Assassin, or maybe even a Terrorblade, right? These are the things that TA2000 is known for, but then you kind of put him on this SF that I don't think he's really had any career highlights on. Maybe he's practiced it in private, but it just hasn't really looked too impressive just yet. Credit where credit is due, he's still top of the CS and net worth, but just, you know, it's not an easy hero to execute. There's a reason why we're seeing teams stay away from it.
And with GH, she always likes this type of like combination heroes. Like he's famous for his like IO +1, his Keeper of the Light +1.
Yeah.
And now we have this Naga +1, you know. I think he's just the type of player that really likes to play with like specific combinations in the game.
Yeah. It's just, it makes things a lot more straightforward, right? When the plan already writes itself. Unfortunately,
yeah, and
it
you
does
remember
take
our
practice.
conversation earlier about Rain, where we are saying that when you play position 5, you kind of want to enable the carries playstyle, but it feels like in Nigma here, I think like it feels like TA2000 is kind of trying to fit into GH's playstyle.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. That's a really good point, actually. And then on the flip side, you have this Wind Ranger Warlock that doesn't really need to play off each other. It's not this crazy combo, right? But Rain, in playing this Warlock, he secured the Wind Ranger's lane. She still's doing good on farm. And all he really has to do, not saying it's easy by any stretch of the imagination, but you can kind of very easily combine a Warlock with the rest of the team, right? It doesn't take years and years of practice. You just say, I'm casting Rock now. You see the Fatal Bonds, everyone knows what's up. It's a lot more straightforward than this high execution Naga SF. I mean, even when Naga was a broken hero, even when SF was a bit more busted on the carry, it never was a free win. It still takes a lot of practice. I feel like Nigma Galaxy, they put themselves in this type of situation where they need a pretty high level of execution to make this draft work, and it hasn't really matched up to that just yet.
Yeah, they do still have a lot of opportunities in the game, you know. They're not in like a very bad position or anything. And Lycan is going to have his nullifier. He actually already has his nullifier, so that's going to be a very big deal against the Wind Ranger. So she has to be very, very careful. And also the Crimson Guard, right? You have ways to remove it now.
Yeah.
This is a very, very big timing.
A one win. They seem to believe that this is a good timing for them as well, and why wouldn't you? Can't blame them. Parasma freshly picked up on Puck at 22 minutes in the game. They're going to go into a TA2000 BKB. All comes down to which one of these teams can execute better and probably secure the Roche for themselves. Let's see how it all plays out. Sumail on the front lines, leading the charge with some Wolves and Illusions, scouting out. Smoke's got a break. Found Triple S. Again, not the target you can afford to go on. And he's just in the right place, right time again to foil the plans of Nigma.
Demonic Purge onto the creep, the Helm creep, but they still couldn't kill it. And both teams are just trying to poke and prod and figure out the best angle of approach, right? Not really committing with any big spells. They're just killing each other's Helm creep. Like, what the hell am I watching?
There's a brutality right there. This is what you call a proxy war, you know? You send little minions in to do the fighting for you, and then you pretend to be the good guy. No, I don't want any part. Yo, how dare you say I aggressed upon you?
Imagine if there's a hero that has a skill that can actually do that. You can summon something that the enemy doesn't know that it's not theirs, you know.
Ooh, like a StarCraft 2 changeling type of thing. Like you. Wait, isn't that low-key Mischief?
Yeah, kinda. I was thinking that too, but but Mischief you can kind of tell because you have the name on top, you know, like that.
I guess so.
Hero.
Did you see that? They just smoked over and absolutely murked that creep, and now they'll jump forward. Found 2 support. Nice bushwhack onto 2. Triple S, can he bail them out of this situation? Squadix able to jaunt away. Again, another poke and prod, and limited levels of lockdown from each of these teams, preventing them from chasing any further. You trade a Stampede for a Shapeshifter.
Yeah, I don't like how they are approaching the fights, like the angle. I think they need to try to send the Lycan in from behind. Like, he needs to come in from a different angle so he splits up the formation. Because one win, they want to play very, very closely next to each other so they don't get picked off. but at the same time, they're not forced to split up, you know. I think it's Noob's job to kind of try to split up the supports, especially the Shadow Demon and Walk.
Winter,
he's
hold that
supposed to
thought.
kill them.
There's a ward spotting out Sumail, farming this ancient stack. Could be trouble, no team around him, and that is a dead Void Spirit. One win will strike, and they are successful. Can go into the Roche pit if they're feeling comfortable enough to do so.
Damn, how did this ward not get dewarded?
That's
I mean,
crazy.
they tried, they knew there was something up, they placed a sentry earlier, but they didn't find the ward.
It's a bit deeper than they expected.
Yeah, there's always like a rule that I always tell my players, you know, if you don't find the ward, don't assume there's no ward there. Just assume you didn't find it.
Like, you gotta trust your instincts in some cases, right? Because the whole reason why you're sentrying in the first place is because you recognize that the opponents are playing as if they have vision.
They
So you just have
came
to
in,
assume
right?
they do.
So they must have placed something there.
Exactly. And then even if they don't, it's always good to be careful. You want to be absolutely safe and kind of make sure you're covered. But look at the warding from One Win. It's just sublime. You have deep wards in each entrance from the mid lane to the jungle. Might even be able to catch Sumail again if he's not careful. Farming under some vision right now. The pings come through.
Yeah, he is so poor on the Void Spirit.
Yeah.
So
But GH is almost up to his... Oh, Munkushi?
That's the Nullifier doing his job.
Very nicely done.
Why did Sumail get the tip?
Probably because Sumail was a part of it. They're like, don't worry, little bro, you can farm. We'll take care of it. You know what I'm saying? Not really sure how that happened. Was it like...
Hey, if anything, Sumail should be tipping the Lycan.
Yeah, true. But now, no Wind Ranger for 25 seconds. Into the pit they go. K2000 gonna start on it, but again, so many different ways for One Win to poke and prod and scout. Same situation for Nigma. The remnants are gonna start coming out. Naga illusions as well, plenty. Don't know whether they can commit for this. 10 more seconds until the Wind Ranger's back up. I don't think this is safe. Let's back up.
You're gonna start to see the ghost push effect right now. See, all the lanes are pushed out for Nigma Galaxy side. And One Win, they're kind of forced into a very uncomfortable position, whether they retreat to defend or they have to just stay here and lose out on some farm, you know. But at least they do have the helm from the center to kind of defend one side. Like, he needs to send, where is his script? He needs to send them to preferably the furthest lane, the bottom side.
Yeah. And that's where Noob is focusing his efforts for now. I feel like at this point in the game, most of the times you see the Lycans just casually pick up a shot to further ghost push some of these waves in, but he's fully focused on his items for the fight. Looking at the BKB nicks into the blink, he understands that now with the Nullifier, he very much has the ability to completely eliminate the Wind Ranger if she's not careful, so... I'm surprised though, I guess you need a follow-up stun within that period because Munkushi does have the BKB, so that can just shrug off the Nullifier as well.
Yeah, I actually don't really know about going BKB on Lycan. Yeah, I think he kind of doesn't need it.
Yeah, maybe he's like worried about the coil or the centaur stun or the shackles or something like that.
Yeah, but he's supposed to come from a different angle, right? You're not supposed to be approaching the fight from the front, so you don't have to worry about the puck.
Yeah.
I'm sure it might give him security, but I don't know if it's what he needs to win the team fights.
Oh, GH. What the hell was that? Spots out a puck and elects to blink up to the north. An easy catch for the side of One Win now. Maybe he was trying to go for the Wisdom Shrine. Play cute, but because of that, a bit of a uncharacteristic individual mistake there from GH might just have cost them the Roche.
Yeah, this is what I call a bad time to die. Indeed, but hang on a minute, Nigma is coming in. They don't care if they don't have a Naga.
That's a bit crazy. The song has been such an important part. Wolf scouting now. Get control out onto Omar. Omar in some trouble, able to glimmer cape away. Roche is dropping low. You need to get in there. No one to steal it. Nice golem, keeping them at bay. Noob will still finish off the kill onto Sweden Strong and now looking for more. He able to blink away on the centaur. Tries the Tumbler's toy. Very cute stuff. Turn around for the stun. The ghost. Noob is still on your tail. He's gonna chase you down with the Black Dragon. The crits come through. You might be tanky, but you can't outrun the Wolf. Not without your Stampede. And Nigma Galaxy, they'll lose the Roche, but they get a couple of kills. And for a fight without their Naga, I guess that's not too bad.
Yeah, they know that they're actually really, really strong with the BKB on the SF. even though the BKB record actually did nothing. Coral.
Get the catch onto Sumail, that'll be a huge kill. Nice remnant to keep the auto tech from coming through, and an easy slide away. Mukushi actually dropping so low. Has to pop the BKB, and Omar able to sharpshooter out of the pit, avoiding the orb.
Yeah, otherwise would have died there. All these hoodwink players having fun every single game I watch them. I gotta admit, right, this is probably like the hero that looks like every single player that plays them, or you're having a good game or you're having a bad game, you should still have a good amount of fun with every single spell that he has.
Yeah, just always useful, right? Like the bushwhacks, and you know,
It's
so
also the
satisfying to land.
repositioning, like hiding in the trees and then bouncing around with your sharpshooter. Escaping with sharpshooter is probably the best feeling ever.
I think Valve has done a really good job with a lot of these new heroes and just kind of giving them very fun aspects, right? Like I think all your Mars, all your Monkey King, your Pango, your Hoodwink, they all have such a unique, fun playstyle. Sweet and Strong. Get caught here. Nice little chain stun. Bada bing, bada boom. Oma snipes his head off.
There we go. The Lycan gets the shot.
There we go. That's what he was waiting for.
It is what I call a GPM shot, you know?
Indeed. Many such cases. Mukushi is really laying into this ancient creep. Get his ass.
Have you kept count? Like how many Helm of Dominated creeps
I think he's only killed two.
with
He's
Focus Fire?
only killed two. Some
Only
of the
two?
Yeah, some of the other times that he's tried, Noob has actually been able to juke him. So it's like the creeps under the tower. You don't really want to commit win run for it or whatnot. It's like early stage of the game.
Yeah, and this is definitely not ideal for a carry Wind Ranger. 30 minutes in the game, you have 1 kill, 1 death, 3 assists. And 2 Helm of Dominator kills. I quote Mike here. I have no idea of the actual amount.
It could be lying to you.
Yeah, you could be. But I trust you fully, wholeheartedly, without question.
Wow. Well, things starting to come together at least a little bit here for Nigma. They have themselves a 5k gold lead, but as it stands, still in ages for one win. They haven't really been able to do much of it. Some pings coming through in the bot lane. Looks like there's an attempted setup here on triple S of some sort. Nigma starting to come over. I hear a shapeshift. I hear a setup. Omar there off the mark though with the bushwhack. Had all the time in the world to set that one up, but maybe, just maybe, was a bit too scared of that quick BKB response. Triple S gonna voice line them in return. That's a shapeshift used for no reason. Song as well doesn't even get the chance to open his mouth. GH sniped down, and Mukushi puts another kill on the board.
And now they should be able to force the tower as well, knowing that the Naga has no song, even when she responds.
It's
And
kind
that
of
was
weird
actually
because
that was actually really good by Triple S. I think he kind of knew that something was coming there, because the way he was pushing out the wave, he was really like moving forward, backward, but forward, backward. He wasn't really like fully committing on the quick wave, you know.
Yeah. You talked about this yesterday, Winter, right? Like the difference between the elite pros and just kind of regular plebs like us, or even regular high MMR players. The type of movement you need to have in a coordinated game setting when you know that your opponents might be up to something. Suddenly you play around the tree lines a little bit more. Suddenly you kind of move a bit more unpredictably.
Yeah.
And that is what makes the difference. It literally saved Triple S there.
Yeah, definitely could have died there if he got caught by the bushwhack. Like it's sort of like second nature to all these players, right? They don't see anyone in the map, and instantly they have some self-defense system activated, right? They're playing a little bit safer. Yeah. They are trying to stay near the trees. They're trying to ghost push more, you know.
It's a good thing to be able to autopilot. It's something that a lot of people take.
Yeah, you know how that comes? Because they got killed at the same situation so many times, and they remember it.
That's muscle memory right there.
Yeah, it's always that one game, right, that you lose because of that stupid thing, that stupid greed that you have. You wanted to go and farm one more wave, and then you lose the game. And that kind of thing actually stays in your head for a long time.
Sure. And I mean, one win. We followed them for a long time now. They've lost plenty of games to try and learn from. So maybe these experiences starting to accumulate into something good up here. Against Nigma Galaxy, it's honestly been a lot closer of a game than I expected. I thought with the form that Nigma Galaxy were in yesterday, especially with GH, they'd be able to come out to a bit of a stronger start. But back and forth we go. Shapeshift being used by Noob to escape. He knows he's being spotted. They're not really sure what the plan is here from Nigma Galaxy. They've just kind of been poking around a little bit.
Yeah, they're just trying to find their pickoff, right? Initially, when I look at the lineups, I mentioned that they have a lot of ghost push. They're gonna play a lot around the map, looking for the silver pickoffs with their heroes. I mean, it's just that they're playing this sort of game, but the Hoodwink has a glimmer, you know. I mean, I can understand why he bought a glimmer. Here we go again.
Yeah, okay. The glimmer,
bro,
disrespector has long gone.
Listen to me. So when you're with Naga, you want a position 4 that has items to help you catch.
Yeah. You'd like to, let me guess, you'd like to see something like an Atos, Yule, something like that. Or even a Hex, but...
Hex, actually. He needs a Hex this game.
Yeah.
But I don't know what would be your first item. Like, you don't want to rush Hex right away, so you need to have like one small item into Hex, you know.
How about the Glimmer? Glimmer sounds pretty good as He has the Hex queued up, okay? He's not having the richest time on this Hoodwink. It's a little bit rough. I think I can forgive him, but I completely agree with what you're saying. I think right now, Nigma Galaxy are missing that instant initiation aspect or function that OneWin have pretty easily, right? They can jump in with Coil, they can jump in with the Centaur, they can disrupt to set up and force a reaction. Not really a privilege that Nigma Galaxy have for themselves, and that's led to a bit of a quieter lull period in this mid game where, yes, you're farming well on most of your cores. It's just Sumail who's suffering a bit here, but
it's ghost push versus ghost push, right?
Yeah.
And no catch. Like, you look at both sides, right? I think the only real catch is kind of like the puck, but he kind of has to always constantly go back and clear the waves. That's why the puck can't actually leave the lanes to get something done. You know, it's very difficult. He has a gem on the puck to scout out the Lycan wolves. It's already gotten to the point where it's so annoying.
Yeah. And that's 3 Helm of the Overlord Creeps kill by Munkushi. Good stuff.
Are you actually for real counting?
I'm
or
trying,
you're just trolling
I'm trying.
me?
No, as in he literally just killed one on our screen right there. Did you not see that?
Yeah, but how are you like keeping count? Is it
I mean, I'm
real?
counting the ones that I see. If I don't see
Are
them
you
on screen,
actually
that's...
just making up the numbers?
No. I genuinely have seen him kill 3. He could have killed many others off screen. Only the Lord knows that. That's a secret between Gaben God and Munkushi himself. Yeah, this has got to be a bit annoying for OneWin. I'm sure they would love to try and snap up a fight, but Nigma Galaxy not really giving it to them. Despite all the nice aggressive vision that they have planted now, I do have to give them credit. I think the warding has been sublime from them in this game number 1.
Yeah, can you imagine? It's so frustrating, right? Against this like Naga lineup.
Like
yesterday, and not yesterday. Okay, it was the first series. You asked me what is describe disgusting, Rob, and then we talk about Banner, Jig Hero. I think this is a different kind of disgusting. You know, Naga and Lycan in the same team.
Dota is the home to many disgusting things. Many, too much to count, some might say. Every draft has its own disgusting aspects to it. Right now, Nigma Galaxy, they want a taste of the action. They're done sitting behind. Not sure whether a ward scouted them out though. There's one right to the north of them. I think they smoked a bit further back. But again, when you see no heroes on the map, you got to know something might be coming. Nigma Galaxy, they want to unlock the triangle and the Roche fight for themselves. Starting out, jump in, onto Munkushi. Do you have the BKB available? No, the car will save him. And now T2000, he's in trouble. He's just being run down. The song to bail him out. But GH can't get in range, can't stun them up. All he's found is triple S for now, but Munkushi able to disengage. And the Remnant onto a target they don't want to go on. Up with a coil on the backline, TA2000 in trouble, will pop the Requiem as they have their sights on the Centaur to the left side. He's jumped in a bit too far and Squadix not able to follow up for him. Nice kite away there from Nigma Galaxy. It was a bit messy at the start, looked like TA2000 was in jeopardy. But they were able to get back out to safety.
Yeah, that was not a very good comment on Triple S. They can only go if the Wind Ranger can run in and do the deeps.
Yep. I mean, the puck was doing a pretty good job poking around as much as he could, but just couldn't finish off any of the kills. Sumail now in the pit. Awkward position.
They can't
Astro
lose the
step
gem.
away. They can't afford to lose the gem, but Sumail, he's on the front lines. You have a save. He's taking so much damage. The last Dissimulate gets him out. Living on a sliver, Munkushi with so much physical damage. Even in this 4v5 situation, OneWin finding an opening to pressure the mid laner of Nigma Galaxy back.
Yeah, we're starting to see like the limitations, you know, of the Wind Ranger. Like, she's so reliant on the focus fire. and she doesn't really do a lot of damage outside of it, right? So if you can kind of use the song to disengage every focus fire, I think that's going to provide you with like a really good opportunity to win those fights.
Yeah.
And this Naga is just so annoying to deal with, you know, at this stage.
Yeah. Into the Roche pit they go. All members of One Win up and running.
Wait,
the
what?
park's been
What
found
the
in the
hell?
mid lane.
Solo kill?
Sumail all by himself. The king makes it happen.
The whole game he's behind the puck and all of a sudden he just solo kills him and he's still behind the puck after solo killing him.
As Beast plays right there, you wouldn't get it. Only Sumail can pull these kind of things off. That's number 4.
Focus fire.
BKB
Needs
in
help.
tier 2000. He's dead. He doesn't have a save. You didn't have the song available, and you try and commit for the Roche. That is a rookie mistake. Noob, though, not gonna let them get away lightly, but he might have to be the one to back up. Taking quite a lot of damage from the rest of Munkushi and Triple S. And even with the
Roshan's
puck and
leaving.
Sweden Strong gone, how do One Win keep doing this?
I mean, this Centaur X is just crazy, actually, with the Wind Ranger. As long as she already has her focus fire on, you put her on a card and she's gonna kill whoever she's going on.
Sumail's gonna jump in. AD Rune, putting out a lot of damage on Triple S. Last bits of damage, has to use the Stampede. Sorry, that's not the Stampede, that's the card.
Which has Stampede.
Which has Stampede, yes. Technically, that is a Stampede of some sort. They got a song just to secure the Roche. Are they gonna look for a fight though? That's the question. Nothing better than a disengage. I'll be happy if that Sumail with the second life. That's interesting. I guess that's just gonna free him up to jump in a lot more haphazardly.
Yeah, so many heroes he needs to jump, right? Yeah, like, there's so many saves. The Shadow Demon, the Centaur, and there's like Warlock Rock. You also kind of have to deal with that. Like, who would be your top priority? I think the Shadow Demon is the top priority. Because Centaur is too difficult to kill. You can kind of maybe just try to silence him, but he has BKB.
Kind of need to coordinate the jump in with Noob, right? He has Blink, he
Yeah.
has the Nullifier. He's
And
gonna
again,
work
you know,
towards that
the
swift
same
route.
plan I've said time and time again. They have to break apart the formation to win the team fights. I mean, they're doing a really good job right now. They have
Yeah.
this 8k lead. Whereas for One Win, the way they need to win the team fights is by insta killing, you know. Like you call and then you want to get the focus fire on top of the target that you call, and then a rock to follow her, and you kill the hero during your BKBs before the song comes out.
Yeah, someone's got to deal with GH while that's happening, because if he gets a song, it's curtains.
I mean, he's gonna be hiding a mile away, you know. He has dagger.
He has Hex as
Oh,
well.
they find him.
Gotta turn around.
Instant Hex
the puck.
TP.
Oh, the coil at the very last moment. Nice little illusion play, but GH! He goes down, but Noob with the damage just murks the puck.
It must have been a crit, right? The last strike.
That was a crit for sure. With the Giants Maul, that's a confirmed crit, so you aren't getting out of that one. Don't even need to rely on luck. Good play there from Noob. Being ready to bail out the fact that his support was being jumped on, and now bit of a split push situation going on. Rain pushing out the mid lane. Meanwhile, Munkushi's punching away at your bot tier 2 tower. But Nigma, they're all focused up here in the top side. They know there's no puck and they want to force some sort of a buyback, or at least the side of One Win to return. Shackle shot, my goodness, the damage, Noob Sumail! Ah, that's his first life. It didn't have the save there, you don't have the song, and now you get stunned up, rocked up as well. Where you going, Sumail through the Dissimulate? Need an Astral step away. Double up, back to the high ground, and even the Requiem just to kind of create space for absolutely no reason. Okay.
It's a bit nonchalant the way he's using the Requiems this game.
Yeah, it is again. I don't mind it actually. People might point at TA2000.
Well,
and be
you're
like,
not
"No,
in the
Requiem."
game, you're not his teammate, you know, of course you don't mind it.
No, I mean, you know, if I'm Sumail and I see my boy throwing a Requiem down for me just for my safety, I wouldn't be too upset. Omar being chased down, nice dust.
Yeah,
and
guess
Stampede.
what? No Requiem, no fight, so you have to run, right? And you can't run away.
He wasn't there anyway, but that made a difference. They dropped the gem, but I don't think One Win actually spotted that out. So Nigma are going to be able to reclaim that. There isn't a gem as far as I can see on the side of One Win, so they won't have that ability to clear out the wolves or the sentries. A bit annoying there.
Oh, they lost their gem as well? Oh yeah, when
They did,
Puck
yeah.
died. That's actually quite annoying, because it's line up the Lycan wolves.
Yeah. So now you got 2 gems. You got one on Sumail, one on the Lycan. So even if you are, I mean, there's no glimmer or invis or anything.
I mean,
it's
there's a
just
Wind Ranger with
X.
X, right? So
Yeah.
they need it.
True.
What do you mean there's no glimmer there?
Forgot
Isn't there a
about
glimmer?
There
Oh,
is
they
no
didn't buy
glimmer.
any glimmers.
Yeah, don't worry.
Okay.
They didn't want to upset you.
Wow, how nice of them, Mike. You
Don't
must have
worry.
sent them a message, right?
Winter,
Told them beforehand.
Winter, they care about your feelings. They want to give you a good show. You know how good would they look if they disappointed the great Winter? Can't be doing that.
That's not the word that you were using during the break. You were using more like old man, you know?
No, don't know what you're talking about. We did not speak at all during the break. In fact, it was 1 hour of complete silence. Okay, enough about us.
I've been constantly referred as an old person, right?
That's not true. That's false.
That's true.
Don't lie.
Come on.
Don't be lying on the broadcast now, Winter. We got more important things to attend to, like maybe the fact that Nigma Galaxy are about to breach up onto high ground. SF on the front lines, hitting from a distance. You gotta watch out for that shackle shot though. Look at Munkushi trying to find an angle. This time round can't grab it. Cute repositioning there. And that's
level 25, Mike. Wind Ranger.
bonkers.
Wind Run cannot be dispelled.
What do you even do in that situation? Are you just cooked?
Buy MKB.
They already
What do you
have
mean you're
MKB
cooked?
on the Shadow Field.
Okay, they already have MKB.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Tepi, forward, jump in. They're gonna full commit down Omar. That's the hoodwink out. No response there, no song as well. You want to save that for getting your calls out of the picture and
Yep,
very,
Omar does
very
not
quick
deserve
there.
a song.
No. That's a bit cruel, but true.
Wait, he actually got the other talent, the focus fire cooldown reduction.
Yeah, I guess they need him for the DPS, like you mentioned, right? The limitation so far has been the song disengage and you run out of focus fire. If you can get one and then you can start flowing into the others, it makes a lot more sense. Illusion rune. Let Munkushi grab it. Sumail under the cover of the Invis rune and knows he's not spotted because of the gem. I mean, nice play from One Win to immediately jump Omar and blow him up before Nigma could even react. That delays the push by another few seconds, I feel. Oh, what the hell was that?
No idea, Mike.
That's
I'm
Ancient
about
Creep number
to-
6, by the way.
I'm about to tell you that the Warlock just purchased Assault Curious.
Oh my god. What is this game? What
I'm
the
like, this
hell?
guy is buying Lotus, right? Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Bro, who?
Assault Curious?
You never guess this build. Like this is like a screenshot and ask Reddit, guess the item. Or guess the hero
Arcane
challenge.
Boots, Assault Curious, Solar Crest. What hero buys these 3 items?
I mean, I think most people will default to some sort of a support, right? This is like a support build for sure, but it's so matchup dependent.
Well,
and I guess it makes sense.
How do you default it to a support with Assault Curious?
Because which other core buys this shit?
Depending
Which-
on patch. In another patch, maybe.
I don't think cores buy Solar Crest anymore. I mean, back when
Bro,
you could-
it used to be a core thing because it was so broken.
Yeah,
You don't remember?
I remember. We were talking about it yesterday, actually.
What?
and,
We were
Mr.
not.
Lizard.
Now you are lying. You told me not to lie on broadcast.
No, yeah, I can pull up the tape. Yesterday, me and I'm gonna pull
What
up the proof right
tape?
now. You know what we were talking about? We were talking about back when.
I wasn't even working with you yesterday.
I'm saying I
Bro.
talked about it with Lizard, brother. If you were watching the DreamLeague broadcast, you would know. But we were talking about Alchemist and the Solar Crest thing. You know, like back then, there were some Alchemist players that you run it in the mid lane because that's what Sumail was doing yesterday, and then you get like a early Solar Crest blink, and then you nuke someone's half HP with like a single unstable. Kind of busted.
Can't imagine your other conversations.
Okay,
Back
yeah,
in
sorry,
time,
that's-
right? Looking
yeah,
at the
that's my
history
bad,
of
that's my
Dota.
Nigma Galaxy, it's been really difficult for them to try and push onto the high ground. They really need to try and get a pick off before that happens. They have so many tools, it feels like. They have all
Wait,
these
why-
Naga illusions, like you said, but
Why is
and
the Lycan getting Aghanims?
obviously so that
Do you know
GH
that
can
the
become a
SF
wolf and run in.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Don't worry about it.
I want to see some melee SF walking around.
That's kind of grief, right?
Yeah, duh. course.
No, I'm trying to. Maybe he does it for Sumail.
Why?
So Sumail running around at max move speed. I'm not going to complain about that. And it's like, it's not like in your wolf form you can't cast your spells anyway. So he's basically like a hyper mobile astral wolf, which sounds cool. Oh, do we get number 9? Number 9, ladies and gents. Very cool.
So if he reaches like 15 or 20, the game ends, or what?
No, we're just keeping an arbitrary count because nothing else is happening right now. Both teams are a bit too scared to try and make a move. Feels like OneWin have been holding this triangle area for what feels like the past 1.5, 2 minutes. And Nigma Galaxy, they just evacuated. They just don't feel strong enough to continue maintaining this choke.
Yeah, let's just talk about items, alright? We haven't got to talk about items.
Yeah, let's do
Naga
that.
has Refresher.
Amazing.
Hex, Dagger Refresher. So that is an absolute big deal here. Other big items would be... Actually, no, on Nigma side, that's just it. That's the most recent.
I mean, the most recent also,
acquisition.
I think, Satanic for the Wind Ranger. So that could provide a very nice mid-fight reset type situation.
I mean, can she ever actually just stand and fight the SF?
Yeah? Yeah, why not? You're attacking like 1,000 times a second. And then, worst case scenario, you know, you're trying to fight the SF.
See, you just said don't lie on broadcast and you said 1,000 times a second.
There's a difference between a lie and an exaggeration, Winter. Don't. Let's not get into. Roshan is coming back up in 3 seconds, and that'll be the big tussle in the bot lane. No risk of moving, still another 4 minutes. I mean, Nigma Galaxy have pretty much been dancing around playing this exact game that we see them do here. Remnants everywhere, Naga illusions scouting, Noob on the other side of the map doing a little bit of wrathing, trying to force some sort of a response. He's got a Croaker beating into your racks, and now TPing away is Munkushi. That might have just opened up the pit as an option for Nigma Galaxy. You gotta run forward now. Get scanned out on
Right,
GH.
here you go.
Yeah,
they're
one
creating. Oh no, Lycan just use BKB.
Why did he just?
So just so you know, they're
Okay.
trying to create a diversion so Lycan can take Rex. There you go.
Jump in, immediate card. But just like that, the
Oh,
disengage
they're getting
screen
Rex.
as well.
Song, go and song. Use the song. Don't let them run. Go GH. Come on GH.
They're not TPing back just yet.
Oh,
The song
song.
is there. They've got them
He's getting
caught.
Rex.
Do you have the SF
Miracles,
Requiem? You
man.
need to line it up perfectly. Bam! There it goes, straight on, and you don't have the card. They're fully focusing down on Kushi, the disruption to save, but he just turned on his Satanic. Got to turn around now, feed into TA2000. You need to create the distance. They will trade life for life on the carry. Where's the rest of Nigma Galaxy? You need to escape, but Triple S has found Sumail. Buyback is there. Squadix still on the sides, dancing around with the noob creeps. What a mess of a fight as Omar now going to be chased down. Nice bushwhack. Can you get out the Lotus? A lifeline there for the Hoodwink. But in the meanwhile, like you mentioned, Noob able to get himself the top lane of Rags.
Red Dota, boys. Red Dota is back. Can't believe it. Song and Rex taking Rex on the other side of the map. They
you've
can't
reached this
actually
point.
do anything about this, right? If they just wait for their cooldowns and do the same thing again, you're gonna lose another lane of Rex.
That's true. The only downside is that the mid lane is a lot easier to connect to the Roche pit where it is right now.
Yeah, one
Nigma
win have to
Galaxy.
strike. They have to strike first. They can't wait for the cooldowns.
The one upside, small consolation prize, is that one win were able to reclaim their gem. So now all these little wolves and whatnot, it is kind of a big deal, right? Like you mentioned, they can at least make sure that this area that they are trying to hold has no enemy vision. So then it becomes a lot harder for Sumail to full commit. Not to mention he also used the buyback in that fight. So if he dies, he's gone for good. There's got to be a big deal for
Yep,
Nigma
they have
Galaxy.
like a very clear win condition if they can kill him. But I think if you're Nigma, you're not gonna let that happen. You're just gonna play very conservatively with your songs, wait for your refresher, and just go and split the map and rat again. I mean, one win, they're just kind of like stuck in their base, right? I think they kind of have to place maybe defensive wards on the side of the map, you know, to spot this pesky Lycan coming in from the side. They need some Tinker Words, you know, if there's still any called Tinker Words.
At the same time, Nigma Galaxy, they can't really commit until they see one win make a move somewhere, right? You need to lock them up with the GH song.
Yep. My GH is public enemy number 1. I hear a
There we
wolf.
go. Sumail?
No, he beat Shumer.
Yeah,
Sumail's running
like you
in.
said, Sumail, he's just gonna go in, try and commit, force some sort of a reaction, jump out immediately. Triple S not caught by the bushwhack, a huge shackle onto 2. That's gonna stop the chase from coming through, and Noob, he can't really make it past Munkushi as well. They got the full focus down onto Noob, but he's hidden by the Glimmer Cape, Winter. The Glimmer Cape saves him.
Yeah,
now
Glimmer
the song's
Cape, best
out as
item.
well. There's the Golem onto tier 2000, but the supports, they're just going to go down. Raindrops to the deck. Noob now being focused down as Triple S keeping the Wind Ranger safe in the cart, but he's not doing enough damage. They're sweet and strong. He's gonna go down. Meanwhile, the puck being controlled. An excellent team fight there from Nigma Galaxy as they're able to just pick and pull apart one win. He's gonna refresh. Maybe look for a second opportunity. The puck has to be so careful. He's stomping up onto tier 2000. Hex onto puck right now. There's the bushwhack, but who can follow up? The second Hex is there. Roach is gonna push him, but no, the BKB and manages to create the time. And here comes the song. The setup is there. Where's the follow-up? They don't want to go on this. They need to back up. Sumail, he's gonna disengage because of the buybacks from the one-win supports. That's gonna be good enough. Now Noob, hidden in invisibility, but he will finally get chased down. Buyback available for the Lycan, as Roche still untouched by either team.
Why did they decide to change up the game plan? The split pushing the red worked, but all of a sudden they decided that they want to just 5v5.
I'm not sure. I mean, it was working out for them all until
Why
the buybacks
change the
came through.
playbook, Mike, when it works?
You're gonna have to ask Nigma Galaxy this question only if they win the series. For now, it seems like one win. They've managed to find an opportunity to wrestle a position for themselves. You don't want to buy back on Noob. Kind of a big deal. Roche is gonna raw. Sharpshooter in as well. He's so careful.
SF has BKB soon. 5 seconds.
Still no song for 15. But GH, he's looking for an opportunity to the north. Have to be so careful. Stampede in, trying to focus down onto Omar. Omar is in trouble. Omar is gone.
Tier
Your
2000
buyback's available
is
on
down.
both of them, and tier 2000 gets caught as well.
No buyback.
No buyback on your Shadow Fiend, even with heroic plays from GH. I'm not sure whether this is possible. You're gonna have to try and steal away the Roche. Try and buy some time for your team. A buyback and come back in. The song comes in, but Aegis is already claimed. He might try and grab the cheese, grab anything. He doesn't manage to. He's gonna try and TP out, but he gets cancelled. GH again. A little bit of a fumble there. And Nigma Galaxy lose big time. They weren't in the right position to bail their SF out with the song. GH was busy to the north, trying to make a play, and it all falls apart. Nigma, they had such a good position for themselves in this very close game, but 1 or 2 major mistakes, that is all it's taken for them to have it all slip away so far in their Dream League. Even having to buy back on GH now, things are looking dire.
There is probably going to be one more fight here. They are probably going to be able to buy enough time there, Glyph, for the SF to come back alive. Naga is going to have one song in 20 seconds.
Got yourself a banner. Sumail's gonna come in, try and force some sort of a reaction, but no one's falling for that bait. Just very easily take this tower. Munkushi, not wanting to get too frisky with it though. GH has to pop his BKB, but that is a buyback. GH is just dead. Now you don't even have a song to play with. I mean, one win. They've just been excellent with using this Stampede and charging on forward, getting the pickoffs, because the supports of Nigma Galaxy have been caught again and again and again.
And he just overestimated how strong he is with the BKB. He just forgot about the puck with his 25 talent, with the Quell plus piercing BKB.
Absolutely.
80 seconds on the sideline. How are they going to buy time for GH?
The card going to save Munkushi again. Triple S. He's been so on point with these so far.
You know what's the good news? Like, they don't have good heroes at killing buildings outside focus fire. Their heroes actually don't take the wrecks easily.
I guess so. It's taking them a while. There's still 1 minute until GH is back in the game. That should be enough for them to at least get the mid lane.
slowly but surely he's hitting the buildings one by one. I know has to try to find a way to react the bottom racks. He has to do something on his own.
They are threatening the tier 4s now on 1win. They can smell it ahead of them. Trying to put an end to this game before GH can be a factor, and jumping in again. Looking at Omar, tier 2000. He's the one in trouble, but the BKB available. Going back to the base. Meanwhile, Munkushi fully focused firing Sumail. He's able to get back into the fountain, but it's still troublesome territory. Munkushi with a second round. Holding Noob in place, and the stop is there. Noob will go down. Has to buy back. Disruption is there, saving the Centaur for now. Is he able to get out? He's way too tanky for them to cut through. Gonna get a mini stampede because of the cart, and the Shivas wards them off. Nkushi still full HP. They didn't need to expend anything for that on 1win. The buybacks come through, and now that GH is back in the game, do they still choose to stick around?
I mean, they still have Aegis for 2 minutes on the win rate.
Shift.
And she's just gonna slowly but surely take down the Ancient at this rate, you know. Noob has to go out. He has to do something on the map. He can't be back in base.
I mean, the mindset's different for him. He's even bought a Crimson Guard to try and help his team. TA 2000 now, being focused fired upon. He managed to push Munkushi away, but you're barely scratching him. It's right in the middle. Focus fire. BKB, nice Yules to prevent the save, but Munkushi does not need any help.
Oh,
maybe now with the song.
They caught
him. You gotta pull him back in. Where's the setup though? BKB, Hex up. You have enough damage. The second salvo. Refresh there from the Naga. They got the first life, but they need a second. One win.
The Hex.
You gotta come through. Where's the second Hex? Starting out with the Remnant, but the Stampede is there, and again onto the backlines. Look at Squadix, the song forced out. But look at GH, he's just losing so much HP from the coil. He's getting auto attack down. The heals are there just in the nick of time. But the problem is they haven't killed anyone from 1win. They can't make it past. Triple S might be the first casualty. Yules up into the sky right now, controlled as Nigma Galaxy surround the Horse and kill him. He's able to buy back and rejoin the fight if needed, but for now, 1win, they can just disengage and play it safe. Wait it out. Nigma Galaxy, they've had to use quite a bit, and they'll find Rain on the sidelines as well. It's brutal, it's dirty, and it's ugly. But Nigma Galaxy still managed to hold on, and Winter, we're into late game madness. It's 60 minutes, tier 5 items are gonna be a factor.
How on earth did they actually held on there? It looked like the Wind Ranger was so strong that she could actually potentially end the game, hit the throne with the focus fire, you know. But somehow, maybe it was the Crimson Guard, or it was just the Undying. They didn't want to give up, you know. The Undying love to win the game, you know. They just didn't want to move back. They didn't want to run back. They found a way with the Crimson Guard, just using the Crimson to keep everything alive.
They need a more reliable way of keeping TA 2000 alive in these fights. So often, we just see Squadix jump the back lines, eliminating GH and Omar and their ability to help their carry. And then it's just Munkushi and Triple S in full commit. TA 2000 doesn't stand a chance, but look at that lucky AD rune. Might just be their chance to strike.
They just need to kite the focus fire. I don't think the SF can actually just stand and hit Wind Ranger during focus fire anymore. Like, there's just no way. They find GH.
I think it's easier said than done. The song forced out just for the healing properties. The hold off sweet and strong. But having to use your BKB song defensively like that just for Puck Dream Coil, that doesn't feel good at all. Munkushi kills his 10th or 11th ancient creep of the game right now. But look at the graph. I mean, the win probability in these past few minutes, it's just around that Roche fight. Everything falling apart for Nigma. Gotta keep our eyes out on these tier 5 items. Those will make a difference. For now, Sumail with the Fallen Sky with the 15% cooldown reduction.
Where's the Book of the Dead?
Oh, Noob has it. 100 attack speed, but 10% incoming damage. That might end up being a factor. TA 2000 with the Divine Regalia with the 40 primary attribute. These are all very big deals, and this is very important. Helm of the Undying for GH. Even if he gets focused down, the song will still be a factor.
It's late game Dota madness right now.
Yeah.
I mean,
still missing a bunch of max on 1win.
They were 16k goal behind, and now they are the side that has the 8k goal lead.
Yeah. You need to farm these tier 5s though. And get out on the map, hit some of these creeps. Still missing Madstone on each of these heroes. So small little item updates. Omar, of course, he's had the Hex for a little while now. Wind Waker for Sumail as well. I don't even know what else you get on the Shadow Fiend. I mean, he's queuing up the boots of travel.
It's not exactly the items. I think it's the way they should play the fight, the game. They need to split up. I don't think they should try to go head on.
Do you think it's over? Do you think they just need to play some sort of rat game? Are they just is it impossible for them to take a team fight? Because on paper, you look at the Naga Siren, it's like...
They don't have to risk it. They just use the song, use the Lycan to rat, split, go get the racks slowly, and that's it. There's no risk. Why do they need to go into a 5v5 where there's a chance they lose the fight? I mean, you know the Wind Rangers, like, literally, you can't 1v1 the Wind Ranger. Like, if you don't kite the focus fire, the SF can never hit the Wind Ranger.
Sure.
And then there's a Stampede, there's an Axe on the center, which is always protecting Monkoshi. Like, it's so difficult for them to actually kill her in the team fights. So why go through all the hassle when you can just use Song and let the Lycan do the do the red jobs bottom lane? Just get the racks one by one. Slowly but surely, you're gonna get megas, and even if you get megas, the game is still not over, but you just do it slowly.
Sure. I mean, I respect that line of thinking. It's easier said than done, though, right? You kind of make one wrong move as Lycan, you're just going to be out. And maybe it's the hesitance that Noob has. He does not have buyback. Had to use it in that earlier fight. And if he gets caught, it's basically over, right?
It's relatively safe, Mike. Like, you never go in with the hero. You just send your summons in, everything else in, and you just hide on your hero.
I mean, sure, but we're going to see a demonstration of it right here. You see all the creeps come in, chasing down Rain. It's so easy for Squadix or Rain.
But they have to create a diversion first. His team needs to go look for a fight or bait out a fight with a song, and then he goes in and gets the Rex.
Okay.
You can't just walk in right now when nothing's happening. Obviously, it's not going to work.
We start to get to this point of the game where I think it's
somebody
easy
has
for us to...
Somebody has to make the call.
Because that's what I'm saying.
You remember the last fight they won? The fight that they won was the fight where the Lycan actually split top, and they kind of forced them to split up, forced them to go back. Some had to stay, some had to go back, and that's how they won the fight. And then all of a sudden, after winning that fight, they got the top racks. They just tried to 5v5. And then they have lost every single fight after that.
This. Oh, wait, me.
I mean, tell me, when was the last time they won a fight? I think that was the last fight they won. They
I'm just trying to...
every subsequent fight.
I'm just trying to figure it out, because I think right now it's like when you look at what has happened the past few times, it's just every time they try and jockey for position, right? They're standing a distance away. It's a good old Mexican standoff type shit. As soon as one win catch any glimpse of them, Squadix is just in with the blink and the coil. And then even if they weren't initially trying to fight, they get pulled into this awkward situation where now they have to either just give up a support for free, which at this point in the game is
that's why you have to send a Void Spirit in Scout. So the way you play it is Lycan's off somewhere in the map, he's hiding. And then Void Spirit is moving with the Naga. So you see some information, you use Song to initiate, but you don't initiate to fight, you just initiate to stop them from TPing back to defend the racks.
Sure. The map has to be set up a certain way, and they're trying to do that now in the bot lane. Sumail tag teaming up with Noob. Also, I think as much as you try to explain this to me, I'm not sure whether Nigma Galaxy are on the same page as you. They seem to be starting to put it together.
I'm sure they'll figure out one way or the other. Hopefully not by losing another fight.
Roche is up. So that's what the teams will be looking at right now. But
Roche
tier 5 items
is good news for the Lycan.
Indeed.
Guys, go take Roche. I want to take Rex.
Helm of the Undying now. And 1,000 experience per minute for Mr. Warlock, so he can get to the level 25 that he's still missing. We got Book of the Dead on Sweden Strong, Minotaur Horn for Triple S, Divine Regalia Evolved, Divine Regalia Timeless. All pretty standard stuff. I'm the most surprised that Omar decided to stick with the Whisper of the Dread for his spell amp. I feel like maybe he got some bad options or something like that.
Yeah, we should have been able to see and discuss his options.
Yeah. Valve? if you want to give Mr. Winter a Christmas gift over here. The bot Rex being ratted as you were requesting. Now, starting to push and pull them apart.
Yeah, and
the triangle.
now we have the anti-red wards now.
Lycan's still around though. When he has the Croaker, it's gonna get spotted now, so Rain is in position. Roche also roaring, so now you're being pulled apart a little bit.
They are back in base with 2 heroes on 1 win.
You gotta be careful on Sumail though. That's the song now.
Rex.
You find 2. You gotta focus down the Roche. You gotta focus down the Rex. A little bit awkward. Still haven't finished it off just yet. BKB pop, but Aegis already grabbed. GH can go for the second song. Hold them in place. Triple S already popping that BKB. Controlling up the whole team, but Sweden strong. Nice little mirror image dodge. They're jumping in.
Rex is
Sumail,
down.
meanwhile, Noob getting the Rex. They pop a golem out.
He's going for
Destruction able
megas.
to save. Munkushi is safe for now. He's trying for the megas, but this is all a distraction. Even if you get a kill into Oma, I don't think they care. Sumail able to escape. TA2000 as well. Meanwhile, Noob beating away on the base. The last lane of Rex should be preserved as the calls start to TP in.
Look at that, Mike. Red Dota is working again.
It's exactly what you asked for, Winter. Must have heard you. This is what they need to do, and not only do they get the Aegis, they get that second lane of Rex, making it even more difficult for 1 win to establish a position on the map.
Yeah, they just need their second round of refresher and song again. And 1 win, they have to go out. They have to just try to find a play right now. I mean, this is going to happen again, and there's nothing they can do to stop it. If they stay in their base and just wait for the Lycan to attack them, they are not going to be able to, turn this game around.
Sumail is building an Abyssal Blade for the stun, I presume. The BKB piercing
they
stun.
need to control the Wind Ranger. Every time she uses Wind Run, Focus Fire, they need to disable and kite her.
Game timer ticks on as 1 win. Not willing to give this one up easily. They've been very resilient, very sharp so far, but you're reaching a point of the game where the Lycan is such a problem. They've tried to assign Rain to be the one to defend, but if Rain's not in position to drop a golem when they need it, the fight's really difficult for 1 win as well.
It's not just the golem, Mike, it's the auras, right? He has the AC, the Vlads, and the Solar Crest.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the golem's the most obvious one, right? But then there's so many other
golem
factors.
is actually not as important as the auras now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
think,
just a stun.
funnily enough, the stun, right, is the biggest deal, like the BKB piercing stun.
Yeah, it's the stun. It's just mostly the stun. I mean, he has his 25 talent, the armor now, but I don't know how much it actually helps.
There's way too much physical damage coming out from the side of Nigma. 2.5 minutes on this Aegis, but they don't feel comfortable enough to really push the issue.
They have
start
double
approaching
song,
now.
20 seconds.
Okay.
They should be able to create another diversion on the other side.
Hasn't been the cleanest game for Nigma so far, but if they can close this one out with some rat tactics, don't think anyone will blame them. You gotta use the tools that you got on your draft. Level 25 on the Naga, so 10-second mirror image cooldown. That's a lot more illusions on the map for you to deal with, very annoying. The Lycan close to level 30, same for Sumail, same for TA2000. Puck as well, my goodness, this Puck is giga farmed. And finally, on Munkushi, you're close to getting the win run cannot be dispelled. Which I don't even know if it's a problem, because I don't think they can kill the Wind Ranger, realistically speaking, especially not with Triple S alive. It's just been such a struggle for them to lock her down.
And they're gonna smoke. They're figuring out how are they going to initiate and distract them. They're going in through one of the sides to create a diversion for Noob to get the last lane of Rex, or get the tier force maybe. Oh no, Squadix! They know he's around.
Gonna try and hunt him down. A bit off the mark though, with the Remnant.
Oh, that was close. That was
very,
really
very
close.
close indeed. Sumail, he's gonna be the one to be caught instead! The Golem's gonna come down, no one could help him, and GH is too late! Has the mirror image, but dying to the coil! Swing and a miss. Not what Nigma Galaxy wanted.
Oh, he got the
He's
Rex.
on the high ground, tier 2000, he got the Rex, but that is his first life, and more than likely his second. Can't imagine he gets out of this one. He's got a BKB, pop a Requiem, but he dies. You got buybacks available on Nigma Galaxy. You've sacrificed 3 heroes to finish off the Rex. 1 win. You need to make a move, and you need to make it now. GH with the preemptive buyback.
Noob has to keep them in their base somehow.
Still playing on the sides of the map. He has the threat of just solo killing this Warlock if he's the only defender left. That's why you see Triple S in the base with him. They know they can't afford to let their guard down.
I mean, if they don't do something until the SF and Void respawn.
Gotta start to get run at here, but Omar, a bit late to the party, would have loved to get a Hex off. But now that's a shapeshift used for no reason. Divine Rapier now for Squadix. Way more firepower on this part. The refresher doesn't need a courier for it, just needs to make it back to base. Meanwhile, the rest of 1 win trying to push the issue in the mid lane. Gonna start by taking the outpost. Trying for some sort of 45 seconds more. I mean, GH, you've got 2 songs, but you have to be so careful of dying to the collateral damage.
Right, they can somehow get like some kind of dream call onto 3-4 heroes. Squadix is actually gonna just kill everything. Nigma has to stop that from happening. They have to never take the direct engagement. Just song, distract, let the Lycan do his thing.
Time's up though. You needed to push the issue perhaps a little bit more, but the Lycan's back in his base, using the wolves to push you away, the illusions as well. Munkushi starting to run in. But now with the Void Spirit respawning...
Oh, they're going in. They might catch him, Song.
That's the initial setup.
Only 3 heroes here.
Only 3 heroes here indeed. You have the Remnant. You have a way of BKB piercing. There's the initial Hex, but the disruption's there. Triple S being stopped on the sidelines. Nicely done. But the disengage is clean. Sumail's gonna come through, stun out the Centaur. It's awkward. Squadix now on the front lines. The second song, the Requiem. You gotta wind it up and make it perfect. Meanwhile, Triple S holding up the backline. BKB there from Munkuchi. It's not so easy anymore. In tier 2000, he's in trouble. He's dead. He does have a buyback though, Omar as well. But meanwhile, Sumail, he can't fight by himself. Your base though. Shadow Demon is the only one defending. You'll rock over, but you can't get the catch on the Lycan. Still in a shapeshift form now with the Shackle, holding the dog in place, and you've got him chained up. Mukushi with a double kill, buybacks on mass for Nigma. Not the defense that they wanted, and you weren't able to pressure the base in the meanwhile.
They're going on Mukushi. He's in trouble.
They gotta try. Munkushi again saved by Triple S. He's been so big for 1 win so far. Omar might just be a dieback from him. He's gone.
Going for the throne.
Sumail in trouble as well. Noob, he's gonna go for the throne. Sumail, you need to keep them from TPing back. Noob, the wolf is at your door. Rain, what can you do? 1 win. You need to make a decision now. Do you full commit for the throne, or do you go back to deal with the wolf? Mukushi, he has to be so careful. The throne with the creep. Sumail, he has to go in with the BKB. Song is there. The throne in jeopardy, but the glyph at the very last moment. The BKB's gonna run out. You need to time this Requiem perfectly. The game is gonna end if they're not careful. Onto the Dire Ancient, they need to bring him in. They need to get the job done. Noob, he can't finish it. The auto attacks are there for Nigma Galaxy. They managed to rat it out at the very last moment. The disengage. It's not what they needed. They needed to full force in and finish the job. You can see the smiles. There's no way they should have won that one. But they managed to pull it out. The Warlock alone wasn't enough to stop it. And even with a 22k gold lead, even with the throws, Nigma Galaxy take game number 1.
Right, teams back against the wall. That's when you produce this type of exciting Dota, you know. You can't give up. You have to figure out a way to win the game, to defend the throne to the last minute, and this is the type of game we get, you know. An amazing game 1, you know, in this series. 1 win against Nigma Galaxy. I mean, what a thriller.
It is all the way to the very end. Had no clue who was going to win that one. You'll see multiple moments. You'd be mistaken if you thought this was the end of the game. This is only at 59 minutes, but Nigma Galaxy somehow able to pull off an insane hold here that cost them what feels like everything. I mean, Triple S goes in, feels like a death sentence with that hoof stomp, but the buybacks are there. Nigma Galaxy able to reset. You'll see it here now, forcing the retreat out from 1 win despite them having the Aegis. And later on as well, this is the extended fight. You can see how much damage Squadix does, but the late game Naga Siren just proving to be such a problem.
Yeah, this is why this hero never makes an appearance usually.
I mean, I don't even know whether I can say, like, commend Nigma Galaxy, because there were so many little slip-ups and moments where it felt like they were getting outplayed. One win, they were patient, they were sharp. I have to give them credit. They honestly did a pretty good job despite their disadvantage in the early stage of the game, but at the very last moments, maybe the decision-making of the veterans on the side of Team Nigma Galaxy paying off for them here. You can see it off our screen in the minimap. Noob, he's already gearing up to try and put an end to this game. And I think at this moment, once you realize that the Lycan is in the bot lane, you've got to just make the call and run it down. You can't... Look at poor Rain. He's trying his best. The new guy on the block left against a wolf at your door. And you just had to go here. These last moments, I mean, Munkushi, the glyph bought time, but I think you got to run back in there instead of running away.
Yeah,
it's so hard to make this decision.
The song here also kind of like saving them, you know, and they also had the glyph was so freaking close, and the Raccoon just with the fear, you know, in the end. Maybe the Centaur had to just go in with the Ring Ranger to try to end the game, you know, not run away.
Yeah, I mean, we can see the little details here. Oh, you look at the reaction from Munkushi. He has his hands in his face. He knows it was so damn close. It's difficult, right? Because at the end of that, what actually happened is the Requiem feared the Centaur away. So even if Triple S wanted to run towards the throne, he had no choice. But we see shortly after that he had the Minotaur Horn. So all these small little things, if he just Minotaur Horned beforehand, if they made the commitment earlier, if they jumped Noob in the bot lane just to secure the deal because he had bought back, so many questions. But in the heat of the moment, it's hard to really answer all of them at once. And unfortunately, Nigma Galaxy just overwhelmed one win in the end. What an insane start to our series.
Yeah, what an insane game, you know. Probably the best game we had, at least for the games that we've casted together, you know. Hands down.
And Nigma Galaxy continuing to show why they're such a fan favorite. Love them or hate them, they'll produce bangers. And hopefully another banger in Game 2 as Nigma Galaxy now one game up against one win.
About bloody time.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
It did get slow at certain points, it did get messy, but what matters is we had a banger of a first game between Nigma Galaxy and OneWin, and hopefully the second one delivers just the same amount of action. Winter, that game went absolutely crazy. Where do we even begin?
Just right at the end.
Fair.
Towards the end, that was when the real action started, you know, the real stories, the backdooring, the Red Dota, the songs, the diversion tactics, the hexes, the rapiers, all of that was nothing, you know, compared to the Lycan with his red tactics.
Yeah, you were calling for it this entire time. That's what Nigma Galaxy have to do. For those of you who missed it, highly recommend watching the last 10 to 15 minutes of that 1 hour and 15-minute game. But save that for later because we have the Game 2 draft coming right up. Now, Nigma Galaxy, they've already put themselves on the board with 1 win, and now they're hoping to make it 2 wins against their opponents here. Meanwhile, 1 win, unfortunately, have yet to really find much success. In fact, I think they are already mathematically basically out of the tournament, right? But there's a very slim chance they managed to win here because they have 3 losses. haven't found their first series victory just yet.
Didn't you say there's still a lot to play for? The points, the cash prize, and everything.
Yeah, that's true.
It's not over.
regardless of where you're at in terms of the Swiss stage standings, you can also still earn a ton of EPT points. Every series win is going to grab you EPT points that is extremely important for EWC in Riyadh in summer, where you're going to be fighting for $5 million. That's a lot of money. Type of money that could, run this team for, I don't know how long, I don't know what their operating costs are on one win, but it's gotta be a big deal for an org like them.
Sign me up, Mike.
But for what? For one win? But for the EPT season, bring a team, brother. You can't just compete as a single lone Malaysian man.
You have some friends?
Not any friends good enough to beat these guys. These guys are pretty goddamn good at Dota, I'll be honest. I got friends who play like Overthrow and Turbo.
We need a Venomancer player, we need a Naga player, we need a Lycan player.
I don't know any Naga players. Sorry.
Want to create diversion and want to rat.
But now one win are going to opt for the Tusk as an opening. That is a pretty interesting way to start the draft, especially with Centaur, DK, a lot of these other high value heroes available, especially the Naga that they just lost to.
Yeah, they have a very different way of approaching the draft. Like most of the teams right now, they're picking just their offlaners, like the high value offlaners, the Axe, the Centaurs, the Mars, whatnot.
Yeah.
I think one win that they definitely have a very different approach where it seems like they like to open with their supports to keep the cores hidden. But that means that you might not get a very, very imbalanced or overpowered carry hero or core hero. Different priorities, Yeah, Nigma still following the book right now. Just snag up your strong Imba core hero right away.
Yeah. It's a tale as old as time at this point. Whenever a hero is strong in the meta, it's usually because it can be flexed between mid or safe lane or off lane or mid. DK no exception, being able to be played on all three core roles.
Need to ban Shadow Demon now?
True.
Actually, they don't need to ban, they can actually just pick it. They have the first pick coming out of this phase. I mean, this is why I really like the second pick. You have one extra ban in the first phase, and then you have the last pick in the first phase, which leads into the one ban into another first pick. Because your ban can be used to protect the next pick in the second phase. So technically you have, I think, 3 Imba picks. You have the 9 pick, you have the first pick out of the second phase, and then you have the overall last pick.
Shadow Demon does get banned out, as you mentioned. The Pango as well.
So what can they go for here? They could go for like a Hoodwing Snap.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, those are still in the pool. That's Bat Rider. But I think they're probably going to pick like some Hoodwing or Snapfire here.
There you go. Worked for Omar earlier on. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
And now, do you pick the Bat on one win? That's the question. And also because you have the Tusk, you kind of force the Gyro to be banned. So I think it's hard to find another combination on the safe lane for Tusk.
10 seconds remaining.
I feel like when I see Sweden Strong drafting and he picks Tusk, I can't imagine anyone other than Sweden Strong playing Tusk.
Yeah, they're probably gonna play it mostly on 4.
That's my immediate gut feeling.
Warlock Tusk, strong duo. And the last game they had like, I think Centaur, right? Centaur, Warlock, and Tusk. That was the 3 opening heroes.
They did not have Tusk.
Oh, not Tusk, sorry. Yeah, sorry, my bad.
They had Shadow Demon instead.
Shadow Demon.
I mean, Tusk gives you a lot more
Centaur.
aggressive potential. That's the upside.
Yeah, it works better with the Warlock in the early game. And now do they go back for the Centaur or do they pick something else against like the DK? I think the centaur worked out actually really well, to be honest.
Yeah, I honestly had no issues with the Centaur's gameplay. I know a lot of people were... people probably made the same mistake that we did, where we saw the Centaur walk away at the very last moment from the throne, but that was just a matter of not expecting the Requiem and not pressing the Minotaur horn. In the chaos, it's hard to keep track of all of these things, right?
It's
impossible.
It's very difficult at that point. You're also stressing because your throne is getting ratted by the Lycan. There's just too many things going on at the same time. Whenever there's too many things going on at the same time, my advice is just focus on one.
His focus was clearly on trying to save his Wind Ranger, and in doing that, lost sight a little bit of the fact that it was a tighter base race than he probably expected, because we kind of fell for the same trap, right? When we hand over to see Noob at the throne still looked relatively healthy. I believe it was at half HP. He had just killed off Rain. There's a bit more time that he needed, but then suddenly the Requiem and the Song bought enough time. Oh, that's matters of the past at this point, right? Now we're going to have one win. Triple S on what I would argue to say is his signature Mars. This also disincentivizes the Centaur pick, because now you're playing into an arena which Stampede is kind of dog shit against, right?
Yeah, but right now I think you probably want to pick your offlaner, because you want to keep the DK flex as much as you can, you know. Okay, it's a GH Keeper of the Light returning.
Okay.
As if Abaddon needs more cooldown reduction.
Yeah. He's already got the quickening, but this was the combination that Nigma Galaxy played yesterday. It wasn't so much of the TA2000 show, but more of the fact that GH was just popping off, right? He went pretty crazy. You can see the differences in the drafts here.
A really good hero at playing the map because of the facet, right? You're recalling people, moving heroes around the map, just splitting everyone around. It's very similar to Naga's gameplay, you know. They're very different heroes, but the way they force your enemies to split up and then you can find pickoffs on the map, I think that part is very similar. And this is like a hero where I think it's very good at dealing with like the split pushes, because you're on TB. You just send your illusions around and you don't really have to show your real hero.
Sure.
It's very
Also
good
excellent
against,
into Abba.
Yeah, very good against Abaddon and DK. Good core matchups. So now, Nigma, you're definitely thinking about what Sumer hero can deal with TB. There's like Lash. There's
Wait, hold up. Are we assuming that this is a Abaddon offlane and DK safe?
Oh
because
yeah,
I thought
it could be, everything could be flexed, but if you're trying to counter TB from the offlane, there's Daxia. Daxia is always going to be there. Daxia and Primal, those are the two big ones. I assume both are going to be banned.
there was also an Underlord that we saw from another team earlier.
Yeah, Underlord's okay, but not as bad as like DS and...
Sure, yeah.
I think mid heroes, there are Lash and the more unconventional Tinker. Those are the two heroes that I like against TB.
Oh, can you imagine if we get a Sumail Tinker in this game? That'd be crazy.
Yeah, that'll be dope, man.
That doesn't really make the most sense with the Kotal, right?
No, probably not.
Do we get a Storm Spirit here? That would be hype.
Yeah, Storm Spirit is nice here. You look at their heroes. Warlock and Tusk, they are not the best supports against Storm. You can ball out of Arena, so it's very hard to kill until they have Hex on Mars.
You get stuff like the Solar Crest on the Kotal like we saw from the previous game, and also the Aphotic Shield, right? If the Abaddon gets in position to bail the Storm out, limited amount of stuns might be a problem for one win in the end. Banning out the Viper, taking what I assume is... I want to say the mid pick, but honestly, Viper is so good against all of their cores that it just makes sense.
Yeah, break equals GG, DK, and Abaddon. All the toxic heroes. I mean, honestly, one win, I think they kind of need like... I would like to see them have like more like scaling. I think with Mars, Warlock, and Tusk, your team fight / catch are all kind of taken care of. I would like to see them pick more scaling.
What does scaling look like, Winter?
Queen. I think Queen's good.
Okay.
Queen could also potentially stop the Kotal mid if Kotal ever was considered to go mid. If you pick Queen, then you have to kind of deal with maybe the potential Dragon Knight going mid. I think that's pretty much it. And they have to ban Darkseer here because of the TB. Just in case, you know.
Thinking about it.
Yeah. Oh no, they actually banned the Queen. So what's coming? If they ban the Queen, it means they're picking what, Storm? I think they're picking Storm. I mean, Storm is also kind of good for them, you know?
Yeah.
And because they also kind of have to ban Storm.
It feels like this Queen ban is more to protect the Terrorblade more than a potential mid lane pick. That's kind of the vibe that I get. Running out of time.
We'll see. Sand King.
Okay.
Okay. Defending the base, and it's also kind of scaling. This is a scaling hero, and damage into the arena. Okay, what
Now
do you do, Nigma Galaxy?
Two initiating heroes, so Mask and Arena some, and then you kind of jump in from another angle. I like this a lot. We've seen this Sand King +1 initiator quite often.
Yeah, they have a very solid draft. I like the overall lineup on one main. Very nice. Whereas Nigma Galaxy, the pieces feel kind of awkward right now.
Yeah. What's missing? What do you need? You need more catch, you need more scaling, you need more team fight. What do you want on Nigma Galaxy?
I think they need more utility hero. I think at this point you put the DK mid against Sand King, a balance carry, and you need to pick a new offlaner. But I don't know if I like the look of Darkseer, DK, a balance tricore. Even though Darkseer really counters TB.
To still go back for the Underlord.
Yeah, they could.
You just kind of need an aura builder, like someone needs to get a pipe against the Sand King, right? There you go. Okay. Makes a lot of sense. I think you were talking about it at length also, Winter, that this is a hero that historically has been a counter to the Terrorblade, just because you built the Crimsons, the auras.
Maybe they think that the Underlord just fits their lineup more, because like I said, the Darkseer, DK, a balance trio feels a bit clunky. Whereas Underlord, I think, gives the whole draft more dynamic. You can build a pipe, which counters the Sand King damage in the early game, Sand King and Warlock. And then you have some sort of like, I think they have like a lot of map play, right? Because they have two heroes that have... Actually, no, Koto has gone for Solar Bind, so never mind.
Yeah, Solar Bind seems to be the default choice these days. We rarely see recall.
So he has more damage with the, I guess, with the Hope Wing. They both have a lot of spell damage to go for kills.
Overall, two pretty solid drafts. I think the way that Nigma Galaxy rounded it up with the Underlord makes it make more sense.
Makes the opening less awkward, I would say.
Yeah.
Because the opening with Abaddon, Kotal, DK, I think the Hope Wing's okay. Hope Wing DK is okay. That's the follow-up is a bit awkward to figure out what they want to do with the Kotal and Abaddon.
Yeah.
I think it's mainly the Kotal. Maybe the
This was the
fine.
question that we were asking ourselves, myself and Lizard, yesterday when they brought this exact duo out. But turns out there's a lot on the map that GH can do, right? There's a D-push aspect to it as well, where you can deal with the ghost push of the Terrorblade. So maybe that's something we'll see him do. Again, to game number 2 here. I assume from what you're telling me that you are liking the one-win draft a bit more. Is that right, Winter?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You are starting to understand me better day by day.
Yeah, that's the goal. Right now, one win, they have a lot more to understand about themselves in the game if they want to try and take this second game and force it to a game 3. Nigma Galaxy got their first series win yesterday. Would love to make it a double. Same way they won the previous day with this Kotal and Abaddon. Not the most obvious laning combination, but one that clearly has worked for them, and they're just like, okay, if it worked yesterday, let's just try it out again. Maybe it can become a thing.
The teams are really getting very creative with their smokes here. Why are they smoking here in this late timing? Are they expecting one win to come in here to try and steal the... I guess they're expecting like one win to come in with a late smoke to steal the runes behind. That's why they're gathering 5 heroes here with the ward. And you gotta be so careful nowadays, you know. I mean, you make sure you have to do a different move to open the game. You don't want to be doing the same thing.
trying to outsmart your
Seems-
opponents.
Yeah, seems like it's going to be 2 apiece here, with Nigma bringing 5 heroes on top.
You can't really afford to stand in the way of that blast, so you just have to give it up.
I mean, you could.
Probably die.
Yeah, you're probably going to regret it after. Not worth the bounty rune.
So what are we expecting from these lanes here? They put Sumail in the DK mid versus the Sand King. Just gonna be a farm fest, right? Every time Sumail tries to push into the tower, you just get the wave shoved by the Sandstorm, and then...
Yeah,
and then what?
I have a feeling that DK might get a little bit more CS and denies in the early stages, but then once you have levels on Sand King, level 3 onwards, it's gonna be easy for you to push out the wave and farm neutral creeps. So I think at level 5 it becomes really, really efficient.
There's also the aspect of, you know, on paper, Sumail wants to be able to stand in the lane and be unbothered, but with the Sand King facet, the Sand Blind in the Sandstorm, you can't exactly trade even if he wins the Sentry Wars that you always like to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, the best thing you could do is just stun and last hit, deny, or use Breathe Fire and deny the creeps.
Okay.
I mean, you definitely have no kill potential. It's just about getting more last hits.
Sumail's taking a lot of damage from this Caustic Finale though.
You know, I've been thinking, right? Maybe what they could have done is they actually have the Cotter with the Underlord lane. I think Cotter with Underlord and Holdwing with Abaddon kind of makes more sense with the laning with the heroes working together better.
Bro, it could be that whole roaming
you get what
aspect.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because the Underlord just wants to push the lane and harass like with spells, right? With Cotter, it feels like it's more natural. Whereas Holdwing wants to play in a lane where she can kill the heroes, and with Abaddon she can actually kill.
I mean, what that tells me is just that Noob and Omar are perhaps hoping to kill Munkushi in this lane. That's the vibe, right?
It's not going to be easy
quite
with Warlock.
Yeah, we're seeing that in play already. Maybe they can catch him by surprise. We've seen Underlords be able to catch Terrorblades by surprise in the previous few days. But now, just matching CS, the Metamorphosis popped as well, so this is where Munkushi will try and mop up as much of the CS as he can. What about top lane? How's that going? Mars and Tusk against Kotal, Abaddon.
Is this like just like a farm lane? I mean, the Tusk is going to be pulling waves, running around, and he's mostly going to be trying to stack for the Sand King and maybe gank the bottom lane. I think the bot lane is the most gankable lane. Mid lane is kind of hard.
Yeah. I mean, if you get an Ice Shards on the DK while he's in the Sandstorm,
yeah,
right?
If DK's low, sure, you could, but it's difficult, I think.
Aswad is doing a pretty good job putting the pressure on, even though it's mostly even CS. Sumail is constantly being kept at a low HP. Also, Dragon Knight not really a bottle hero, so the regen advantage for sure going Squadix's way at the moment.
Yeah, but I think the first kill is going to happen at bot when the Tusk rotates bottom. I think for now we're going to just see heroes pulling waves and just trading farm.
Yeah. One thing I noticed that Nigma really like to do is look for an opportunity for Omar to TP to the safe lane. Seems to be a very common play for them. So if Sweden Strong steps out of line, eats one too many blasts or whatnot, could see a very quick jump in bushwhack.
I think he's not taking XP, you know, on the Tusk. Look at the levels.
Yeah.
Mars is level 4. Like, he's just trying to enable him right now. Like, I think he needs at least maybe level 2 before he can move. But the Mars is having a very good time here.
And this might be fine, right? Because you reach a certain point in the lane where, realistically speaking, the Koto and the Abaddon don't have kill threat on your Mars, and if he has level advantage, he might be the one actually putting the pressure on Abaddon. We see that already. Starting to whack into TA 2000. The kill threat is there. Level 2 on Sweden Strong. They're going to be able to click down TA 2000. Stepping out of line and not respecting the Tusk level 2 ends up being his death.
Yeah, they also didn't have Blinding Light, right? I think Kotal against Tusk, you definitely want to have like 1 point Blinding Light. He was like one CS away from level 3. So there was no way he could have defended the Dragon Knight there. Sorry, not the Dragon Knight, the Abaddon. Very, very different heroes.
On the same team though. Understand your confusion. Not sure what
Thank
that
you,
tip
sir.
was about. Maybe Omar just being annoying, stopping the creep wave, rather the neutral camp from being dragged. Level 2 Shadow Word is quite a bit of damage over time though, you gotta be careful. Probably has to
trouble?
pop a Fairy Fire while he's at it.
Well,
Nope.
I was surprised he didn't use his Blood Grenade. He was trying to maybe chase and get one more hit. At least force him to use the
The
healing
Fairy
Lotus
Fire
there.
and the Lotus, yeah.
Yeah. No stacks yet, you know. Tusk wasn't able to start any stacking for the Sand King, so he's gonna be bummed. But Warlock, on the other hand, he's scouting if there's any enemy stacks that the Sand King can steal.
And Omar has not left the lane at all.
Yeah.
So
By the way, GH is coming through the gate.
Gushi, all alone, nice blinding light to push him right back in. And the tip back
What
the other
is-
way. Omar says,
what's
you're
the
busy
tip?"
trying to mess with my mid lane. I'm gonna kill your carry. Sumail realistically not going to be an easy target without an epicenter in full. This could be the opportunity though, but they need to wind it up starting now. Bushwhack, off the mark, Omar misses, but Sumail, he's still so bloody tanky, especially with the Lotus. Still standing his ground and auto-attacking, he'll lose out on the illusion rune, but hangs on to his life.
Oh, that was such a close call, man. I think it was the right decision for Squadix to actually back out, you know. I think he wouldn't have been able to kill Sumail there.
You know what's funny? I think if Omar lands that Bushwhack, Squadix dies.
Yeah, that too. And it's both heroes just playing to their limits there, you know, the Sand King and the DK.
Yeah.
This is what we want to see, Mike, you know. Players pushing their heroes to the maximum.
Yeah, look at this innovative Dragon Knight gameplay being pushed to the maximum. I love professional Dota.
Why do you have to sound so bored? You know, oh, it's DK, obviously you can't kill DK, oh my god.
No, I
What
mean,
are you
just
saying?
Hey, we talked about this yesterday. I just have never really been the biggest fan of DK. I don't feel like I've never seen someone play DK and
Bro,
go like, wow.
you like playing Venom, that's not fair, you know. You can't say you hate Dragon Knight when you love playing Venomancer.
There's a certain concept with Venomancer, right? You put walls down, you stick everyone up.
You don't get to say that you play Venom.
Okay, alright. Opinion invalid, Venomancer detected. I get it.
Mid lane.
Dragon Knight going to eat this arena now.
There
Sumail
you
is a
go,
lot
your
more
favorite
killable,
hero is
especially
dead.
with the spear. Nice setup
There
there
you
for
go,
Triple
Mike.
S, hitting that level 6 and coming through with a rotation.
Yep, that was a very, very key move there by Triple S there, coming in to punish the Dragon Knight. Just to keep Mike here happy.
I've never rooted for a player's death before. It's not my style.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Very unfortunate. Rest a moment of silence for Sumail's Dragon Knight, everybody. F's in the chat, please.
It's too late. It's too late, Mike.
And the Sand King's doing quite well. I honestly thought that the Dragon Knight would have a bit more of an advantage, but I guess that's the 1 kill difference, and now you have a whole bunch of stacks to go back to, so Squadix beelining his way towards that early Blink Dagger.
Yeah, this is also one of my favorite things that has happened to Dota recently. The power trade Sand King farming stacks by toggling his power trade.
Can you explain that concept to people who are less academically
So
gifted?
that the
They don't-
Sand King comes in vision and the creeps will not keep running away. So it's
There you
easier for him to farm.
Take notes, guys.
Well,
Okay,
sometimes
he-
it's better to buy face boots depending on lane matchup. So it's not like you have to buy power trades to do this. Like you can do it with face as well. Just
In
a
what,
little bit
in what
more
situations are you getting phased? Because I would think that with an Abaddon and a DK, sort of physical damage coming out from Hoodwink as well, you might think, okay, phase boots could be pretty nice here. I can outrun the Abaddon, I can get some
I
additional
think
armor.
that's definitely a valid point. I do think that you farm faster with the threats.
Sure.
I don't play the hero, but I just watch a lot of Dota.
Yeah.
Like the attack speed is really nice. I think in certain situations. I think it also kind of helps with the magic damage, right? If you look at their lineup, Underlord, Keeper of Light, Holdwing, those 3 are magic damage.
True. A bit more of a balanced option, I guess. 10 minutes rolls around. No major action on the map other than that huge rotation that OneWin made to try and silence Sumail in the mid lane.
Yeah, Triple S once again, coming to the runes. He's been really diligent about fighting for the runes.
Omar got to get a bushwhack that probably saves his life there. Would have been a arena into spear.
Imagine, Mike, if your offlaner in your games, you know, comes over and gives you that assist in the runes every time.
I mean, this Triple S guy is just a beast, right? I feel like it's hard to really...
He's also been changing a lot, right? Remember the games
Bot
that
lane,
we watched?
Blink Dagger, reveal for the Sand King, and the Rock used as well as the Epicenter. Noob stands no chance.
Big kill. And during Division 2, I feel I want to say he's a lot more selfish. He plays more for his own game.
Yeah.
But right now, I think he understands that there are certain timings in the game that he actually just has to help your mid laner. Because the mid lane player, I think he dictates a lot in the game at the moment. You want to give him the best possible start, you know. And it's also denying the enemy mid lane a very, very good start, you know. So it's important for the off laners like, I think Mars, Pango, what else? The ones that can fight at the runes.
We're even seeing Axes, some Axes play more for the team, right?
Axes and Centaurs, I think you don't see them as often because they build Helm. The ones that build Helm like to sit in their lane and take the tower.
That's fair.
You don't expect to see them in the river, you know. That's
not their territory,
not gonna happen.
basically.
Yeah, that's not going to happen, you know. It's like a fish out of water. You can't expect to see a fish on land, you know. It's just not going to happen, you know. The only fish you're going to see coming to the rune is Slada, you know. You can always ask your mid laners, they'll tell you, oh, I prefer my off lane being Mars, Pango, Slada. They can help me fight the rune. I don't like Helm of Dawn off laners in my game. And then you go ask the carry, oh, I like the Helm of Dominator off laners because they create a lot of pressure so I can farm peacefully on my lane. And then you ask the supports. The Pulse 5 is going to say, oh, I actually like the Helm of Dom as well, so because he creates pressure and I can farm. Then you go to the position for, no, I like the Mars and the Pangoliers and the Sladas. They help me get kills, you know. Every single position player will tell you a different thing.
What about you, Winter? What do you like?
I like the Helm, hands down, because I'm a Pulse 5 player.
And you want to just sit back and chill and farm in AFK?
Of course, who doesn't want to farm?
Well, not everyone that you mentioned. Spirit Form being used here to try and counteract the push coming in from the Terrorblade and the Warlock. They use the Golem, and you really want to be converting this into an objective, but that's one of the benefits of the Kotal. We rarely ever see this hero, but it's so good at de-pushing.
Catapult alive, Mike. Keep the catapult alive. Oh no.
Doing a pretty good job so far. Noob's going to TP back in, and that should be the push wiped out.
It's good damage. The tower is almost dead now. The next time that happens again, it is gone.
Both the teams happy to just kind of chill out and farm, similar to game number 1.
Yeah,
although
I mean, it's very, very similar setup, Mike. There's a TB, like a lot of ghost pushing, and there's a Kotal Underlord. Oh no, here we go. Triple S is here. No daggers, so he can't get in range. I mean, there's 5 heroes here.
Squadix, barrel strike forward. They get a second kill onto Noob. That is going to be painful. He just died a minute ago, not even needing to use the arena and the TP back to mid lane to defend it for the Sand King. Nice early game rotations.
I want to say that's not so bad for Nigma. They're farming all 3 lanes.
Okay.
And here we get to see Sumail on the DK. This is the build I mentioned to you yesterday. Don't rush dagger, buy armlet and farm first. You play him like a carry.
Yeah. Then you get 2 carries in your team. The TA2000 Abaddon as well as Sumail coming out from the
2
mid.
is better than 1, you know, most of the time.
Even after you sunder Sumail and kill him off, you still have the Abaddon to back you up, etc.
Yeah. Unbelievable is also kind of a carry, you know, with this facet. Demon's Reach. A mini Sven, I would say.
A mini Sven without God strength.
Okay, maybe not mini Sven, okay.
I was trying to give you a little bit of credit. I'm trying to salvage the situation for you. But...
Alright.
Yeah, I'd say mini Sven without God strength, right?
Because Sven with no God strength, yeah, probably.
Yeah, that's... Well, I think we can agree on that one. So, How are we feeling about each team's chances going into the mid game? Does any particular team want to push the issue? Because the way I'm seeing it, you got semi-cores on both sides, you got great scaling. I don't think anyone really wants to force anything.
I think one win you want to force. You have a very good mid-game timing. But if you go into ultra late game territory, then I have no idea, because they have 3 carries in my opinion. Underlord, DK, and Abaddon.
True. Late game, the pits get so disgusting with the Aghanim's and whatnot. They're gonna put Squadix to work. Not sure whether that smoke was spotted out by the ward in the river, but Omar's gonna get found. Slightly off the mark, but that's the blink reveal from Swedenstrong. Nice little sharpshooter to the low ground, but that will not bail him out. It does reveal the presence of 4 heroes here for 1 win, and that will allow TA2000 to TP to safety.
This just feels like the first game already. Nigma is going to be playing the map. One Wing is going to be running around, trying to set up kills and remove the heroes that are occupying all the corners of the map, And this game, they have a lot of catch. I think the Tusk, the Mars, the Sand King, they will have triple dagger. It's going to help with the rat situation a lot better.
Yeah. Now that you mention it, that might just be the idea behind the Tusk over the Shadow Demon, right? They probably felt at some points in the game that they just were not able to grab on to these Nigma Galaxy heroes and punish them. Tusk, BKB Piercing Sun, Snowball, Shards. It is going to be impossible to get away from him, especially now with this blink. For sure, he'll be hunting for kills around the map.
And their lineup is going to hit like a peak. I don't know, like maybe around 25, 30, 35 minutes with the TB. I think Skadi is the timing where the TB is absolutely going to be like a very, very huge monster against the DK, Underlord, and Abaddon. But then he's going to fall off, like, say, around like 45 minutes maybe. Like if it gets longer than that, 45, 50 minutes, then you're going to start to see like the triple strength heroes on Nigma's side getting stronger and stronger. So I think 1 win, they want to take control early. They want to take Tormentor, they want to take Roshan, and they are going to try to, end the game faster.
Such a heads-up play from Triple S backing into the triangle for safety. Senses that there's something amiss.
I mean, there's no one on the map, He doesn't see anything. He just sees like an Underlord that can TP anywhere.
Yeah. No clearer sign that something is happening. The Watcher vision on the high ground while he positions on the low. It's not going to get caught by that. They wanted to use the blink timing for Sumail. They'd have to be brought into the mid lane to defend this as the Metamorphosis is popped. Swedenstrong waiting for his opportunity on the south side. Gotta watch yourself on GH. But get initiated on. Sumail's gonna show himself now. Swedenstrong being caught. Seen through the tree lines. There's Pit coming in as well.
Can he blink?
From the Underlord, he cannot blink.
Okay, no. He can't. That was
really
not a very good position for him to hide though.
Yeah, I don't think he expected them to all be there. But honestly, I like the respect that Nigma Galaxy showed because it could very well have been a Sand King, Mars, and Warlock all outing in and causing chaos, right? If you don't bring enough heroes to that defense, you just lose the fight easily. So even TPing in on the Underlord, I think some people might have thought, oh, it felt a bit excessive, but why not just secure the situation for your team?
Top lane, Sumail jumps in.
Setup's there. Perfect. Waiting for it. Sharpshooter off the mark now. They gotta try and commit for the Dragon Knight. He is very tanky. The arena's there. Still very beefy. Can't find an angle for the shield and they'll find 2 kills. Great little setup there from Triple S baiting in the Dragon Knight. Now TA2000 might be in some trouble himself. Borrowed time available, but you don't really want to jump in. There's still a healing that he's gonna get. Where's the rest of the team? Trying to come in and save him now. Kotal there. Just not enough damage. You've run out of spells and Swedenstrong now. Will Snowball and look for a potential blink out. Noob, need a pit. Found the pit. Putting that Swedenstrong Tusk in the dirt.
I mean, you're starting to see why the Tusk was fake already. Over the SD. Like, he did so many good things there. He saved the Mars, he delayed his death. I mean, towards the end, maybe he extended a little bit too much, but yeah, it all started because he snowballed safe and they were able to arena and spear the DK back and get the kill here.
And the thing with DK is he is very tanky, but if he's kind of alone and he doesn't really have any backup, he is very easy to kill, especially if he got spells
he has no BKB. He's dying to the spells, I think Nigma just needs to sit back and his farm here. So
Going on the mid lane. I mean, this is a free kill onto Rain, right? How many times have we seen position 5s these days just dying randomly in the mid lane?
I mean, it's also the way he's like pushing out the lanes. You know, sure, there's like a deep outward ward there that you don't really expect. But there are certain habits, right? When you're playing in games like this, like the way you're pushing out the dead farm, you have to be a lot more careful. I think he was a little bit very casual. They just walked up and cast both his spells, and he didn't really try to hide. He was just standing there to get XP, and then he dies.
Yeah, it's one of those things where in the past 10-15 seconds you just saw the DK go down top, right? So you might have misestimated just one small little lapse of focus. You're not really keeping track of the respawn timings. Easy TP to the tier 1 that's still
to keep things simple, right? Just don't be greedy.
Yeah,
just don't be greedy.
I mean, you have no reason to be greedy, especially on the Warlock, right?
Yeah, you just get your spells off and then run away. I think he was just trying to get the XP there. That's why he was greedy. Your job is to shove out the wave. That's it. If you get the XP, it's a bonus. And obviously it's easy for us to say, you know. We have the vantage point here, we're looking at everything. But Dota is all about understanding the rules and obeying them, and then knowing when to break the rules.
That's a lot like life, actually.
Yeah, it is. Thing about Dota is like you need to understand and respect the rules. That's going to get you to a certain level. But when you want to break like the barriers to become the best teams, you gotta know when you should break the rules. If you can only follow rules, I think you're gonna be maybe a mid team, like a mediocre team.
Sure.
Here we go. This is going to be the first big fight for the Tormentor. 20 minutes coming in. Both teams trying to set up.
Smoke's gonna break. Get vision of the DK, but not really a target they want to jump, especially not with that Aegis. K2000 as well, functionally with a second life thanks to the borrowed time. Very awkward for Sweden Strong to pick between these two targets.
Ooh, this is a nice swing around. The Sand King and Mars, they're trying to set up behind. With
There's a scan there though. They know someone's up here. Sumail's just immediately going to blink, force them out. Couldn't cancel the blink in time. Blinks through.
Oh, how is he alive?
Nice
he
spear.
somehow managed to dodge everything.
The tier 2000 taking quite a bit of damage. In comes the Fiend's Gate, but Noob, he's in a very awkward position. Feel like he could have been punished there if he wasn't careful.
Yeah, that is actually huge, you know. Now the Underlord can't really stay on the map to pressure, you know. They're forced to group out here as 5 heroes. 10 heroes, actually.
And Sumail, the key thing is he doesn't have Dragon Form for another 30 seconds. This is peak timing for one win.
There's still Aegis. He can go in and tank first.
Oh, he might just have to get the catch onto Triple S, starting to do the damage, trying to bait out a response. Golem as well as Snowball. Munkushi starting to beat into Sumail, but again, like you mentioned, it's the Aegis. Now Nigma Galaxy can bide their time and wait for a chance to reinitiate, but he could be in some trouble. Epi's gonna come through, BKB is there as well. Sumail, he might just have bitten off a bit more than he can chew, and TA2000, he'll take so much damage even in the borrowed time. Sweden Strong will hold him in place, but they don't have any additional stuns. Triple S is a bit too low to keep this fight going though. Both teams backing off for now.
They still can't do the Tormentor, Mike.
They can't.
They're too low.
You gotta wonder what the plan was there for Nigma, because like I said, no Dragon Form, even though you have the Aegis, okay, then you tank a death and then you die a second time, what now?
Yeah, their lineup just needs more time, you know, to be ready. And Sumail choosing to sacrifice himself, you know, so that they can defend the Tormentor. Yeah. If they can actually get the Tormentor, I think it's worth it.
They're rushing it. They know that one win have moved out to the other side of the map.
Strong, he's trying to steal it!
He can't make it. He can't make it. It was a very, very close attempt there. Gotta respect the balls on Sweden Strong, but he's gotta pay with it for his life.
That was a good attempt. Very good attempt.
He almost got that too. I wonder if we're gonna get a replay of that, because if he jumped in and like Walrus punched the Tormentor, I think he actually secures it. Let's have a look. Oh, what pushes him away there? What was that?
Blinding light. The Kotal blinding light.
Wow, GH coming in clutch again, my goat.
And DK gets the shot. Gaben understands this is all happening because the DK sacrificed himself initially.
Yeah.
So he is granted the shot.
Nice little bit of farm speed. Noob.
What doesn't happen to me, Mike? When I do something nice, oh hang on. Oh no. No.
They
You know, when I do something nice around the Tormentor, I sacrifice myself so my teammates get the Tormentor. I never get the shot. Ever.
I don't know what to tell you, Winter. Maybe you should just buy it yourself. We are support players after all. You can't be too sad. I mean, this Fireball is going to ramp up Sumail's ability to farm the map and just push out these waves. It's extremely useful. Omar's already bought his as well, so I guess your alternative would be 2 charges of the Solar Bind on GH. Also nice, but, you know, you'll always give the priority to your mid laner. Sumail, my god. Sumail, my king.
Especially Sumail.
Yeah.
Brother.
Then his name. And you would mind, but that's probably why you're not on Nigma Galaxy and GH is, right? GH is like, yes, please take everything. I'm good, bro.
Are you saying I would mind if I'm in his position? Are you crazy?
I mean, I don't know. You just made a
You
big
think
deal
I'll
out of
tell
losing.
Sumail, hey, I want the last hit, I want the shot. Give me the egg. Bro.
Yeah, you go up to him, you say, don't you know who I am? I'm Winter Dota. I've been around before you were born, brother. Oh, we'll see it closer. Oh, yeah, the blinding light.
You know, I may like farming, but I'm not gonna take anything away from Sumail, you know.
Yeah.
When I'm farming creeps away from someone, when I'm taking something away from someone, I look at that someone first and decide whether it is worth it, you know.
Sure.
I can promise you, if that someone is Sumail, I'm just going to be quietly giving all the lanes and all the last hits and everything to him.
Yeah.
Period. If that someone happens to be some friend of mine that's playing Venomancer, obviously I'm not gonna give that someone any last hits, you know.
Yeah, and this is why we don't play games together, brother. But on a separate note, speaking of Sumail, if I was a burglar, okay, if I was trying to steal someone's wallet, and I reached into this person's pocket, grabbed the wallet, and then the person turns around and it's Sumail, I think I would just give the wallet back and apologize.
No, you got this wrong, Mike. If I were a burglar,
okay,
and I wanted to steal any one of the pro players' wallet, I would steal CTY's wallet because he's known to keep a huge amount of cash, you know, at hand.
Okay, look, that's a deep reach here. Most of the people
Bro,
watching,
most
of the people watching don't even know who the hell CTY is. Okay, that's a deep.
There's
deep
two
reach.
players that always keep a huge amount of cash at hand.
Why are you revealing their secrets?
CTY and Mushi, because they don't spend their gold in the game, you know. They just somehow keep 10k gold.
Wait, do you mean in the game or like in real life?
In the game, bro.
Okay, just checking.
Not their literal wallets, you know. It's the game here.
I thought you were going around wallet checking people at the lands, bro. I don't know what you're saying.
Bro. I thought you watched Dota 10 years ago.
Oh.
So
yeah, my
basically,
bad,
the carries would just sit there, the anti-mages, you know, they farm. Somebody's buying butterfly, then they decide to buy their item, you know.
I can respect that.
Or you have CTY, you know. Have you not heard of his mad scientist meme? There's this one game. He bought his battle for he sold his battle for he bought his battle for he sold his battle for he bought his battle for he sold his battle for like literally 3 to 4 times in one single game because he couldn't decide what to buy.
Why the hell did he do that? I feel like Dota players back then got away with so much shit.
I don't remember exactly what he was changing. He was like swapping out items left and right, like some mad scientist.
Was it like a super giga late game type situation?
Yeah, of course, bro.
Okay.
Like it's like early game. Like
right.
I don't know,
Sorry,
like,
I should have known that. My
Bro,
bad.
his build was like Battle Fury and Hyperstone and Offering. You know, like that was his build. Like he would build to farm the fastest, not join any fight. So you will never see the guy until he's finished farming. And then he will keep everything in his wallet, thinking that there's interest, you know.
Do you think they should add that as a concept? Like if you just the more
imagine
gold
every
you
carry player not buying items, not trying to end the game because they're trying to get the interest.
That's kind of hilarious. That's a brand new way of like setting up toxic behavior to be encouraged in the game. You just see a like anti-mage with like 0 items and he's like, I'm waiting for my 60-minute timing. When this
Imagine-
interest
no,
hits, it's gonna go
he
crazy.
has a Midas and better for it. That's it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't
You
mind.
gotta have the efficiency. You can't have 0 items.
I feel like Dota 2 has gone through so many funny little patches and additions that I feel like at some point, if they added that, I would just laugh and enjoy it for maybe the 1 month that it's in the game before it, of course, gets patched out. They still find a way to add novel things to the game even after all these years, and I think that's kind of what makes it still very exciting for us all. I can't complain.
You were complaining every game. What do you mean you can't complain?
Well, if we put a poll to the audience and asked who complained more, I think I know the answer, Winter, so I wouldn't...
No, you don't.
I wouldn't set that situation up for myself if I were you. Alright, let's... we've deviated a little bit from the current game state. Let's focus up here. What is the current state for each side? What are they waiting
we
for?
deviated because the state of the game did not change.
Okay.
Both sides are trying to vibe for some advantage on pick-off, fighting for map supremacy, trying to get more real estate. And we see Nigma using the gates now. They're moving towards the bottom side with the underlord ulti ready. I want to see some cool moves, you know, from this Fiend's Gate.
Yeah. We saw it being used pretty effectively in some of our previous series. The deep ward is going to spot out Squadix. A bit too far from the rest of them. Sumail and Omar can't quite catch up.
Yeah, Nigma somehow slowly but surely built up some lead in this game, you know. As I said, you know, late game, ultra late game, I would favor their cause, you know, Underlord, DK and Abaddon.
What about the supports though? The Tusk somewhere down the lines gets an Agonist. That's pretty solid.
Tusk Warlock against Hoodwing and Kotal. I think Kotal takes it, you know. Kotal is just like, insane, you know, that game.
Yeah, that's true. Agonims is a really, really big deal. Just lock up that TB.
I mean, it's also the fact that you look at the heroes that he can chakra, right? It's like Underlord is like a great chakra hero. Like having multiple firestorms and pit in a team fight, it's gonna win you the team fight.
I think I'm just a bit worried because I feel like this Terrorblade is going to reach a point where he is very difficult to burst down. And then once he gets to that...
He is already at the point, Mike. He has Skadi now.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of referring to the level 25 talent if he gets there, right? The Sunder cooldown. Like, if you don't burst through him, he's just gonna get Sunder after Sunder after Sunder, and it's like, what do you do then?
I mean, there's gonna be Orchid, right? Bloodthorn on Abaddon.
Yeah, and a Manta on the Terrorblade.
I mean, you're not gonna have Manta all the time, bro.
That's true. We'll see.
Are
if
you
it
gonna save
ends
your
up...
Manta just for the Orchid, and then when other debuffs land on you, you know, the pit, the solar
Yeah, I
bind
guess
and
so.
everything else, then
I
you
guess
don't want
so.
to use your Manta. You're just
Maybe
gonna
you're hoping
hold
for
it.
like a Lotus Orb from one of your teammates. Right now, it's one win out on the prowl. Smoke move up. Their time to try and strike. Like you mentioned, very quiet mid-game here as both teams trying to jockey for position, get a pick off, and maybe head into that Roche pit. Smoke's gonna break Omar over the tree line. He try and blink and get vision somehow. They place a ward down, spotting out Sumail in the lingering vision, but
Nigma is just showing a level of finesse that one win doesn't have right now. They're getting small but very, very useful advantages, right? Always pushing on the waves and then farming more efficiently around the map. And now they're going to smoke after breaking the enemy smoke. They're running up into a position. Do they have an observer ward? Nope. No observer ward. Actually, no.
oh, Triple S is in a
Hoodwing has
really
one.
good spot
Oma
to
has
break the
one.
smoke though.
They need to place a high ground ward for this to work.
No, but now it's retreat because Sumail, he's been spotted. K2000's got the Blink Orchid, so he can maybe catch one of these supports by surprise. They don't really have defensive items on Squadix, Rain, or Sweden Strong.
I mean, they both have Gilgard, so they might survive.
Okay, yes. And the Abaddon's pretty quick himself too.
Why do you sound like it's hopeless? You know, you sound like the Gilgard ain't gonna do shit here.
It's gonna do a little bit. I don't know whether it's gonna save them because it doesn't dispel the silence. So it's not like the Tusk can snowball.
Yeah, it gives them... No, the slow resist is actually nice, so you can run away from Abaddon.
Yeah, 50% slow resistance. I wonder whether that's gonna be enough. Bot lane.
Here we go.
A bit of
fight,
action.
finally.
Snowball, not even needing to save, just rolling towards Sumail, but now you're gonna be in an awkward spot. Sweden Strong trying to turn around, but the Gale Guard, unfortunately, there's a pit right where you're standing.
Big
Triple S
arena.
coming in with the BKB, Arena catching 2, and Munkushi beating into Sumail, but it's an easy disengage for now. They're just blinking out back to safety. Now you can
Where's
just
the
back
catch?
off, wait out the
They
meta,
need
you're gonna
stuns.
try. Sweden Strong has bought back into the game to try and catch Noob. It's a full focus onto the Underlord. Snowball as well, but a beautiful
Still alive.
pushback. Is it going to be enough? The fourth
force
staff
staff.
away, he's saved. They got Noob out of trouble. Great set of plays from the Nigma supports to help their offlaner out.
Yeah, guess what, Mike? The Gale Guard saved his life. It's better
Who?
than Glimmer Cape.
Oh, on Underlord.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Didn't save the tusk though, unfortunately, but... It's kind of crazy this game for Nigma as well, right? Just because of the Skadi.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite neutral items. I love it.
Far from over though, as both teams still need to try and punch a hole. I think pressure's on one win especially, but a little bit difficult to do so without your metamorphosis.
Yeah, and you look at this lead, growing and growing because they have this Underlord hero farming globally. Like 1 win, they are only accruing farm on the TB. The rest of the heroes are not exactly farming. No kills are happening, but the lead is just growing and growing.
We didn't even mention the Noob Agonyms before he joined that fight just now. We saw the pit, but he's also working his way towards what might either be a Lotus, AC, or Shiva. So there's a plate mail in the inventory.
Yeah, it's interesting also. He has actually chosen to go for the Firestorm cooldown instead of the Pit of Malice slow. So he wants to, I guess with the quarter, so you always have the Firestorm, is that why? I mean, I guess it's also really good against the TB illusions.
True, yeah. I mean, his whole gameplay so far has been splitting the map and pushing, so maybe that's why.
Oh, Sumail, AD room, he's gonna go. He
Jump
finds
up
the
onto
Mars.
Triple S, they find him and eliminate him instantly. Noob with the second pit, no defensive items for Squadix, having to Burrow Strike away. Just like that.
Is just getting outplayed, They are getting moved around the map, and Enigma using the creep waves and the map pressure and the wards, because you're pushing the creep waves, it allows your supports to place. Like, look at all these wards, around the midsection and the jungle and all. This 3 wards. It's giving the vision they need for this Roshan.
I forgot the banner in the pit. Who cares?
If you let it sit in the pit, it will eventually become 2.
Now we're back to the topic of interest again. It turns out some of these teams don't really give a shit about the Roshan's banner. I'm not sure whether you watched the new ESL 1 Unmuted, but Ducalis and no one were absolutely shitting on that item. They were like, why the hell do we even need this? It's such garbage. I just left
I
it
don't
in the
have a
base.
slot, right? It says.
Yeah, like, I don't want to waste a slot on that.
We need a dedicated slot for banner.
For Roshan, okay. Alright. More quality of life, I guess. Augmenta getting sneaked away by the Terrorblade and gang. So you get the Ice Shard, which is very, very nice for deep pushing.
And it's slow as well. It's a lot of damage if you can't actually get out of it.
I think it just further helps the Terrorblade do what he wants to do, right? You want to keep heroes in place. You want the Terrorblade to be able to auto-attack them freely. I love this build a lot from the Mars, going for the Nullifier. Oh, the Lotus Orb completion being delayed by the courier going down. That's a bit unfortunate. There's no Ghost Scepter or anything, but the Nullifier is going to take away the Solar Crest, all these auras coming out from the Underlord as well. Very, very useful. Now, Nigma Galaxy on your front door. What's the vibe here? What's the plan?
No glyph.
No
There's
glyph.
no glyph.
Indeed, and it's looking like an easy Rex, unless one win have something to say about this. Sending the Terrorblade Illusions in to deal with the useless-ass banner. There we go.
Whoa! Sweden strong?
Sweden strong. Not what you want. Sumail
Not
just
so
pops the
strong
BKB, turns around and fights. And will be able to just walk out of the arena. The Baron can just have his ultimate pop. It's not too big of a deal because you've seen the Metamorphosis on the Radiant side. Just disengage, reset, and try again.
Yeah, wait for your next Dragon Palm. No need to rush. Nigma is just slowly but surely choking one win, out of this game. They're doing a really, really good job just being really patient with their macro play.
Yeah. A lot
I mean,
sharper
one
than some of the series that we've seen them play before, and I think it's a good sign if you're hoping that Nigma are able to make a comeback.
Yeah, 1 minute is still trying to find an opening here.
Oh,
Triple
Ward
S.
on the high ground.
He finds
GH on the back line. Huge barrel strike onto 2. Noob looking to be in trouble as well. They've already eliminated the Keeper of the Light, but Sumail actually jumping in. They want to try and fight. Noob is being kept alive. The spear won't finish him off because of the pipe, and they can't get him. How has he lived there? What a decision there from Nigma Galaxy to jump in and try and bail him out.
Yep, time to use your Finn's Gate to go home and regen.
8 more seconds until that's available, but they just want to push the issue. They know there's no more Sand King. No arena as well. Golem was used at the previous instance. Should be a very easy Rax, maybe even 2. No Metamorphosis, 29 more seconds. Got the Warriors punch out onto TA2000, but now focusing onto Munkushi. Being pulled back into the pit. Munkushi is dropping very low. Needs a Sunder target. Manages to Sunder his own ally. So close there. Couldn't turn towards Sumail because he knew the Dragonite still had the BKB available.
Yeah, game would have been over. He didn't have buyback there.
Yeah. Even when your Sand King's back, he doesn't have the ultimate just yet. This is looking like a second lane of Rags. One little slip up. It's all it takes for Nigma Galaxy to take advantage. They are playing on point this game. Very few mistakes and very little things you can point to. In terms of individual or team side errors, the macro play, the map play, the warding, the discipline, it's all there. It's what you want to see.
I mean, at least the Aegis is gonna run out. Like, I think 1 win has one more fight in them. They can't afford to make any mistakes.
You're in a bit of a weird one there. You're not really sure what the plan is. Like, you're gonna Warriors punch the Abaddon and then what? Like, was Triple S ever supposed to follow
No, they
up?
have to. I think they have to spear the DK because the DK is always hitting the tower. They have to spear someone into the base.
Yeah.
Like, every fight doesn't really feel like it started that way. They just initiated and didn't really reposition someone into the base.
Yeah, looking for those spear backs into a compromising position and force Nigma Galaxy into an awkward
You
spot.
force them to come in and save the target, and then the Sand King will just epi the backlines.
I haven't seen an epi in a hot minute. I mean, they tried to use it to eliminate Noob there, but this Underlord proving to be such a valuable pick. All the auras coming up, completely negating so much of the Sand King's damage. That's kind of one of the things I wish we had, a way to see how much damage you're negating through your items or your auras, because I know at the end in the damage graph it says like blocked, but it doesn't really attribute it to the right person, right? It shows that you reduced how much damage off of Noob's hype, for instance.
I mean, if I'm choosing to see that and to see the neutral item choices of the players, I would choose to see the neutral item choices of the players.
Can't be too greedy, right?
I'm
Can only
sorry,
ask for
Mike.
one thing at a time. It's fine. I get it.
There we go.
Big
Arena.
fight. Sand King, he does not stand a chance. The arena comes out, but it will just mean their death. TA2000 still having that second life. Noob in trouble, but able to get Aphotic shielded up. Still surviving for a moment, but not long enough. He will finally go down. The full team wasn't ready to help him. GH was nowhere to be found. And 1 win, they're able to finally find at least a trade.
I mean, this is, I feel like, as strong as the Terrible is gonna get, you know. Any other item that he's still gonna buy after this is not exactly gonna change the matchups anymore. I think he's already at his peak. I mean, he's probably gonna be able to get an Agames. I think that's pretty much it. Hurricane Pike. I mean, you see the problem, right? TB is the only one that can actually deal damage, and if he's not dealing enough damage, then it's gonna be really, really difficult. When you see Nigma, they have multiple heroes being able to dish out damage to kill heroes.
Yeah.
I mean, the longer the game goes, it's just gonna get more difficult for 1 win right now. I mean, I know I mentioned I really like their draft, but it's already past their expiration date. I'm afraid with their lineup.
I mean, one of the things is also the fact that the Sand King hasn't really scaled or gotten as much farm as we would like.
Yeah, that too. That is actually pretty true.
If this is a Sand King that's kept up, it's a different story. Bushwhack is there, and he's just such an easy kill, right? Like, they make it look simple, and now they're onto the Rags. You don't have your mid laner.
Buyback, Mike.
He does not, and now you have a pit that you're dealing with on the back line. Your support is in trouble. Nice little ice shots to try and keep him safe, but really, he's going nowhere. And now you've lost the Warlock, you've lost the Sand King. Those are your two big AoE team fighters. Noob is gonna snatch away the gem from the courier as well. You're trying your best on Munkushi and the Triple S to split push the mid wave, but that's not enough. They're banging on your front door right now. Buyback from the Warlock, still no Golem available. You gotta jump through, double spear, that's pretty nice. Munkushi starting to blast away, but there's the keep of the light Aghanims. Noob, he's in some degree of trouble, but TA2000 able to blink away, and a buyback for the Warlock. Sumail's coming back in. So much damage onto Sweden Strong, and now onto the Mars as well. Munkushi's trying his best, the AD rune doing its work. TA2000 though, it's the borrow time, the Abyssal Blade. They control up Munkushi, and he does not stand a chance. He just gets right-clicked down by the dual carries of Nigma Galaxy. No underlord, no problem. They make them pay for it big time. Munkushi buying back, but he's the only defender here as Nigma Galaxy will go up to Mega Creeps. And it looks like they might just end this game number 2.
Might see a little bit more of a resistance from the Sand King here. It still has Epicenter. He's going to be looking for a Cortal or Hoodwink, I presume, to try and kill them before he calls GG.
K2000 doesn't have the borrowed time. You don't have the BKB on this Dragon Knight. I feel like this is the best opportunity you're gonna get. You try something. Sweden Strong back in the fray as well. 3v5 situation. This is the best case you're gonna get. You try and find an angle. Try and find an epicenter. Lucian's starting to scout the blinks around. The punch is there. Sweden Strong starting with his own BKB, but he is melting so quickly, going into the snowball. This is not what you want. You're barely scratching them. This is not the Sand King performance that OneWin were hoping for. And with that, they will lose their Terrorblade as well. He just gets bushwhacked up, and GG is called. OneWin unable to form any sort of resistance. Looks like that game 1 took a bit too much gas out of them, while Nigma Galaxy, they were full steam ahead. Somehow, some way, even after the madness of game 1, they got more disciplined going into game 2.
Yeah, I think this game is probably a very like an obvious difference in like macro play, right? Like both teams, like if you look at how they played the mid game, how they're playing around the map, just OneWin, they couldn't really find the pickoffs. I think you would expect with the Mars and the Sand King and the Tusk, they should be able to find more pickoffs, right? The game shouldn't be so, I think, stagnant, you know, nothing is really happening. Both sides are just shuffling waves across. And you need to learn how to use the vision, you know, like Nigma had, I think, much better wards to set up for the fights that are coming and how they are actually getting the jumps, right? I think I remember a lot of occasions that Sumail actually found like singular pickoffs on the Warlock, on the Tusk. They are the ones that are having the greedier draft, and they are the ones finding the pickoffs, right? I think OneWin, they need to like go back and look at the game and figure out how should have they set up the map. They need wards on the lanes, and they need maybe the Mars or the Sand King, you know, like constantly taking turns in hiding in the trees and waiting for targets. You can't just wait for them to show and then you go hunt them. You have to predict where they are moving across the map, and then you have to be ready before they arrive, you know.
Yeah. I do wonder what happened to the Sand King though. I feel like this is a hero that we frequently see very close to the top of the network.
He's moving too much because he feels like he needs to go with the Mars or even the Tusk, you know. I think in a lot of occasions he should actually just sit and farm and wait and just connect to the team fights. The Mars is supposed to create the moves and allow his team to actually pick off heroes. I think the Sand King was kind of at some point trying to do it too much because he sees like nothing's happening, right? So when you see nothing's happening and you know that your scaling as a team is weaker than the enemy, so you tend to panic, right? You tend to feel like, oh, maybe I need to do something, and that's when you lose a track on what you should be doing with your hero when you should be farming.
I wonder whether it was just a bit of a gap there, because I kind of understand why the Sand King felt the need to chase and run around. Because if you think about the OneWin trio of Mars, Warlock, Tusk, after 20-something minutes, they were not really able to kill any hero without help, right? They were very reliant on the damage from the Sand King, very reliant on Munkushi, like you mentioned, the Terrorblade being the main source throughout the entire game for them. So I can kind of get it. I understand why the Sand King felt the need to run around, but it's just, there was a clear lapse, right? Sumail just continued to farm, continued to become this monster on the front lines, and I think overall, barely any individual mistakes from Nigma Galaxy compared to what you were saying, where it felt like OneWin, there were moments where their supports were lapsing in terms of focus a bit and giving over those kills for no real reason.
It's mostly like the way the trio played, the Mars, the Tuts, and the Warlock. The Warlock's like, I know he only has 3 deaths, right? But he died a couple of times shuffling out ways where he shouldn't be dying. Those are things that could contribute to the fact that you can't make moves on a map. And obviously the Tuts and Mars, they have to be more, I think, proactive in terms of predicting. They can't just wait for someone to show and then go to the lane. They need to just be ready before the hero comes to the lane. Because you have the Sand King and the TB shuffling out the waves, and you know that after the Sand King and TB shuffles out the waves, the enemy is going to come back and deal with the waves, right? You have to find that move to catch them. I mean, you only see it happening on the DK. Sumail, I think he played an excellent game in that regard. He was able to find a couple of very, very important pickoffs, involve the Underlord to TP in and get kills, That was what was lacking for 1win this game.
Yeah, 1win felt like they wasted so much time just standing around waiting for Nigma Galaxy to come in, and it's just, okay, the whole time Underlord's just farming somewhere else on the map, Sumail's farming somewhere in the middle of your face, and then TA2000's close enough nearby, but not far enough that you can take advantage. He's always there with the shields. I think that's kind of one of the benefits of the Abaddon as well. So many times it felt like, they got the kill onto Noob here, suddenly a 4-staff and a Fortic shield, and he's out of trouble, right? I think overall, Nigma Galaxy showing a lot more team play, which is excellent to see. And we will have an interview ready for you immediately. Yesterday, we had the pleasure of talking to GH, and today we have none other than Mr. Noob joining us here. Can you hear us, Noob?
Hello, I can hear you guys.
Amazing. Congratulations on that 2-0, turning things around in the group stage so far after that win yesterday. And I have to ask, we already asked GH this yesterday. Of course, there's been a lot of struggles for Nigma as a whole in the past maybe month and a half. What's the mindset like for you? How have you been feeling so far?
I mean, we're kind of starting over because GH was on a break and we have new carry. We played with them before, but everything's new. So we're getting our strats and it's a synergy in the team. So we're climbing slowly, I would say.
What do you think about like Dota as a patch right now? Where are we at, and does the patch suit the way you guys are playing as a team right now?
I mean, personally, I'm really bored from this patch. It's been the same patch for a long time. We expected changes, but nothing happened. And as a team, I think we're okay with it because it's still the same patch, so everything's still the same. Nothing extraordinary.
And what would you say is a change that you'll be looking forward to have in the game if you're given a choice?
I have no idea. Maybe more fun to it, like just fighting heroes, less auras, maybe no helm, just skill and more fun. I don't know. It's just boring now.
Gotta ask though. So, I mean, you say you don't want to build auras, but your Underlord looked great. Maybe there's a certain other type of hero you'd like to play. If you could bring any hero back to the meta in the offlane, what would it be for you?
On the offlane, I mean, I have no idea. Offlane heroes are boring.
Oh no. Okay.
So maybe if I can play like some Void Spirit on offlane would be nice. Some stuff like this.
Yeah, that certainly sounds cool. You heard it here first, Gabe, and make it happen. But last little question for you, because obviously you talked about TA2000, right? You guys played together on Quest. You guys had some good times there, and now he's joining you and Omar again. What would you say has been the best thing about having him back on the team?
What is the best thing? I think he's been a good teammate. Like when we talk to him, he's very perceptive and he agrees with stuff. He's ready to change and evolve and stuff. So there's not much defense coming from him, so it's nice.
Nice. It's good to hear. I mean, GH basically said the same thing, so we got double confirmation that TA2000 is just an excellent fella to work with. But speaking of work, we're sure you guys have a lot more to discuss, so we'll leave you to it. Thank you so much for joining us, Noob.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Winter, yesterday when we were interviewing GH, myself and Lizard, of course, he mentioned something. He said that for him, from his perspective, Nigma Galaxy has always seemed like a team that really prioritizes the right vibe, right? They want players that can kind of mesh with their personalities. it's not so much about, oh, how good are you at Dota? What rank are you on the leaderboard? It's about being able to be a culture fit. And from what we hear from both GH as well as Noob, seems like TA2000 is meshing very well, even though maybe some of the performances not quite there yet, but they seem pretty hopeful about turning things for the better with time.
Yeah, having the right mindset and I think similar understanding about the game is really, really important. Like if you have people that have similar ideas, similar views, similar direction, then it's easy to move forward. Like what he said, you must be receptive. If you're not receptive, then it can be a problem, you know, if you don't change. So it's really, really nice that they found someone that can actually do that for them.
Yeah. I mean, they played with him before, so they probably have a good idea. But speaking of the games that happened before, here's a quick recap of today's matches in case you missed any. Team Tidebound started early with a 2-0 over their regional counterparts, your Colt Brothers, putting your Colt Brothers at 1 win, 3 loss at a dangerous territory. Passion UA, of course, we saw them get swiftly defeated by a somewhat revitalized Team Nemesis. Hopefully, they continue on that right track, because even though they're 0-3, they can still accrue those EPT points and perhaps work towards the future events. And for the Nigma Galaxy fans, I'm sure they're very happy about this result. This could be the start of Nigma turning around their group stage fate. Still time for them to get up to 4 wins and 2 losses, which might put them in a convenient tiebreaker spot or maybe even through the top 8. But unfortunately for 1 win, as we can see, they are all the way at the bottom. Similar to Passion UA, both these teams making it out of Div 2, but not really going any further. And here are our standings of the day. Of course, the big story for today, in my opinion, OG Esports beating Spirit. That was crazy. I mean, OG are just on a tear right now. The rest of the top 8 teams, I guess I'm more surprised to see Team Liquid and Mouse in the position that they are, but they've had no shortage of very difficult opponents as well.
Yeah, I mean, OG is like doing really well, you know? Making all the C fans really proud now.
Yeah. I guess
After such a long time.
Yeah. The other story for today was also, I think, Virtus Pro being able to upset Team Liquid. That was a big one. Tomato and Saberlight kind of getting revenge on their former teammates / friends. So there's that. But that does wrap up our day. I'm not sure. Let me just do a quick check. Yeah, the other streams are still going on. So we're done here on ESL_Dota2 Earth, but there's still Ember. There's still the mainstream ESL_Dota2. If you want to watch Heroic versus Aurora Gaming, they are fresh into that game number 3. So you want to hop on over there and stay tuned to the Dream League Season 27 action. But for us, we're going to continue on with our best of 3s tomorrow. So join us, same time, same place. Until then.
The less people enjoy.
About bloody time.
DreamLeague Season 27 is brought to you by DHL.
Easy does it, what's the rush? Hey, why not travel slow? Let's just take our time and then we'll see. Easy does it, makes it such a nice long way to go. Day by day we'll have fun, you and me. You know some things don't move by force. Let's let love run its own sweet course. Easy does it naturally.